The story begins in a frozen tundra, more specifically inside a cave lost in the middle of the snow. The wind howls outside, and the cold seeps into everything. At the center of the cave stands a man being interrogated. He is completely wounded, and has already lost half of his left arm. Even in that state, they keep asking where the ancient relic is. The man, barely conscious, stares at his tormentors, and asks if, in his place, they would have spoken. One of the hooded men becomes irritated by the response, but the other remains calm and says they must first contact the squad. Using a magical communication crystal, he confirms the coordinates with the rest of the group. While doing so, he comments that the prisoner is impressively persistent, since even in extreme cold and without an arm he can still speak. They question why the ghost of the north is there chasing the relic. The hooded man replies that they have already suffered too much because of him, and that now they will enjoy themselves at his expense, torturing him until the end. A short-haired man holding a sword approaches and states that they will not stop until the ghost of the north speaks or begs for his life. At that moment, it becomes clear that he did not lose just one arm, but both. The two executioners decide to flip a coin to choose who will begin the torture. Then everything changes. The ghost of the north grabs one of his arms with his teeth and connects it back to his body, regaining movement. It is revealed that he is the first failed awakened of House Dracker. His name is Zeke Dracker. Zeke was born into one of the greatest dragon slayer families, but he had the misfortune of being born with a body incapable of using aura. He failed to awaken and was treated like trash, expelled from his own house. Since then, he did everything to survive and grow stronger. He remembers a phrase he once heard, that whoever seeks only strength in the end will have nothing. The coin lands in the hooded man's hand, but before he can announce the result, his head is torn off in an instant. Zeke thinks that phrase can only be spoken by someone who already has strength. Without hesitation, he prepares to face the last remaining enemy. He advances, breaks the opponent's blade in two, and kills him with a deep slash across the chest. To him, the truth of that world is simple. The weak are trampled by the strong. Soon after, he hears a noise coming from the cave and reconnects his second arm. The entire platoon has arrived. Everyone is stunned to see him reattach his limbs. They comment that he is an irregular, but if they cut off his head, he will die like anyone else. A great battle begins. After an intense fight, Zeke emerges victorious, but he is gravely wounded. Swords pierce through his back, blood runs from his mouth, and he feels death approaching. Even so, he did not achieve his revenge. At least he managed to steal the Emperor's ancient relic. At least he accomplished something in that life. Even so, he apologizes to Alicia. When a drop of his blood touches the ancient relic, the artifact reacts by releasing immense power. A system appears, informing him that his willpower awakened that power. The soul of the ancient dragon enters the bodies of those who persist. The system asks if Zeke accepts this. Believing he is hallucinating at the brink of death, he tells it to do whatever it wants. The system confirms that the awakened has agreed and activates an irreversible promise. 5 seconds later, everything changes. Zeke returns to the past. Now in the body of a child, he tries to understand what happened. It is hard to believe, but he can still feel the pain of the swords piercing his back. The place around him is familiar. He is at the Draker Domestic Training Institution, the cradle of the family. House Draker is one of the 3 great transcendent families. Terracon Draker was the hero who saved the continent by defeating the evil dragon Bahamut in the war 1,000 years ago. His descendants founded House Draker. As heirs of a dragon slayer, every member of the Draker bloodline was born with the blessing of aura, awakened easily, and became successful knights. Everyone except Zeke. Suddenly he hears that voice again, and realizes it was not his imagination. The system confirms that the awakened soul has been validated and is 100% aligned with the ancient dragon. He now holds authority over part of the system. Zeke understands that this happened because of the activation of the artifact. He opens his status window. His name is Zeke Draker. His class is healer, something extremely rare, and his title is the one who received the blessing of the ancient dragon. He possesses skills such as healing, heightened senses, resilient mind, and stamina recovery, in addition to standard abilities and draconic abilities that he will still be able to unlock. As he realizes he can navigate those magical screens, he begins to understand the magnitude of the opportunity he has received. Then he notices something even more interesting: the specific abilities of his class. At that moment, he remembers something his former master once told him, and understands that perhaps this time, the failure of House Drager can rewrite his own destiny. In the past, Zeke's master had explained that people in the ancient world were divided into classes. Each class had a specialization called a class ability. Since Zeke was a healer, his main ability was healing. He remembers that after awakening in his previous life, his master trained him until he was on the brink of death many times. He only survived because he possessed the healing ability. Now, looking at the system window, he realizes that even at this age, he already has that ability active. In his previous life, he had only awakened as a healer around the age of 20, but now, still a child, he decides to test whether the status window is accurate. He concentrates the power within his own body and feels something different. Even without having gone through the heavy physical training of that time, he already possesses his ether hall. At that moment, he understands that he returned to the past with his memories and also with the abilities he had accumulated. That places him at an absurd advantage. Even so, before taking action, he knows he needs to understand exactly what is at his disposal. Suddenly, someone knocks on the door and says it is useless to pretend he is not there, because he knows he is in the room. Zeke thinks he has not even finished reading the system information and begins wondering how to hide those status windows. The door opens, and for a brief moment he panics. The one who enters is the family butler, Decker. The butler asks why he is not dressed yet and what he is thinking about. Zeke asks prepared for what, while noticing that Decker does not seem able to see the floating window in front of him. The butler questions whether he is serious, calling him Master Zeke. At that moment, he remembers how frightening Decker used to be when he was a child. Even with the mind of a 30-year-old man, that old fear is still rooted in him. Suddenly, the system automatically activates the resilient mind ability. The fear simply disappears. The ability prevents the user from being easily shaken, stabilizing his emotions. Zeke realizes how convenient that is, especially in a situation like this. Decker reminds him that he mentioned an important event the day before and asks whether he is paying attention. Zeke replies that he is, but then remembers what it is about and mentions the evaluation called Pankration. All members of the Drager family go through a training system called Uberso. It begins at the age of 7 and lasts 5 years. During that period, the children face extremely rigorous basic training. Every year, the instructors evaluate the initiates through fencing competitions and also through Pankration, which is essentially a fight without rules. The two participants in each match are usually chosen by the instructor, although there are occasions when the students choose their own opponents as long as both agree. Since there are no rules, many leave seriously injured and some even die. Even so, this competition determines which class the students will be placed in within the academy. There is no choice. Everyone must fight. Later, in the arena, the chief instructor named Pan Mark announces that it is the day of Pankration, the final stage of the annual evaluation. Everyone confirms that they are aware. The place is filled with students and family members. While Zeke stands there, he hears comments behind his back. Many call him a waste and trash. Even though he belongs to the main Drager bloodline, none of it affects him, especially with resilient mind active. The fights begin. In the first duel, when Pan Mark gives the signal, one of the students charges without thinking. The other easily dodges and lands a direct hook to his opponent's face. Zeke watches and concludes that the fight is already over. He understands that this is what happens when someone fights without a defensive stance. The winner is Aaron. He remembers that when he was truly young, he used to feel frightened watching those fights. But now he realizes that none of those boys compare to what he became. However, in another part of the stands, someone is watching him with the clear intention of bringing him down. Finally, it is Zeke's turn. His opponent is Leon. The boy taunts him, saying he came back to embarrass himself again, and that last year he did not receive much attention. He claims that if Zeke wants to leave alive, he should beg for his life. Zeke recalls that every year the opponent assigned to him was Leon, the last time he truly begged for mercy. Now he is certain that Leon manipulates things behind the scenes to guarantee this confrontation every time. He wonders how someone so despicable can be his cousin. In his past life, he never had the chance to build bonds with his 4 direct line brothers. In contrast, he has more than a dozen cousins who love to humiliate him, and Leon has always been the worst of them. Leon continues provoking him, saying that at the very least he should show some respect for returning after last year's humiliation. He says maybe Zeke is brave, or maybe just too stupid to learn his lesson. At that moment, Zeke activates Resilient Mind once again. He decides he will not fall for cheap insults. Remaining calm, he warns that it will not be pleasant if Leon keeps calling him that. Leon laughs and asks what an inferior like him could possibly do. That is when Zeke activates Critical Strike. He throws a direct hook into Leon's face, and Leon collapses instantly. The ability doubles the damage of the blow, and the impact is brutal. Blood begins to stream from Leon's face as he screams in pain. Zeke thinks he only meant to throw a normal punch, but the ability activated automatically once again. The instructor demands to know what he is doing, since the fight has not even officially started. Zeke replies that in war there is no countdown. Whoever strikes first has the advantage. In that moment, the instructor senses something strange, an intense bloodlust coming from Zeke, and it makes him uneasy. Even injured, Leon claims he is fine and says he is ready to fight. He promises he will not go easy on that piece of trash. Zeke simply comments that he truly is slow to learn. The instructor finally authorizes the start of the match. Leon charges blindly. At first he notices that Zeke's blows are not breaking through his defense. As long as he maintains a defensive stance, he believes there is no real danger. He sees a counterattack coming and dodges, thinking the move is predictable. Then he grabs Zeke, trying to take him down, declaring that he will finish that inferior once and for all. But everything changes in a second. Zeke drives a violent knee into Leon's face, completely knocking the wind out of him. His guard opens. The instructor watches in disbelief. He was certain that when Leon grabbed Zeke's leg, the match was already decided, but the precision of the counterattack was absurd. He begins to wonder if this is truly the Zeke he knows. Leon realizes that at this rate, he will not win. He needs to create distance. But before he can, Zeke kicks his supporting leg and brings him down. When Leon tries to get up and throw a direct punch at his face, Zeke decides that this time he will control his strength better. He activates Heightened Senses. The ability temporarily enhances his senses and instincts. The world seems to slow down. He easily dodges Leon's punch, now more adapted to his own body. Seizing the moment, he grabs his cousin's arm and hurls him with full force against the ground. The impact is so strong that the arena floor cracks, sending up dust and smoke. To finish it, Zeke uses Precise Thrust, striking exactly at Leon's weak point and breaking one of his ribs. He remarks that even an idiot like him should learn something from that. Then he begins delivering repeated punches to Leon's face. The instructor and all the spectators are completely horrified by the brutality of the scene. Zeke only stops when he leaves his cousin lying in the center of the arena, bloodied and nearly unconscious. He comments that his head feels clearer now. After sweating a little, he says he can finally recognize every person there. He tells them to stop staring at him and come down to the arena if they have something to say. At that moment, someone stands up in the stands. The person declares that he chooses Zeke Dracker as his opponent in Pankration and says he truly has something to say to him. Zeke immediately recognizes him. It is Yakin Vardek, another cousin. He replies that is fine, but fighting alone is very boring. Then he suggests that Liam Stone should join him. Liam Stone is Jakin's personal attendant. Zeke says that this way, as a pair, the fight would be fair. Jakin asks if that was an insult. Zeke confirms that it was. Jakin's intention becomes clear. He wants to kill Zeke right there. When everyone enters the arena, the instructor warns Zeke not to do anything before official authorization. Zeke finds it curious to see that man there again. The man who in the future would be known as the King of Mercenaries, Liam Stone. In his past life, Liam Stone joined Yakin as his servant. Since Yakin came from a distant branch of the family, he was neglected in formal education. He tried to enter the Valhalla Academy by begging for a chance, but failed. Later, he joined the Knight Order of a small nation called Baranon. When Baranon fell, he became a mercenary. With years of battle behind him, he accumulated experience and became a Red Knight. He united the three largest mercenary groups and came to be known as the Mercenary King. While the Empire hired the Stone mercenaries for internal conflicts, Liam Stone took part in the Great Continental Wars. In the past, Zeke faced Liam Stone as an enemy in the Northern Wars. He fought alongside the people of the North against him. Now, seeing that same man still young before him, he thinks that this time everything will be different. When the fight begins, Jakin Vardek moves first with a direct punch towards Zeke's face. He expects to see his cousin retreat, but is shocked when Zeke simply catches his fist in midair. Calmly, Zeke tells the two of them to attack at the same time. Jakin asks if he really thinks he will fall for such cheap provocation. He throws a kick, but the strike is easily blocked. As he steps back, he feels a sharp pain in his own shin. Zeke comments that he should look more carefully before kicking, since he gets distracted so easily. Without giving him time to respond, Zeke activates Critical Strike and rushes forward. Jakin raises his guard, but Zeke mocks him, saying he looks too scared to predict what comes next. Instead of punching, he kicks the same injured shin again. Taking advantage of the opening, he drives a heavy punch into Jakin's chest, making him spit an absurd amount of blood. Zeke repeats that he already said Yakin alone is not enough. Furious, Yakin calls Liam Stone to help him kill that bastard. Looking at Liam, Zeke wonders how a 12-year-old can look so much stronger and physically mature. When Liam prepares to attack, Zeke realizes he might not be able to block a direct blow. He understands that he needs to take control of the fight. He begins pressuring Liam's guard and activates Rapid Strike. The Rank E ability unleashes a sequence of high-speed attacks, creating a true barrier of blows against the enemy. Zeke strikes multiple parts of Liam's body almost at the same time. The crowd is stunned by the intensity. The instructor watches closely, clearly confused. The technique Zeke uses is something he learned in the Northern lands in his previous life. However, he feels that his young body cannot endure so much strain. The biggest problem is Liam's monstrous physique. Until now, he has neither counterattacked nor dodged, only blocked with absurd firmness. Zeke's body begins to reach its limit. Even so, he decides to test just how resilient Liam truly is. He prepares a stronger blow, but at the last instant, Liam dodges with surprising precision. Zeke realizes that Liam cannot see Aether directly. He simply possesses an absurd combat instinct. Then Liam grabs Zeke's arm and tries to throw him. At the last second, Zeke slips free and drives a knee into the back of his neck. Activating heightened senses again, he executes a countermaneuver and wraps his legs around Liam's neck, applying a choke that cuts off his breathing. Zeke thinks that it does not matter how strong someone's body is. Without oxygen, no one can endure. But even while suffocating, Liam begins repeatedly striking Zeke's body, forcing him to let go. One of the blows lands cleanly, and Zeke spits blood. He decides to continue, wanting to see who can endure longer. The fight becomes brutal. The crowd watches in horror as the two destroy each other in the center of the arena. The instructor observes every detail. After an intense exchange of strikes and endurance, one of the bodies finally collapses. It is Liam Stone who loses consciousness. A murmur spreads through the crowd. Someone comments that they already expected something like this. Another voice declares that it will be an honor to defeat Zeke Dracker in the future. Later, in the dormitory, Decker informs him that he heard Zeke was badly injured and asks if he is alright. Zeke replies that he is now. Even so, Decker asks to check his pulse. Zeke immediately understands. The butler wants to measure his aura to confirm whether he is awakened. He extends his palm. Decker thanks him and releases his own aura. Zeke feels the energy being infused into his body and begins to analyze it. He wonders if Decker is a Blue Knight. Normally, to measure someone's aura, it is necessary to access the person's internal energy center. However, Decker is doing the opposite, inserting his own aura into Zeke's body to sense the presence of his. To do that, one must be at least a Blue Knight. It is explained that not all knights are equal. They are classified according to their martial abilities, and above all, by the way they manipulate their own aura. The most basic level is that of White Knight, considered the novice stage. A large portion of the children in the cradle at that moment are already at that level. Above him stands the Yellow Knight, which is the first awakened level, reached when a person opens their internal energy center. From the moment they are able to control their own aura freely, they become a Purple Knight. At this stage, it is already possible to imbue the sword with one's own aura. Then comes the Blue Knight, a level at which the warrior warrior can create a blade made entirely of aura. Above these is the level of those who completely transcend their limits. This was the level the mercenary King Liam reached, and also the one Zeke attained in his past life. It is the Red Knight. Zeke still believes that Black Knights exist, but they are complete monsters, so rare that they can be counted on one hand across the entire continent. As he thinks about this, Zeke wonders how someone as skilled as Decker ended up becoming his babysitter. In the end, he concludes that it does not matter, because Decker is not capable of sensing his ether, something that only 2 people in the entire world are able to use. When Decker removes his hands from Zeke's wrist, he asks if the young man is hiding something. Zeke responds by asking if Decker is also hiding something. The other man remains silent, and Zeke leaves, saying he was just joking. Even so, Decker questions why Zeke has changed so much recently. Zeke replies that the question is wrong, that the real question should be why he took so long to change. He states that many things will change from now on, and that everything will return to its rightful place. He also says that all Decker needs to do is follow him. Decker replies that he understands his young master, and informs him that he has already prepared the training room. Zeke praises him as always, and tells him he can rest. Alone, Zeke reflects that if Decker was sent to watch him, then he needs to keep him close to prevent information from leaking. The problem is figuring out who sent him, most likely one of his brothers. When he arrives at the training room, Zeke is surprised and wonders if that is really a personal room. The first thing he decides to do is check his system. Everything seems normal, except for the quick strike skill, which is now at the proficient level. He realizes that this was, in fact, the only change. He begins to reflect on whether a skill evolves the more it is used. Perhaps skills are activated naturally based on his actions. If he learns something new during training, it might also turn into a skill. He questions what the difference would be between a common skill and a class skill, since they seem quite similar. In addition, he still has the draconic skill, but he needs points to unlock others. At the moment, he has 0 karma points. When he checks how to obtain these points, he discovers that he needs to kill monsters. There are several dungeons scattered throughout the world, but to enter one, it is necessary to be at least a purple knight. Even so, what intrigues him most is the reason he returned to the past. Perhaps this is related to the ancient relic he obtained. After thinking about it for a while, he decides that it does not matter right now. He decides to train to become stronger. With difficulty, he picks up a sword, his body trembling from the effort. It does not matter whether he will use the system or Draker's power. He will become stronger. It is then explained that there are 2 types of power in this world: the aura of knights and the mana of mages. Knights reinforce their bodies and weapons with aura, while mages use mana through magic circles. They are opposing forces on the spectrum of power. Whoever awakens one cannot awaken the other. However, Zeke had the misfortune of awakening neither. He was abandoned by his house, and during his days wandering without direction, he met his master. This master taught him many things, but the most useful was the art of healing and the Hall of Ether. It was through ether developed by his master that Zeke managed to completely master it. Currently, he is the only user in the world besides his master. After 2 hours of intense training, Zeke is already exhausted. His hand is bloodied, but he activates the healing skill and resolves the problem immediately. He knows that healing is an extremely rare skill, something he only encountered thanks to his master. If he uses it in front of the wrong people, he could be treated as an irregular. That is why he did not use healing during his battle against Liam. However, as soon as he returned to his room, he needed to heal himself to avoid complications. Recovered, he decides to train a little more. When the sun begins to set, Zeke realizes it is already time for dinner. He looks around and wonders what he will say to Decker, because the state of the training room after what he did is not pretty at all. 1 week later, in the cafeteria of the Cradle, several cadets were commenting about Zeke. They said he was completely different, and that perhaps there was some black magic involved. Some even felt grateful for it, because they believed he represented everyone who was considered weak. At a table filled with meat, someone ate in silence while listening to all the gossip. It was Reina Tarun. At the same table were Leon, sweaty and clearly tense, and Owen, who told him to eat even without appetite. Owen explained that he would need a lot of energy from now on to recover. Leon asked if he was mocking him, but Owen said it was just friendly advice. Even so, he implied that Leon's inferiority complex must be enormous. Angered, Leon stood up abruptly and knocked a piece of meat onto the floor. That left Reina visibly annoyed, and even Leon noticed her stare. Someone at the table asked what they would do now. Since the main topic was Zeke Drake, one of the cadets said he might have been impressive in the pancration, but doubted he would do well in fencing duels. After all, he could barely hold a sword. Leon agreed, saying he was so weak that he had to commission a custom sword because the regular ones were too heavy. To him, the victory in the pancration had been pure luck. Then Reina questioned whether it had really been luck. The entire table fell silent, and Leon grew even more nervous. Reina stood up and said that if they truly believed it was luck, then they did not deserve to be part of House Drake. After that, she left the table. It is explained that in sword duels, unlike the pancration, the use of weapons is mandatory, specifically swords. The risks are greater, and the incidents more severe. It is in this type of combat that the real difference between the cadets' abilities becomes more evident. Within a month, after the final exams, the blessing rite would take place, the moment when the Drakers officially awaken their aura. In the arena where the duels would occur, an instructor asks Zeke to step forward. He approaches while the others murmur about the enormous sword he carries. Some mock him, asking if he thinks a big sword makes him stronger. Then his opponent draws his attention. It is Reina. The two enter the arena, and Reina declares that she chose Zeke as her opponent. He accepts without hesitation. As she watches him, Reina notices that he lifts a gigantic gigantic claymore with ease, something that does not match the weak image they had of him. Face to face, she feels that this Zeke is completely different from the one she knew in the past. Even so, she decides she cannot allow herself to be intimidated before the fight even begins. She needs to trust herself. Zeke, for his part, thinks he will do what he has always done. Even so, dueling the famous Lightning Knight makes him slightly tense. Reina Tarun, known as the Lightning Knight, made her name in continental wars and was considered one of the greatest of the dragon generation. She awakened her aura even before the blessing rite, although she has not used it in the cradle, as she chose to refine her basic skills first. The instructor begins the match, and Reina attacks first. She immediately feels that Zeke's defense is much better. Even so, she manages to strike from behind. He blocks, but is thrown backward. The claymore absorbs much of the impact. Zeke realizes that Reina is better than he imagined. When she closes the distance again, part of the crowd shouts for her to finish him quickly. A cadet comments that it looks ridiculous, as if she is playing with him. But then Zeke manages to break her posture. He realizes that with his current abilities, he can sense every gap and every small opening in his opponent's body. Even so, Reina's movements are so fast that they surpass his predictions, frustrating any attempt at a counterattack. New openings appear, and Zeke realizes that this feels like a training duel, something he is already used to. He continues exchanging blows with Reina, and soon the arena floor is filled with scratches made by their blades. Despite the intensity of the fight, Reina begins to show signs of fatigue, while Zeke appears stable. He wonders if that is all she can show in the cradle. He acknowledges that her technique is extremely refined, the result of an obsession with sword fundamentals, but he also realizes that she is holding back. Deciding, Zeke thinks he will help her break that shell. He takes a stance with the sword lowered, completely changing his footing. When she sees this, Reina immediately recognizes the type of stance he adopted, and understands that the real duel is only just beginning. Zeke advances to close the distance quickly. Reina is certain she can block that attack, but he moves much faster than she expected. By a very small margin, she manages to dodge the strike that hits the ground and shatters part of the arena. She realizes she can only escape because there is still space between them. If he gets too close, there will be no way to react. In the next attack, she decides to move as far away as possible, but she fails to notice one detail. When Zeke strikes the ground with his sword, he sends a stone from the arena straight into her face. The distraction is minimal, but enough. He takes advantage of the opening and advances. The blade approaches her neck, and for an instant, Reina thinks it is over. At the last moment, however, she reacts and disarms Zeke. The claymore is thrown far away. From the crowd come comments saying that it was expected from Reina, that she did not even need to use aura. The instructor, however, notices something none of the cadets did. At the very instant when Zeke's attack truly approached, Reina concentrated a significant amount of aura in her hand to deflect the blow. Even though she had promised she would not use aura before officially entering the academy, she was forced to break that rule. Zeke questions what she is doing and advances without hesitation. He closes the distance and declares that it is not over yet. Then he lands a direct punch to her neck. The impact makes Reina spit blood and drop to her knees, weakened. The crowd erupts in outrage. Cadets shout that it is a sword duel, that he broke the rules, that the victory should be hers. They call Zeke a disgrace. He ignores the shouting and asks Reina if she wants to continue. She thinks she has not lost yet, but recognizes that she was struck because she lowered her guard. If he had used a dagger instead of his fist, she would be dead. She accepts that. She admits she has lost. Silence takes over the arena. It is explained that Zeke Draker, the same one who days ago was called Trash, defeated one of the greatest students of the cradle, Reina Tarun. Meanwhile, far from there, in a burning castle, knights carry bodies and throw them into a gutter. In one of the nearby towers, two people watch the scene. One of them asks how the other can drink tea in a situation like this. The answer comes along with a letter. In it, it is written that Zeke Draker defeated Reina Tarun. The man drinking tea comments that William is always very serious. He asks how much time remains until the blessing ritual. William replies that it will be on the next full moon. The man then stands up and says it is time to visit the family. He has grown curious about what kind of awakening the youngest will have. Even with the entire cradle in shock over the victory, Zeke simply returns to training. 1 month later, on the day of the blessing rite, he is still finishing his training. He reflects that he does not understand how, in his past life, he managed to become a red knight with that body. His skills have evolved considerably since then, but he still has no karma points. He observes how the system works. When a skill progresses from beginner to proficient, and then to expert, once it surpasses expert, the mastery resets to beginner, but at a higher rank. In this way, a skill that was rank E at expert level can become rank D at beginner level. During the duel, he also acquired a new skill called Light Steps. At that moment, someone knocks on the door. Zeke asks what Decker wants. He informs him that they will depart in 2 hours. Zeke replies that it is fine and tells him to prepare everything. Later, he travels by carriage and comments that it has been a long time since he set foot in the main state. The main state belongs to the Drager family and is located within the Duchy of Troy. Although the central residence of the family is in the Fortress of the Four Seasons, at the heart of the continent, the blessing rite must be performed at the original estate, where the legend of the Dragon Slayer began. When he steps down from the carriage, Zeke finds himself at the main state of the Drager family, known as the Dragon's Nest. All the cadets enter the main residence. Zeke looks around and notices something he had never paid attention to before. Many of the spectators there are famous figures, people who appear in newspapers. He is certain that his own family sent informants to observe him. Whatever their intentions might be, if he fails to awaken, he knows they will not ignore him. Then he feels something strange and wonders why that bastard is there. An important figure arrives and asks what brought him to the blessing rite. He replies that it is nothing special, just curiosity. Soon he mentions that his dear younger brother is also present. It is the second son of the Drager family, the Lion Blade, Abel Drager. Abel spots Zeke and comments that there he is. Zeke immediately recognizes the Butcher Knight, Abel. He takes a deep breath and tries to calm himself. There is nothing he can do at that moment. Even so, something bothers him. In his past life, Abel did not attend his blessing rite. His actions had changed the future, and that made him tremble with nerves, because he had no idea what could happen from that point on. At that moment, they announced that the blessing rite will begin. The first name called is Aaron, probably in alphabetical order. He prepares himself, walks to the statue, and plunges his hand into the water where there is a needle at the bottom. When the needle pierces his skin, and his blood comes into contact with the water, a powerful magic begins to emanate. That energy runs through his veins, taking over his entire body. After a great flash and a storm of magic, it is explained that during the blessing rite, all draggers awaken their sealed aura when they graduate from the cradle at 12 years of age. Unlike the common knights of that world, who awaken at 20, the draggers are far ahead. Right after Aaron, the instructor calls the next name. Even among the draggers, there are rare cases in which, beyond the common aura, a person awakens a dragon slayer trait called mana inhibition. Suddenly, red lights begin to appear throughout the hall. It is explained that those who possess mana inhibition can become at least as strong as yellow knights, and some even reach the level of red or black knights. They undergo a pure blood awakening, and the instructor asks for the special gloves to be brought. Because of mana inhibition, these individuals must wear gloves made by the Drager family in order to live normally. Reina puts on her gloves, and it is explained that when someone proves to be pure blood, they officially receive the Drager name, along with full support from the family and various benefits. Everyone is impressed. Finally, someone like that has appeared, and it was clear that Reina would succeed. Then they call Zeke. He thinks that he did not expect to stand before that cursed statue again. In his past life, that moment had been terrible. The blessing rite had been the only thing that helped him pass through the cradle, but he received a disgraceful title. This time, however, it was different. He could heal himself, he could manipulate his own ether, and he had not given up even once in the cradle. He wanted the statue to show him mercy this time. When he plunges his hand into the water and is pierced by the needle, the statue begins to tremble. Suddenly, everything stops. The entire hall is confused, because that had never happened before. Zeke grows irritated, pulls his hand out of the water, and thinks he became too confident because of that idiot behind him. People begin to murmur, saying he failed and that he is a disgrace. He thinks people remain the same, but that does not change much for him, because he has already gone through this before. Suddenly, the system communicates with Zeke, apologizing for a delay in processing. The message had arrived late. The system informs him that it found missing data in the identification terminal. Now that his class information has been inserted, the registration is complete. The terminal identifies his healer ability and reveals that he obtained the title of a rare class. Zeke is unsure whether that is serious. Then he looks back and sees a red light emerging. The hall realizes that it is a pure blood awakening. Only Zeke can see the system screens, which inform him that a connection has been made with the terminal and that the blessing of the ancient dragon has been activated. The light changes from red to gold. Abel says nothing, only observes. The system announces that the battle blood has awakened, and because of his rare and exceptional talents, a new class has been created for him, the unique class Immortal. Everyone wonders what that golden light is, because they have never seen anything like it. Zeke knows what it means, but decides to say nothing so as not to raise suspicion, since it could be used against him. Some think the statue broke or that there was an error in the rite. At that moment, Abel claps his hands to draw attention and questions why everyone looks so serious. Since 2 pure bloods awakened in that rite, that should be a reason to celebrate. The crowd agrees and begins to applaud, even while nervous in Abel's presence. He asks what they are waiting for, and says he will arrange gloves for Zeke. Zeke himself notices that the gloves are heavy. They call the next name for the rite, and Abel appears satisfied with what happened. But Zeke realizes that his intentions are obvious. Even so, depending on Abel's help makes him feel like trash. The instructor then announces the end of the blessing rite, and tells everyone to enjoy the celebration that will follow. Zeke thinks he will not attend any celebration, because he intends to train. Before he leaves, someone calls his attention. He did not expect Abel to do that. Abel asks where he is going, if the celebration has not even started, and congratulates him on the pure blood awakening. He extends his hand to shake. Zeke decides he will play along for now, but when he remembers his past life, he hesitates and does not take the hand. Abel comments that this is strange behavior from him. Even so, Zeke thinks that even if it were to save his own skin, he would never shake hands with that scum. Abel says he truly has no manners, and that he will settle for simply seeing his face. He lightly pats Zeke on the shoulder and says it was good to see him again. As he walks away, Zeke states that yes, they will see each other again. Later at the celebration, people are still commenting in amazement that 2 pure blood awakenings happened in the same rite. That was extremely rare. Even so, amid the excitement, they begin to wonder where Zeke is, but he had already left long ago. In his room, Zeke removes the gloves, throws his coat aside, and complains that he thought he would suffocate in those heavy clothes. Despite that, he admits that the room is well arranged. It is explained that every pure blood possesses the ability called mana inhibition, something that proves their connection to dragons, the source of all mana in the world. The problem is that almost all machines use mana as as fuel, so a pure blood must wear special gloves to live normally without interfering with everything around them. Zeke thinks that if he were a true pure blood, he would be full of problems. Then he opens his status window. Now he has 2 new abilities, Mana Reflection and Muscle Mass Buff. In addition to having received 100 karma points to use draconic abilities, he realizes that everything is very different from his past life. The problem is that he does not have mana inhibition, but mana reflection instead. He sits down and reads carefully. The skill creates a distortion field that nullifies any type of mana nearby. He understands that it is an active ability, not a passive one, which is why the lamps in the hall had not completely failed. His former healer class has now been replaced by a unique class called Immortal. Zeke begins to reflect on what happened. All the regular cadets awakened a blue aura. Only Reina received the red aura of pure blood. His began red but turned gold. The system said information was missing for classification. That means the identification terminal must have been the bronze statue. When the data was inserted, the statue began emitting red light. He finally understands. The statue does not determine someone's aura. It determines the user's class. Red light means rare class. Gold light means unique class. That makes sense because both the statue and the class system are ancient concepts, and since the red light appeared first, no one realized that he, in fact, did not awaken any aura at all. He does not have aura. He has a unique class. Then he remembers the 100 karma points. He is not even sure where they came from, but decides to use them anyway. He unlocks the draconic abilities, and a list appears in front of him. Among the options are Dragon Eyes, Dragon Knight, and Devour. Zeke starts to think carefully. Should he take the Dragon's Eyes and power? The Devour ability only states that it allows him to eat and digest large quantities of food. He does not see much immediate use in that, so he decides to choose something that seems truly useful. He selects Dragon Eyes and Dragon Power. He thinks Dragon Power might be dangerous to use inside the academy, so he activates Dragon Eyes first. At first he is disappointed, because apparently nothing changes, but when he opens the balcony door and looks at the garden, he notices something is different. His vision has become absurdly sharp. The garden looks as if it is practically right in front of him. His visual range has become extremely refined. He admits that this could be very useful. Suddenly another system window appears, asking whether he wants detailed information about the analyzed object. He finds that strange. Then several windows appear, displaying the material and composition of everything around him. The table, the carpet, the candles, the furniture, everything is analyzed. But suddenly he begins to feel unwell. His body becomes heavy, his mind exhausted, as if he has drained too much energy. He wonders if that is normal for a draconic ability. At that moment, the system automatically activates the healing factor and vigor recovery. His body is completely restored. He is surprised, because he had not even intended to use healing. Then he notices something even more important. His abilities are now marked as passive, and their levels have increased. He reads about the healing factor, and understands that his body regenerates automatically. He finds that completely overpowered. In his past life, healing was strong but limited. It could not be used repeatedly, and its effects had restrictions. Now the healing factor seems infinite. He decides to test it. He takes a knife and cuts his own arm, letting the blood flow. Within seconds, the wound disappears as if it had never existed. Zeke takes a deep breath and remembers that the academy takes 5 years to complete. He decides he will finish it in 2. It is then explained about the Drager Academy, the greatest knight academy on the continent, a place where any aspiring warrior would give an arm or a leg to study. Located in the Duchy of Troy, the region is always busy and full of life. Cadets arrive excited, dreaming of glory and prestige. As he walks across the campus passing other students, Zeke realizes something important. High-class students are no different from adults. Everyone there has been trained from an early age to pursue perfection. They are molded to become flawless weapons. When compared to the students from the cradle, it becomes clear that those born into major families have already established strong authority within the academy. Zeke observes all of this and reaches a conclusion. The dragon family is rotting from the inside. Among the numerous branch families that support the transcendent dragon family, there are 3 with the most influence, known as the Great Families: the Tarun family, associated with strength, the Zimmons, associated with wisdom, and the Vardek, associated with gold. Even children from other families naturally recognize the authority of members from these 3. Even so, Zeke decides that none of this is his concern. Later, at the high-class dormitory known as the Platinum Mansion, Zeke approaches and recognizes that it is an impressive place. The Platinum Mansion is fully furnished, has a training room, a library, and several other facilities. Access is restricted to students with high rankings, and even nobles who cannot prove themselves have difficulty entering. Pure blood awakened individuals, however, have a special privilege, an exclusive floor called the Platinum Floor. When Zeke enters, a maid immediately welcomes him, and several attendants offer to escort him to his floor. The number of staff is so large that he even thinks it is excessive. One of the attendants informs him that Mr. Decker is already waiting for him in the room. Upon arriving, Decker greets him and explains that he is there to deliver something. On the table there is a small chest. Inside are new gloves, much lighter and apparently more useful than the previous ones. After receiving the gloves, Zeke decides that he also wants a new sword. Decker considers the decision excellent. Through the window, Zeke observes large mountain ranges and mentally notes that the Duchy of Troya is located near the Mountains of Giants, a region rich in high-quality iron. Weapons made from that metal are called Trojan weapons. Decker offers to find a good blacksmith, but Zeke says it is not necessary since he already has someone in mind and intends to go personally. All Decker needs to do is schedule an appointment. When reading the name on the paper, Galleon Halbert, Decker realizes he has never heard of him, but assures that he will make contact. Before leaving, Decker reminds him that classes begin the next day and advises Zeke to review the documents. Once alone, Zeke begins to analyze the environment. The platinum floor is completely isolated, which gives him the freedom to develop his draconic abilities without interference. At that moment, someone knocks on the door. A maid enters, apologizes for the interruption, and informs him that Miss Reina has invited him to dinner. Even without understanding the reason, Zeke accepts and asks her to guide him. He follows her to the rooftop of the Platinum Mansion and finds himself in a luxurious setting. Reina is seated, surrounded by other people, and welcomes Zeke Draker. She explains that her family is somewhat peculiar and apologizes for the exaggerated reception before dismissing everyone. During dinner, Zeke observes Reina carefully. Known as the Lightning Knight, she controls her own aura using only her abdomen, demonstrating great mastery. It is clear that she is ambitious and wants to become a Purple Knight. Even so, Zeke thinks her swordsmanship is too bound to patterns and believes she is wasting potential. As they talk and eat generously, it becomes evident that Reina has an even greater appetite. After dinner, Reina finally addresses the main topic. She wants to discuss business and proposes that Zeke accept the support of the Tarun family. He reminds her that he is also a pure blood awakened, but Reina argues that despite the benefits they receive, such as the platinum floor, that does not guarantee real growth. According to her, the academy has accumulated centuries of academic and practical knowledge, but without a personal instructor to develop one's abilities, anyone can fall behind. That is why support families are necessary. She mentions Abel Draker, also a pure blood, who was the youngest to achieve the title of White Knight and is now the Black Knight. Even he only reached that level after receiving support from his maternal family, the Zemans. There are rumors that Zeke is not receiving support from his own maternal family, and for that reason Reina reinforces the proposal once more, asking him to accept the support of the Turun family. Zeke refuses. Reina shows surprise and questions the reason, stating that it would not be a bad deal for him. He explains that it is not about advantage or disadvantage, but that he already has everything he needs. In exchange for dinner, Zeke decides to give advice and an important warning. He states that her sword has great strength, but she needs to be more attentive to the men around her, because not all of them are observing only her skill. Zeke tells Reina to listen carefully. He explains that her greatest strength is not in trading blows head-on, or trying to win through brute force. Her true advantage lies in the fluidity that comes from a flexible body. Instead of blocking attacks directly, she should let her opponent's strikes pass lightly, evading naturally, and then respond with a single simple and delicate strike. If she can fight like that, she will grow far more than she is growing now. After that, Zeke stands up, thanks her for dinner, and leaves. As soon as he exits, Reina slams her fist hard against the table. She begins to reflect that the Tarun family has always been focused on strength, and that she was simply following that tradition. It is not as if she is naive or unaware of what is happening, but deep down she knows Zeke is right. She became obsessed with carrying the family name on her shoulders, and in the process ended up becoming just another within their pattern. He simply saw through her. During her childhood, everyone said that Reina was a genius, but the best advice she has ever received came precisely from Zeke Drecker. Now she begins to wonder who he really is. Meanwhile, walking out of the mansion, Zeke reflects on his own changes. All of his class abilities have been adjusted for absurd performance. Even after training all night, he is intact, without any sign of fatigue. This happens because of the new class ability called Infinite Energy. In his past life, he believed that place would be hell itself. Now, as a pure blood awakened, he has money, power, and access to everything he needs. Even so, he does not truly care about those things. Suddenly, a few people approach him, calling his name. It is Owen Zimmons, arriving with his own group. He comments that Zeke is also part of the special class. Owen Zimmons is the third son of the Zimmons family, one of the three great families. In the past, he used to set up situations so others would bully Zeke, but now he is acting friendly. Owen asks if Zeke received the invitation letter for dinner. At that moment, Zeke realizes it was probably the letter left on the table. Owen questions why there was no response. Zeke makes it clear that he sees no reason to reply and asks why he should even bother. Right after that, a large and intimidating man steps forward and demands more respect toward the young master. Zeke asks who he is. The big man laughs and comments that the cradle must not have much information about the outside world. Showing no interest, Zeke says he does not have time for this and begins to walk away. At that moment, the big man tries to attack him. Zeke reacts quickly, blocks and creates distance. He realizes the opponent is a high-level student capable of using basic aura manipulation. The man introduces himself as Durbin Roswell and claims he will teach Zeke some manners because of how he treated his young master. He says he is known as Durbin the Mighty. Zeke finds the nickname amusing and comments that it is curious for a mere cadet to already have a pseudonym. Then he moves at an absurd speed and lands a direct punch to Durbin's stomach. The impact is so strong that Durbin coughs up blood and is thrown backward, crashing to the ground completely defeated. With him down, Zeke asks what the self-proclaimed mighty will do next and tells Owen to hurry and collect his subordinate. Owen walks past Zeke and whispers that he truly enjoys basking in his own glory. After that, the group leaves. Zeke concludes that they are all a joke. Draker Academy is basically divided into two classes. The normal class is for those who do not show exceptional talent, following a strict routine from early morning until late at night, where everything is achieved through effort. The special class, on the other hand, allows students to freely choose their subjects beyond the basic disciplines. That is where the elites gather. Zeke is in the special class, but he feels bored. He already expected it to be like this. Most of the students there are also former Cradle students, which does not change much. Suddenly, a professor enters and asks for silence. He announces that to encourage the freshmen of the special class, someone very special will pay a visit. This man was not only a commander during the Imperial War, but also the hero responsible for stopping the Empire's invasion. The professor then asks everyone to welcome the Academy's rector, Howard Draker. Howard Draker is known as a war hero, a true genius in both strategy and swordsmanship, someone whose presence commands immediate respect throughout the Academy. When Howard Draker finishes his speech, everyone seems impressed, but Zeke thinks the opposite. To him, that man is no hero at all. In fact, he believes Howard leaked information to the enemy during the war, just to secure his own survival. The problem was that the plan failed, and the enemy ended up being defeated anyway. In the end, Howard came out as a hero purely by luck. To Zeke, he is nothing more than a traitorous rat who happened to have fate on his side. Even so, he knows he must be careful. Howard Draker is the rector of the Academy, and can expel him at any moment if things get out of control. In his past life, Zeke lost the only place he still had. After being expelled, he was captured by slave traders and sold to the Southern Cartel. It all began because of that man. Now he decides that this time, he will make Howard pay. After the rector's speech, another professor takes the floor and says that the rector's words must have touched everyone's hearts. Then he tells the students to grab their swords and head to the arena for the next class. It is the special internal arena class. Zeke finds it ironic that even the special class has to begin by learning the basics of killing dragons. He remembers that in his past life, simply because he could not use aura, it took him 2 years to learn what anyone else would learn in 3 months. That alone makes him suspicious that something might go wrong. In the arena, the instructor finally introduces himself. It is the Rose Knight, Andre Drake. He announces that he will teach the basics of killing dragons. Many are impressed because he is far too young to already wear that uniform and hold the position of professor. Zeke knows exactly who he is. Andre, the Rose Knight, is not a pure blood awakened, but he graduated early from both the Academy and Valhalla. He is the kind of genius who appears once every century. That only confirms to Zeke that the level of the special class is truly different. In addition, Andre is known for having a rigid and inflexible personality, and he already begins by ordering everyone to shut up. In absolute silence, Andre orders everyone to draw their swords. When he sees Zeke's weapon, he grows curious and asks what kind of sword he is using. Zeke draws his claymore with flawless speed and technique, and makes it clear that it is simply the sword he chose to use. The answer irritates Andre, who tells Zeke to step into the arena. He questions whether the cadet does not know that he should use a sword suited to his own body. Zeke was already expecting this reaction. He makes a point of showing that he can handle the weapon perfectly, and states that he can even defeat an instructor using that sword. That makes Andre even more irritated. Zeke believes that simply displaying his skills will clarify everything. The instructor tries to intimidate him with pressure, but Zeke activates his resilient mind ability and remains completely immune. Then Andre proposes a challenge. If Zeke's blade touches his body, the cadet will be exempt from punishment for disrespect, and also dismissed from that class. He states that he does not intend to use aura against a mere cadet. Zeke feels excited because he knows Andre's weakness. Even so, he is aware that Abel Dracker might be watching, and drawing too much attention at the Academy is dangerous. He even considers tearing his own clothes and losing on purpose to avoid suspicion. But the moment he advances at absurd speed, Andre blocks the strike with ease. Zeke acknowledges that, as expected from a Blue Knight, it will not be simple. He continues attacking with fast and precise strikes, but all of them are repelled. The other students comment that an official Draugr Knight is on another level. 30 minutes pass, and Andre's clothes remain intact. The duel continues intensely, yet something begins to change. Andre's sword starts to tremble slightly. He begins to wonder what kind of absurd stamina that is. How can a cadet maintain that pace without using aura? The doubt arises whether he might end up losing to a student without resorting to his own aura. Internally, he admits that the existence of pure bloods is unfair. Meanwhile, Zeke notices that Andre's stamina is not as impressive as it should be. In addition, the instructor is suppressing his own aura, which limits him even more. The Dracker mana cultivation method is peculiar. The aura must remain active constantly, while eating, training, and even during sleep. This creates a continuous habit of energy circulation. The Dracker cultivation method demands that aura stay active at all times. It is like maintaining steady breathing. In practice, it is as if Andre is fighting while holding his breath. That naturally reduces his stamina far more than normal. Another one of Zeke's attacks is repelled. He realizes that losing like that would not be fair to him, but he also understands he does not have much choice, so he decides to force Andre to use aura, creating a situation where he will have to activate it without realizing. He needs to push the instructor to an extreme moment. Zeke focuses and advances at an absurd speed, so fast that even Andre is caught off guard for an instant. Using light steps, he creates a true whirlwind of attacks around the instructor. In the middle of the sequence, he activates his own critical strike and aims at Andre's back. At the last second, Andre twists his body and sees the blade approaching. He barely manages to evade and instinctively uses the Dragon Slayer art. Chapter 1, Verse 1, Sky Cleaving Slash. The strike descends with crushing force. Zeke, still wearing a faint smile, blocks it. The impact is brutal. He is thrown back violently, but remains standing. The students are impressed. His sword is practically destroyed, yet he is still on his feet. He comments that it really hurt. The healing factor is already working, repairing the internal damage. Even so, he decides to pretend that he lost consciousness. He falls as if he had fainted. Andre sheaths his sword, turns his back and declares that this cadet does not need to attend class anymore. Then he asks if anyone else wants to try the same thing. Silence takes over the arena. He interprets that as a sufficient answer. Later in the infirmary, Zeke evaluates the situation. The performance was perfect. He did not manage to touch Andre's clothes, but he forced the instructor to use aura after claiming he would not. That means Andre acknowledged the danger he represented. In the end, both of them benefited. Andre maintained his authority, and Zeke gained free time. Even so, he keeps thinking about the final strike. Sky Cleaving Slash is the most basic move of the Dragon Slayers, yet the force was absurd. Still, Zeke is certain he can defeat a Blue Knight. With practically infinite energy and healing, he can sustain any battle. The problem is that this is still not enough to live completely free. To avoid being restricted by anyone, he needs power that places him beyond any control. While he is immersed in those thoughts, a drunken man walks into the infirmary. The man looks at him and comments that he must be Arthur's youngest son. Zeke is startled. The current patriarch of the Drager family is formerly known as Lord Drager, yet this man calls him Arthur, as if he were an old acquaintance. The drunk observes that Zeke's eyes are identical to his father's. Zeke asks who he is, but the man ignores the question and starts talking about the earlier fight. He places the bottle on the table and states that Zeke suffered internal damage when he was struck by Andre, yet healed instantly. He asks how that was possible. For a moment, Zeke wonders if he truly noticed. The resilient mind ability activates immediately. He keeps his expression neutral and says he does not know what the man is talking about. There is no one in the academy who should know about his healing ability. The drunk smiles and asks if he intends to keep pretending to be mysterious. Suddenly, he releases aura and tries to strike Zeke's head. Zeke dodges on reflex. The tension rises. Zeke begins to wonder if this man is an assassin. He grabs the bedsheet and throws it over the drunk's face to gain time. The man laughs and comments that the boy has interesting tricks. Zeke's instincts start screaming. If he does not kill this man now, he might die. He attacks with everything he has, but the man simply raises one hand and stops the attack with absurd ease. Zeke is shocked. The gap in level is obvious. The drunk remarks that, judging by his fighting style, he looks more like a mercenary than a knight. Zeke feels his heart sink. How does he know that? In his past life, he truly was a mercenary. The man removes the sheet from his face, and in a swift motion, takes Zeke's sword. He mocks him, saying that a Draker dropping his own sword and retreating is unexpected. Then he tosses the sword back and states that Zeke would do better as a mercenary than as a knight. Zeke feels something different. Since his master in his previous life, he has not encountered anyone who radiates such pressure. He realizes that this man is, at the very least, a red knight. The drunk continues examining the weapon and questions why someone so talented would be using such a simple sword. The question lingers in the air. At that moment, the infirmary door begins to open. The door opens and Andre steps inside. He looks around and says he finally found the person he was looking for. Zeke finds his presence strange, but soon realizes Andre did not come because of him. At the back of the room stands the so-called drunk, now looking much more sober. Andre addresses him naturally, calling him Gardner Dexter. At that instant, Zeke freezes internally. Gardner? Dexter asks how Andre knew he was there. Andre replies that he had previously passed by the training room and assumed he would find him in the infirmary after the fight. Then Andre turns to Zeke and says that if he has already been treated, he may leave. Before Zeke can open the door, Dexter calls out to him. He says that if he has time, he can stop by the greenhouse where he works. He claims he can teach him something very useful. Silence hangs heavily for a few seconds. Zeke replies that he is not interested. Dexter laughs and comments that his mouth is just like Arthur's, the same personality. At that moment, the pieces begin to fall into place in Zeke's mind. Gardner Dexter. No one strong enough to call the Dracker patriarch Arthur like an old friend would be an ordinary gardener. There is only one person who trained Andre as his sole disciple throughout his life, Duke Dracker, the Wind Knight, one of the Black Knights, someone with enough martial power to destroy a kingdom alone. Zeke remembers that Duke disappeared years ago without leaving a trace. Many believed he had died or isolated himself somewhere unknown. To think that he had been at the academy all this time, hiding in plain sight, is almost absurd. Perhaps Andre came precisely because of him. There is even an old rumor that he received the title of Black Knight simply because he liked the color black, a joke no one dared to repeat out loud. Now, however, he is showing direct interest in Zeke. Even so, receiving basic lessons is not what Zeke wants. If he is going to learn something from Duke, he wants to learn his secret technique, not simple foundational teachings. Later, in theoretical magic class, Professor Fannin is the one teaching. Most of the students are sleeping or clearly bored. The lesson feels out of place in a night academy. When the professor asks a question, no one answers. After a few seconds, only one voice speaks up. It is Zeke, the only one truly paying attention. He not only answers, but answers correctly. Fannin shows immediate interest. From that point on, the class practically turns into a dialogue between the two of them. As time passes, some students begin to question internally why they need to study theoretical magic there. For Zeke, however, the explanation is simple. That lecture is far too easy to understand, and it becomes clear that Fannin is not an ordinary professor. Before Zeke leaves, Fannin calls him. He says nothing is wrong, but comments that it was the first time in a long while that he truly felt like he was teaching someone. If Zeke wants to learn something beyond beyond the standard curriculum, he can look for him in the laboratory. He casually mentions that he was a scholarship student at the Magical University of Delpho. That immediately catches Zeke's attention. The Magical University of Delphoa is practically the nation where magic originated. It is not something trivial. He thanks him with a slight smile. Getting close to a mage is always advantageous. Mages are creative, logical, good with calculations, and they see the world differently. They are often more useful allies than knights. Zeke already concludes that Fanon may be extremely useful in the future. When he steps out onto the campus, he senses a familiar presence. On a nearby bench, lying in a relaxed manner, is Duke in disguise. Still as the gardener Dexter, he asks if the class is already over and why Zeke did not show up at the greenhouse. He questions whether Zeke did not understand that he truly intended to teach him something useful. Once again, Zeke says he is not interested. Duke frowns and asks why. Zeke replies that he knows how talented he is, but he is busy with his own training. Duke laughs and agrees in an exaggerated way, as if accepting the answer. In the very next second, he simply disappears from in front of Zeke and appears behind him. He comments that it was exactly what the boy thought he would say. When Zeke turns around, it is already too late. A quick strike hits the back of his neck, and everything goes dark. When he wakes up, he is surrounded by plants and glass. The smell of damp soil is strong. He is in the greenhouse. Confused, he tries to understand whether he is in the academy's outer greenhouse. Duke's calm voice echoes in the background, asking if the child has finally woken up. Zeke asks if he has been kidnapped. Duke answers without hesitation that yes, he kidnapped him because he is extremely interested in him, and the most worrying part is that he does not even try to hide it. Duke truly has no patience at all. As soon as Zeke wakes up in the greenhouse and understands the situation, he activates light steps and immediately tries to escape, but it is useless. Duke simply appears in front of him as if he is playing. He even says it has turned into a game of tag. No matter where Zeke runs, Duke catches up with absurd ease, as if he is taking a stroll. The difference in level is so great that it is humiliating. When Duke approaches to strike him, Zeke hesitates for a second. He realizes that fighting inside there is disadvantageous. The enclosed environment limits his options. For a brief moment, he thinks that perhaps he should set the greenhouse on fire to create chaos and open space. He needs anything that can break Duke's rhythm. Instead, he decides to buy time by talking. He asks what exactly sparked so much interest in him. Duke answers directly. His wounds healed instantly after Andre's strike. Does he think Zeke does not remember that? Now everything makes sense. That was what caught his attention. Even so, Zeke does not show fear. He fires back that if he is so curious, then he should force him to answer. In the very next second, Duke disappears again. Zeke cannot sense his presence. No sound, no movement. Then suddenly, a sword begins spinning in the air and flies straight toward his head. By reflex, he dodges by mere inches and grabs the blade at the right moment. The impact vibrates through his entire arm. He asks what Duke is trying to do. Duke replies casually that he is simply doing what he was asked to do. He is trying to force him, but then his tone shifts. He says this is far too easy, so he proposes a bet. If Zeke manages to hit any part of his clothing, he will grant him a wish. Any wish. But if Zeke gives up the duel, he will have to reveal everything he is hiding. Now the situation changes completely. It is no longer a chase. It is a game with rules. And Duke is clearly enjoying himself. A long time later, still inside the greenhouse, Duke remains standing in the middle of the place, observing everything around him while trying to understand what kind of child that was. He wondered what Zeke was made of. 3 hours of confrontation had already passed, and it was not as if Zeke had absurd stamina or endless energy. Even so, he kept getting back up. Duke began to consider the possibility that the boy had some kind of practically infinite energy or healing. The more he thought about it, the more interesting he found the situation. Meanwhile, Zeke staggered, clearly at his limit, until his abilities activated once again, and his body was completely restored. He felt the energy return as if he had never fought. In his mind, he could stay there all day if necessary. Then he remembered there was still one ability he had not used, the dragon power. He evaluated the situation and concluded that even against a black knight, that should not be a problem. The two stared at each other intensely. Zeke made it clear that the fight would continue. Duke realized that the look in that boy's eyes was not playful, it was firm and determined. He liked that. Zeke began to gather ether in his body and activated light steps again, advancing with everything he had. Duke thought he was repeating the same attack from before. Compared to the speed of the Turum girl, that was nothing special. Even so, he admired the boy's spirit and determination. For a moment, Duke considered using a bit of aura. At that instant, however, Zeke activated the dragon power. The pressure changed completely. To defend himself, Duke broke Zeke's sword and wondered what had just happened. Taking advantage of the opening, Zeke struck the ground and raised a curtain of smoke. Inside the smoke, it became difficult for Duke to locate Zeke, but it was also not easy for Zeke to find Duke. Even so, with the dragon eye active, Zeke was able to perfectly identify his opponent's position and attack directly. At the moment the strike was about to land, Duke had already noticed the attack and disappeared from his sight. Soon after, a violent gust of wind began to form around Zeke, like a small cyclone. He understood that this must be the secret move that earned Duke the title of Wind Knight. In an instant, Duke appeared behind him. His movement was so light that it seemed as if he were made of wind. Zeke barely managed to react. Without apparent effort, Duke approached and declared that it was a draw. Then he delivered a punch so strong that Zeke spat blood and was thrown far away. The system then warned that Zeke had used his abilities too many times and that his fatigue exceeded tolerable limits. To preserve his body, the system would force forcibly place him into an unconscious state. Sometime later, Zeke woke up in his room. He wondered if it had been Duke who brought him there. As he stretched, he thought he had almost won. Even so, that was to be expected from a Black Knight. He had tried to catch Duke off guard at least once, but among thousands of attacks, he had not managed to land a single hit. Not even the Dragon Eye and the Dragon Power were enough to defeat him. That final technique, the Cyclone One, was certainly his secret move. Zeke concluded that he had fainted from overusing his abilities. Even so, it was worth it, because he managed to observe the secret move. Basically, Duke used movement arts at extremely high speed, sustained by an extremely trained body. That technique was probably what allowed Andre, even with low endurance, to reach the position of Red Knight. He thought it was a shame that he had not managed to learn that move, but he still felt it was worth it. With the Dragon Power, the pressure he generated was enough to make even a Black Knight hesitate. At that moment, a system window appeared, informing him that there was an unread message. When he opened it, he saw that his Light Steps ability had evolved to rank C and transformed into high-speed movement. In addition, his soul had further developed, unlocking new options to spend karma points. Now he could choose between minimap, inventory, and an elemental book of questioning. He had 40 karma points available. Among all the options, the one that caught his attention the most was inventory. Zeke decided to test it. He activated the inventory function and realized he could take any item and store it there. He could also retrieve it whenever he wanted. The occupied space depended on the size and weight of the object, and if he wanted more space, he just needed to spend more karma points. Thinking of an item to test, he picked up his sword. The object was digitized in his own hand. The claymore simply disappeared, and in the inventory an icon of a sword appeared. When he took it out, it was in exactly the same condition, the same size and shape. He concluded that it was not just an ordinary subspace. It was much better. In his past life, he had a subspace, but it was difficult to find anything among so many accumulated items. The inventory was far more organized and practical. After testing the inventory, Zeke began to think that he could still expand that space using more karma points. All of that was already available, even with his status window being low rank. He imagined what it would be like when he reached high rank. The difference must be absurd. At that moment, he decided that perhaps it was time to change his plans. While he was still organizing his thoughts, Decker appeared at the bedroom door, informing him that there was a message for him. The message came from Gardener Dexter. When he read it, Zeke opened a small smile. He had not failed completely. The message said that if he wanted to challenge him again, he should return to the greenhouse. Zeke remembered that at the end of the fight, Duke had called it a draw. He began to think about what that really meant. Maybe it had not been just provocation. Maybe it was recognition. Either way, there was still an opportunity to learn that ability. Before he could think more deeply about it, Decker said there was one more thing. He had found the blacksmith Zeke had mentioned earlier, but the man refused the request. When Zeke asked the reason, Decker explained that the blacksmith said he no longer forged weapons. The next morning, Zeke decided to go personally to the forge. The name of the place was Papnir Breath, and he thought it was a strong name for a forge. When he entered, he found the place completely messy. There were tools scattered around, dust accumulated everywhere, and a man slumped at the reception as if he had given up on everything. It was Galleon. Zeke immediately remembered the sword Radiance Gram, the masterpiece that Galleon had forged for him in his past life as payment for saving his life. It was no wonder he had the title Soul Blacksmith. They said he read the user's soul before creating a weapon, and he truly lived up to that when he forged a sword with the ability Zeke needed most at the time, to transform ether into aura. Now, the best blacksmith on the continent was standing before him, but in a deplorable state. Galleon raised his head and asked who he was. When he realized it was just a boy, he said that was no place for children, and told him to leave. Zeke found it strange, because although Galleon temperament had always been peculiar, that was too extreme. Without wasting time, Zeke grabbed a bucket of water and poured it over his head. Then he threw the bucket aside and asked if he was awake now. After that, he demanded to know why the commission had been refused. Noticing the symbol Zeke carried, Galleon asked if he was a Draker. Soon after, he struck his own head against the counter and apologized for the lack of courtesy. He apologized for the insolence, but stated that he was not accepting commissions. He said that someone like him did not have the right to forge a sword for a Draker. Zeke began to reflect. In his past life, when he met Galleon, he was already the greatest blacksmith on the continent. He never mentioned what kind of life he had lived before that. Maybe he had hidden this shameful past, but waiting 10 years until he recovered was not an option. Meanwhile, Galleon seemed to be losing control, repeating that he could no longer make weapons. Zeke then called him by his full name, Galleon Halbert. The blacksmith apologized again for being dishonorable. Zeke replied that he did not need that and said he wanted to see the weapons he considered failures. Even reluctantly, Galleon led him to the back of the forge. The place was enormous and completely disorganized. There were dozens of weapons stuck in the ground, scattered throughout the yard. Zeke picked one of them up to examine it. Galleon warned him to be careful, because even being a failure, it was still sharp. Zeke began to search for a specific sword, discarding the ones that did not interest him. He realized that the basic quality was still there. Galleon talent had not disappeared. Then he activated his draconic eyes and analyzed the structure of one of the blades more closely. He already suspected what the problem was. He asked if there was something wrong with the brazier. Galleon was surprised and asked how he knew. Zeke explained that he used his own smelting method, mixing different metals to create a lighter alloy. Then he picked up the sword and broke it easily. He said that the metal was indeed lighter, but the durability had been compromised. He explained that in cases like that, the problem usually came from impurities that were not properly removed during the heat treatment. Galleon fell silent, realizing that the boy had not only recognized his method, but had identified the exact flaw and the cause of the decline. After a few seconds, Galleon got Zeke attention and said that the question might seem random, but he wanted to show him something. Later, inside what looked like an office within the forge, he presented a blueprint, a detailed schematic of a project. The two analyzed the drawing in silence. As he looked at it, Zeke realized he was facing Galleon's true secret, something that would only be revealed many years later. The project Galleon showed was the blueprint of the magic brazier. In his past life, he had only revealed it to Zeke after Zeke saved his life. The magic brazier would allow the internal temperature to be freely adjusted, something impossible in ordinary furnaces. After analyzing the schematic, Zeke stated that with that brazier, Galleon forging method would work perfectly. Galleon confirmed it immediately. He had already imagined that Zeke would understand at once. Then Zeke asked why he had not started building it yet. Galleon explained that the main component was a stable source of magical energy, and that to obtain it through the magic tower, he would need to pay 10,000 gold coins. The amount was so high that even Zeke was shocked. He began to think that perhaps in his past life, Galleon had taken 10 years to gather that sum. That made sense. He commented that the price was absurd. That was when Galleon made a proposal. If Zeke, as a pure blood draker, could make the magic brazier viable, he would swear to forge weapons for him free of charge for the rest of his life, regardless of the circumstances. Zeke realized that the proposal was tempting, but complicated. If he were the guardian knight of the family, he might have access to that kind of resource. But even being pure blood, it was impossible to simply obtain 10,000 gold coins of immediate support. Even so, he did not intend to give up on the future Sword of Radiance Graham. If the problem was magical energy, then that needed to be the focus. Suddenly, Zeke had an idea. He picked up the magic brazier schematic and said he accepted the deal. Galleon was incredulous and asked if it was true. Zeke confirmed. He would ask a mage he knew for help and would send a letter when everything was ready. Before leaving, he told Galleon to stop drinking. At that moment, the blacksmith grabbed him emotionally, thanking him repeatedly and swearing to serve him for the rest of his life. Even as he was already getting into the carriage, Zeke could still hear the thanks coming from afar. Later, he headed toward the research buildings of Drager Academy. On the way, he thought about why the fee charged by the magic towers was so high. The structure seemed far too simple to justify that cost. He believed Fanon could help him. That was why he began searching for his laboratory. As he turned into an alley, he remembered the past. In his previous life, it was there that he knelt down, crying and begging Leon not to kill him. Every day he suffered oppression in that place. The memory still weighed heavily. Without realizing it, he passed through the alley with contained anger. Nearby, Leon was venting his frustration on another student. He was still obsessed with the golden reaction he had seen in Zeke. He wondered if Zeke had truly surpassed everyone as pure blood. He tried to convince himself that it was a lie. It must have been luck. That was when someone called out to him in the alley, using a derogatory nickname. Zeke appeared with a serious expression. He gave Leon 3 seconds to put his head on the ground. Everyone around was shocked. Leon asked what he was talking about and stated that Zeke's arrogance, just because he had become pure blood, would end up killing him. Zeke told him to shut up and lower his head. Leon felt a pressure he had never experienced before. Just a few months ago, Zeke was someone he could step on effortlessly. Now, just his presence was enough to make him afraid. Driven by wounded pride, Leon ordered everyone to attack at the same time. Zeke replied that it was not his fault. They were the ones who started it. He dodged the first strike and countered with a direct punch to the attacker face, slamming him into the ground. Others rushed forward, but he moved with precision. He struck one, grabbed another, and threw him into the next. Without difficulty, he took them down one by one with punches, kicks, and direct movements. It was a fast and controlled massacre. Leon stood frozen, desperate. He could not accept that this was the same Zeke he once knew. When Zeke approached him, he said there was no reason to be so afraid. Leon should already understand. The pain would be quick. In panic, Leon drew his sword outside the training arena. Zeke asked if he was sure about what he was doing. Drawing a sword outside the arena had clear consequences. Then he declared that, in the face of the killing intent of Leon Conrad, who had unsheathed his sword outside the sacred training arena, he would respond in the name of honor, and the sentence for that was death. According to Academy rules, when someone unsheathed a sword outside the sacred arena with killing intent, the opponent bore no responsibility for what happened afterward. Zeke made it clear that Liam Stone would be the witness. The punishment would proceed. As soon as he understood the seriousness of the situation, Leon fell to his knees. He began to apologize, begging to survive. He pleaded for mercy repeatedly. As he walked closer, Zeke remembered that in his past life, he had been the one kneeling in that same alley, saying those exact words. Without hesitation, he stepped forward and made a swift cut toward Leon. He said that this time, he would only take an ear as payment. The blade passed, and the ear fell to the ground. Leon began to scream and cry, desperate at having lost part of his own body. Zeke warned that if that ear was reattached when they met again in the future, the next thing rolling on the ground would not be an ear, but a head. Then he pressed Leon's head against the ground, making the threat perfectly clear. The student who had been attacked earlier stood up and asked why Zeke helped him. Zeke answered that he was not helping him. Deep down, he felt he was helping his past self. He even wondered if that softer side came from Galleon influence. He almost said something embarrassing out loud, but held himself back. A few moments later, he was already in Professor Fanon's laboratory. After analyzing the magic brazier schematic, Fanon went straight to the point. He said it was possible to build it. Zeke became attentive, ready to leave everything in his hands, but the professor asked him to listen to the explanation first. The general structure was simple, just as Zeke had said. The real problem was the core responsible for generating energy. The core was the heart of the machine. Even though it was small, it required an absurd amount of energy and had to allow immediate adjustment of output without delay. There was no precedent for something like that. When Zeke asked if it was still possible, Fanon replied that yes it was, but with conditions. There were two options. The first would be to completely redesign the core. That would take at least a decade. When he heard that, Zeke became tense. 10 years was far too long. The second option would be to abandon the production of a traditional core and use an alternative material as an energy source. That would save time, but it would require a highly compressed mana stone. Zeke recognized the term immediately. It was an artifact that could not be manufactured even with current technology. Fanon confirmed it. Relics of that kind were rare, and finding one capable of supporting that design would cost around 3,000 gold coins. Zeke began to weigh the options. He was already at risk of being expelled from the academy if they discovered that he could not truly use aura. 10 years was impossible, but 3,000 gold coins was also an absurd amount. He thought about the sword Graham, the radiance. Maybe he would have to give it up. Most people believed he was an aura user because of the golden reaction during the blessing ritual, but that had only been an interaction between ether and healing. The truth was that Zeke still did not possess aura. Ether was difficult for humans to control. Aside from the soul spirit ability his master had taught him, he had no access to techniques that required aura. Even with that ability, he could only reinforce and stabilize his own body. Compared to ether, aura was easier to use and far more versatile. That was why he needed the sword Graham to convert ether into aura. He began to wonder how he would obtain a highly compressed mana stone. At that moment, Fanon commented that whoever had created that design was a true genius. The project was extremely efficient. It would have been difficult even during the era of golden relics. When he heard that, something clicked in Zeke's mind. He suddenly stood up and told Fanon to take care of the design because he would return soon. The professor asked if he truly expected the project to be completed in 10 years. Zeke replied that he did not. He said he would bring a highly compressed mana stone. The golden era was the period that began after the War of Liberation, when humanity fought to free itself from the rule of the dragons. The conflict ended with the evil dragon Bahamut being defeated by Tarakan Draker. That victory granted humanity an entire century of peace. During that period, many ancient relics were discovered in the dragon's lair. They were remnants of the era of the Hero King, considered the main era of magic. All the relics and techniques discovered at that time strengthened magic so greatly that it ended up surpassing modern standards. Among those artifacts was the highly compressed mana stone, capable of sustaining the magical needs of an entire village on its own. It was a relic from the era of the Hero King. Later, in the central library of the Drager Academy, it was explained that although it was almost never used, the library continued to be maintained because it was believed to have been founded by Tarakane himself. During the expansion of the Records Hall, relics from the Golden Era were discovered, which drew the attention of the Magic Tower, and even the Archmage of Nirvana. Within a few months, several relics began to emerge. However, all of that would only happen 10 years later. At that moment, the one inside the Records Hall was Zeke. He knew that no one had yet discovered that secret. As he examined the place, he thought that he could search all day and still find nothing visible to the naked eye. So he decided to activate his Draconic Eye. With the ability active, the search became much simpler. After some time, he noticed something different on the floor. One of the tiles seemed slightly distinct from the others. When he tapped it a few times, he realized the sound was hollow. Without wasting time, he used Soul Spirit to cut the tile. He remembered that this was the only practical application he had learned from his master. Since ether could materialize according to the user's will, it was possible to apply specific properties such as cutting and adapt the technique to different situations. The problem was the high ether consumption. Any action required an enormous amount of energy. Zeke immediately felt his body grow heavy and realized that he still did not have enough control to use that ability easily. Even so, he managed to cut the tile and jumped into the opening, closing the passage right afterward. Down below, he lit a torch and was surprised by the depth and extent of the place. The space was much larger than he had imagined. As he walked through the underground tunnel, he heard a strange noise. Instinctively, he hid and began to wonder who else might have found that place besides him. As he carefully peeked ahead, he saw that they were two skeletons. One carried a shovel and the other a pickaxe. That indicated they had not been created by a lich. They were the bodies of ordinary people who had died naturally and were later reanimated through dark magic. Without hesitation, Zeke eliminated both of them quickly. The second was defeated with a particularly elegant strike. Immediately afterward, a system window appeared before him, informing him that for defeating two skeletons, he had received 2 karma points. Only then did he remember that he gained karma by killing monsters. Realizing that this was a great opportunity, he decided to take advantage of it to accumulate points. He advanced through the corridors, defeating skeleton after skeleton. With each enemy defeated, he gained another point. After eliminating 20 skeletons, he had accumulated 40 karma points. He began analyzing the available options. The beginner book cost 45 points. The minimap cost 20. The devour ability required 50. At the moment, he could only afford the minimap. Without thinking twice, he made the purchase. The system informed him that the minimap had been activated. Immediately, the entire layout of the place appeared before him. The map was similar to a traditional magical map, but with one important difference. The system converted the view from 2 dimensions into 3, creating what was essentially a detailed hologram of the environment. While analyzing the projection, Zeke noticed that one of the rooms was marked with a different color. When he selected the point, the system asked if he wanted to trace a route to the location marked as storage. He accepted, and the path to the destination appeared clearly drawn in front of him. With that, he knew he would never get lost there again. Sometime later, he reached the indicated location. In front of him stood a large door. He already suspected that simply pulling it would accomplish nothing. When he kept his hand against it for longer, the door reacted with magic. It became clear that it was protected by a security spell. He concluded that this was probably why the Archmage of Nirvana had become involved in the matter 10 years later. If he had not been wearing special gloves, he might have lost his hand upon touching the door. He realized he would not be able to break through the spell alone and decided to consult the system. The system informed him that it would attempt to connect him to the security mechanism. There was an attempt to deactivate the spell, but it failed. The alternative would be to activate the device manually. Surprised, Zeke began to wonder whether the system was truly responding directly to him. The system confirmed that it was, and addressed him as Administrator Zeke Drake. At that moment, Zeke realized that he could communicate directly with the system. He seized the opportunity and asked a question that had been tormenting him from the beginning. He wanted to know why he had regressed in time. The system responded that it could not provide that information. He then asked what it meant to be the administrator of the system. Once again, the answer was negative. He also received no explanation about who had created the system itself. In the end, Zeke concluded that the system simply refused to answer any truly important question. Zeke decided to stop insisting on useless questions and get straight to the point. He thought that it was enough and that the system could simply open the door for him. The system confirmed the administrator request, and the door to the storage chamber of the Tomb of the Dragon Slayer was released. The massive doors began to open with a heavy metallic sound that echoed throughout the corridor. When Zeke looked inside, he was stunned by the size of the place. The hall was enormous, and nearly the entire space was filled with chests. He began to wonder if all of them were treasure chests. Treasure chests, as the name suggested, were containers that held relics and extremely valuable items. Finding even a single chest containing a relic was considered almost a miracle, and there were dozens of them there. Without wasting time, Zeke opened one of the chests. When he saw its contents, he became excited. There were too many rewards inside. He decided that he would take everything he could carry and was already thinking about giving part of it to Fanon later. Among the items, he found 4 highly compressed mana stones. To store everything, he began spending points to increase the size of his own inventory. He kept expanding the internal space until he could store the most important relics. He was already planning to return regularly until he graduated from the academy, taking advantage of that hidden treasure. After gathering a large number of items, he concluded that for now it was enough. That was when he felt a strange pressure. It was as if a dark presence was spreading throughout the room. The air felt heavier. Zeke realized something was wrong. When he placed his hand against the wall, he felt a current of magic run through his arm. The next instant, several magic circles appeared around his body. Before he could react, he was trapped by the magical formations and teleported elsewhere. When he regained his senses, he was already in a new environment. He asked the system where he was, and received the answer that this place was the home of the Dragon Slayer. That left him confused, because he did not remember any old records mentioning a room full of coffins in that location. He activated the minimap again, and realized he was not that far from where he had been before. However, there was no visible path connecting the 2 points. That indicated it was likely a hidden area, perhaps a space where no one had ever set foot. Determined to explore, Zeke opened one of the coffins and found a suit of armor. The system informed him that it was exclusive Dragon Slayer equipment. The armor looked somewhat worn, but considering how much time had passed, it was in excellent condition. He concluded that the item was certainly from the Golden Era. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a specific compartment in the armor. Not wanting to waste the opportunity, he took a compressed mana stone and installed it into the equipment. As soon as he did, the set began to activate. At first, Zeke felt anxious and excited. However, when the armor stood up on its own, it began to move uncontrollably, swaying from side to side as if it had gone mad. He did not understand what was happening. Suddenly, a large explosion filled the area. The system informed him that an overload had occurred and warned that an explosion was about to happen, recommending that he take cover. But the explosion had already taken place. The system then issued an apology. With the mana stone still in his hand, Zeke began to reflect. Perhaps those stones were the original power source of that type of equipment. He also wondered what kind of technology required such an absurd amount of energy to function. He decided that later he would ask Fanon about it. After the incident, he continued exploring the place. He went through every room, collecting whatever he considered useful. In the last chamber, however, there was only a single object. It was a glass cube, carefully preserved. When he approached, the system displayed a message that left him completely stunned. Before him was the legacy of Tarakan Draker. Inside the cube was the cursed heart of the dragon, Bahamut. Zeke was speechless. He began to wonder whether the hero had kept it as a trophy or as some kind of macabre gift. That discovery also explained the strange sensation he had felt earlier in the storage chamber. Even so, the energy emanating from the heart was far more intense and disturbing. The system then informed him that the cursed heart of Bahamut was reacting to the administrator. A shadow began to form around the cube. The dark presence seemed conscious. A voice arose in Zeke's mind, claiming that it was listening to him, that it understood him, and that it would kill them all. For a moment, his perception became blurred. The system reacted actively effectively to stabilize his mind, and he returned to reality. Confused, he began to wonder who exactly that presence wanted to kill, and for what reason. Then he realized something even worse. His draconic eye was being contaminated by that shadow. Dark energy began to spread, forming a vortex that enveloped the entire room and closed in around him. When the heart began to shine intensely, the system displayed an urgent mission. That was the trial of Terracon Drakkar. To survive, Zeke needed to defeat the curse of Bahamut's heart. He had no immediate reaction to the urgent mission. When he tried to activate Resilient Mind again, the ability failed. In the next instant, he was consumed by an overwhelming murderous instinct. It was as if something inside him was screaming to kill everything around him. The pressure kept increasing until he ended up smashing his head against the glass cube. Even under that influence, he gave a small smile and mentally told the voice to shut up. That presence was far too irritating. He began to question whether what it wanted was freedom. In response, he thought that freedom had to be earned. Driven by a decisive impulse, Zeke shattered the glass cube that contained the heart. At that very moment, the system informed him that the curse of the Heart of Lightning had been defeated and that the urgent mission was complete. He thought it could have ended much worse. He had believed his ability had completely failed at that critical moment, but he realized he was still being healed by his own regenerative capabilities. Then the system announced something unexpected. He was beginning to absorb Bahamut's heart. A beam of light shot out from the heart and pierced directly through Zeke's chest. The pain was immediate and intense. He could barely comprehend what was happening. This was not ordinary energy. It was pure and extremely dense mana, forcibly entering his body. He realized that his body would not withstand such an absurd amount of power. The mana was destroying his organs from the inside out. He needed to act quickly. Desperate, he began gathering ether throughout his body and activated Soul Spirit. The idea was simple and reckless. He would use ether to wrap around that overwhelming mana and seal it within an isolated space inside himself, as if creating a sealed void to contain the energy. The moment he tried to complete the process, a gigantic explosion engulfed the room. When the smoke began to dissipate, a massive crater had formed in the area. Despite the unbearable pain and the destruction around him, Zeke was still standing. With difficulty, he concluded that he had survived. On his chest, only a dragon-shaped mark remained. Bahamut's heart had disappeared. As he examined his reflection in a shard of broken glass, he clearly saw the seal marked on his skin. The system confirmed that he had successfully absorbed Bahamut's heart. His body constitution had changed to divine body. However, in his current state, he could only control 5% of the power he had sealed with ether. In addition, he gained the right to open Terracon's library. He could barely process all of it. Too much information was appearing at once. He decided he would read everything calmly later, but first he wanted at least to review the main window. The system mentioned the gift of Terracon's death, and before he could properly react, the process began. Zeke's reaction was pure shock. He was completely speechless. Later, back at the Platinum Mansion, he organized everything he had taken from the storage chamber. When he opened his status window, he noticed that his title had changed. He was no longer only the one who had received the blessing of the ancient dragon. Now he was also recognized as the direct descendant of Terracan Drake. He had obtained the authority of draconic control and the divine body constitution. Several new abilities were added, including the draconic ability Enchantment, which allowed him to infuse power into his own words. Even so, Zeke realized that enchantment could only be fully used once he became stronger. The authority ability granted control over the dragon species. Dragons under his authority could be summoned and would obey his commands. The divine body allowed his organism to function at the highest possible level, drastically increasing his combat learning rate and the efficiency of ether transfer. Despite those descriptions, he felt that he still did not fully understand what all of it truly meant in practice. So he remembered the window related to Terracon's gift and asked the system to display it again. The information indicated access to Terracon's secret library. The system asked if he wanted to trace a route to the corresponding region. Upon viewing the map, Zeke realized that the indicated location was inside Valhalla Academy. Valhalla Academy was one of the most prestigious institutions for knight training. According to the system, individuals who were not administrators would not even be able to see its true structure, much less enter it. He concluded that under the current circumstances, it would be practically impossible to enter Valhalla. Besides, it was not even part of his immediate plans. However, if Terracon's gift was connected to that place, it might be necessary to reconsider. In the end, it seemed that he would have to remain involved with that cursed bloodline. With that thought, Zeke opened the beginner mission book and began planning his next steps. The system announces that the tutorial for low-level administrator will begin soon, and that after it ends, new missions will be released to encourage his growth. Each completed mission will grant a specific reward. Zeke thinks that it sounds a lot like guild or mercenary missions, but he is still confused about what exactly this so-called tutorial is. Suddenly, the system announces the start of the tutorial, and a kind of hologram begins to form around him. Within seconds, he finds himself inside a completely isolated and dark virtual space. For a moment, Zeke wonders if he has been teleported again like before, but he quickly realizes that he did not move. It is as if the entire surrounding area had been altered. In that empty environment, 3 enormous orcs appear before him, clearly ready to kill him. Soon after, a message appears, informing him that he has 60 minutes to defeat the monsters. Zeke understands that this is part of the current mission, and that the tutorial is creating a practical situation for him to use the system to his advantage. Without wasting time, the 3 orcs attack at the same time and cause a massive explosion. Even so, Zeke uses his light steps and executes continuous precise slashes. He literally tears the orcs apart in seconds, as if he were chopping ingredients for cooking. While fighting, he notices that his claymore feels much lighter than before. He suspects that this is the result of his divine body, and concludes that, in that state, he could easily defeat a purple knight. Right after the victory, the system informs him that the tutorial has been completed. The virtual space disappears, and everything returns to normal. Zeke is impressed to already be back, and begins to consider that it might have been some kind of illusion. Even so, everything felt extremely real. The system then informs him that he has received an excellent reward for completing the mission quickly, and grants him 40 points. Zeke starts exploring the options, and discovers that there is a huge catalog of items. He is surprised to realize that there are relics there that would be worth a fortune in the real world, and thinks about the possibility of reselling them to make money. The inventory confirms that it is possible to sell items through the system itself, but the basic training claymore cannot be sold. He also notices that the relics he owns can be sold, but for a much lower value than expected. Faced with that, he decides to close the window, and only use that option as a last resort. Tired, he stretches and concludes that it has been an excessively long day, and that he needs to rest. Later, already at the Academy Research Center, Fanon asks if he really managed to obtain a highly compressed stone and how he did it. Zeke replies that it is a complicated story, and prefers to leave the matter aside, asking how long the process will take. Fanon informs him that it is already finished, which surprises Zeke. Even so, Fanon comments that what is truly impressive is that he managed to bring that stone. While analyzing the object, Fanon explains that all stones found on the continent usually have old records identifying their owners. However, that one does not have any registration number. That means it is impossible to determine its origin. Zeke understands that this may raise suspicion, but the truth is that there is no record because he was the first to find it. He knows that Fanon is extremely intelligent, and that it is natural for him to be suspicious. After the registration is confirmed, Zeke asks if they can leave. Fanon shows surprise at realizing that he already knew about the inscription. Soon after, the two head to Galleon's forge. At the forge, Galleon activates the machine surrounded by several magic circles, while the magic brazier begins releasing an enormous amount of energy. Just seeing it operating makes him emotional. Everyone around celebrates, and even Fanon applauds. Shortly after, he says goodbye and congratulates the group on their success. Galleon expresses his deep gratitude. He admits that he never imagined he would complete the magic brazier in his lifetime, and thanks Zeke for the opportunity. Zeke makes it clear that it was only an agreement, and that there is no reason for thanks, but he makes sure to remind him of the agreed condition. Galleon states that he is a man of his word, and that he has not forgotten. Then Zeke reveals that he wants to forge a sword using the material he brought. Galleon is shocked when he sees the fang and asks if it is from a dragon. The system confirms that it is specifically the fang of the dragon Bahamut. Galleon says he has never seen a fang of that size, and in such condition, and questions where he obtained it. Zeke remembers that it was Tarakan's death gift, the fang of Bahamut, but only says that it is a complicated story. When he notices Galleon's reaction, he sees that he is trembling with emotion. For a blacksmith, completing a magic brazier would already be the peak of a lifetime, but now he also has the chance to forge a sword using the fang of a legendary dragon. Determined, Galleon Halbert declares that he will exceed all expectations, and that he will create this sword even if it costs his life. Upon hearing that, Zeke recalls that he made the exact same oath in his past life. When he saved his life in the past, Zeke had already seen that same oath leave Galleon's mouth. Remembering this, he realizes that the blacksmith remains exactly the same. That makes Zeke give a slight smile and decide to leave everything in his hands. Deep down, he becomes curious about what kind of sword he will receive this time, and feels a growing anxiety just imagining the result. Back in his room at the Platinum Mansion, Zeke thinks that he had to go through far too much just to forge a sword. While resting, he remembers the duel he had with the Duke. It has already been a week since he received the note, and he has the feeling that something will happen sooner or later, as if fate wanted to prove it. The Duke suddenly appears inside his room and questions why he did not go there. Even while trying to maintain his composure, Zeke feels his body tremble. The Duke demands that he tell the truth. Zeke responds by saying that it was the Duke himself who stated that he should only show up if he wanted to challenge him again, and since he had no such intention, he saw no reason to go. Impatient, the Duke approaches, grabs Zeke by the collar, and demands the truth again. Then he simply throws him out of the dormitory window. As he falls, Zeke thinks the height is too great, and that he will be smashed against the ground. At the last second, he manages to grab onto the balcony to try to escape, but the Duke appears again, and grabs him by the neck. The Duke asks if he truly has no intention of challenging him again, making it clear that he knows very well what Zeke's real intentions are. He also shows that he realized Zeke ignored the note on purpose, which deeply irritated him. Then he starts counting to 5, and warns that he had better tell the truth before time runs out. Even under pressure, Zeke keeps his sarcasm and provokes the Duke, reminding him that he never revealed his true identity, and questioning whether he is really just Dexter the gardener. The Duke smiles faintly and throws him back into the room. Then he confirms that Zeke is right, and reveals that he was once a Black Knight of the Drake family, known as Duke Drake. Faced with that, Zeke Drake adopts a formal tone and apologizes for any disrespect toward a member of the family, and an honorable Black Knight. The Duke suspects that all of this was already planned by him. Zeke in turn questions the fact that he said he was once a Black Knight, implying that he no longer is. The Duke confirms it, but makes it clear that this does not matter now. Curious, Zeke comments that he knew it was possible to rise in rank, but he never imagined that someone could fall. The Duke sits down and tells him to stop with the provocations. Despite his firm posture, he is visibly trembling, whether from irritation or emotion. Noticing this, Zeke decides that since the Duke revealed the truth, he will also admit his intention. The Duke had already deduced that Zeke knew his identity, and asks if he provoked him precisely to become his apprentice. Zeke confirms without hesitation. Even impressed by his boldness, the Duke accepts and declares that he will take him as his apprentice. The ease of the answer surprises Zeke, who quickly formalizes the request before the Duke changes his mind. He delivers a speech full of old formalities, declaring his desire to become the apprentice of Duke Drake. The Duke finds it exaggerated and comments that no one uses that kind of vow anymore. Zeke insists that culture is necessary to preserve the virtue of a knight. The Duke calls him a snake, and Zeke accepts it as if it were a compliment. Even with the situation resolved, Zeke wants to know the real reason behind the decision. He knows that the Duke is famous for never accepting apprentices, except for Andre, the so-called genius of the century. Even so, he accepted him with unexpected ease. For a moment, Zeke even imagines that perhaps his potential has surpassed that of Andre. The Duke asks what he thinks motivated the choice. Zeke jokes that maybe it is because he is the genius of the family. The Duke replies that he needs to control that confidence, and states that if it were only about talent, he would have chosen Reina. He explains that he liked Zeke's tenacity, because talent is not the only requirement to become a red or black knight. According to the Duke, highly talented people rarely face hardships early in life, and therefore end up collapsing at the first great adversity. Zeke recognizes that this is true. Many geniuses praised as future red knights failed to reach that level, and remain stuck as blue knights. Ending the conversation, the Duke stands up and says that there has been enough talk. He orders his new apprentice to follow him for the first lesson. The two then walk to the gym located inside the greenhouse, where the real training will begin. Already in the underground gym of the greenhouse, Zeke comments that he had never heard of the existence of an arena down there. While running without stopping, he wonders what exactly the Duke intends to do with him in that place. He has already been running in circles for 3 hours, and the Duke has not explained anything. Suddenly, the Duke tells him to stop. Out of breath, Zeke asks if he does not need to continue running. The Duke says he wants to ask a question. In a provocative tone, Zeke asks what the little master wants to know. At that exact moment, the Duke appears behind him like a ghost, and says it is nothing special. He tries to grab Zeke's hands, but he reacts quickly, prevents the contact, and moves several meters away. The Duke observes the reaction and asks what the problem is with checking his pulse. Zeke realizes that it is not an attack, it is an investigation. The Duke then admits that from the beginning he felt something strange about him, mainly because of the way he healed and his performance during the duel inside the greenhouse. He remembers that Zeke ran 500 laps in the gym without releasing a single drop of aura. The Duke then directly asks if he cannot use aura. He comments that he was also present when the bronze statue shone with a golden light never seen before. Then he approaches again and insists on knowing why Zeke avoids letting him analyze his pulse. At that moment, Zeke understands that the Duke is not suspicious of anything specific. He is simply curious. He realizes that he was lucky it was the Duke who noticed this, and not someone else who might investigate more deeply. He decides that it is not worth lying. Just like in his past life, he is the only one in the family who failed to awaken aura. Calmly, Zeke removes his gloves and confirms that his master is right. He activates mana reflection, causing the entire environment to darken completely. He explains that he possesses mana reflection, which proves that he is pure blood, but that he truly cannot use aura. He believes that this truth is enough to cover any other lie. Then he apologizes for not telling him earlier. He says that if people discover he is a Drake who cannot use aura, he will be crushed by the expectations of the family. He pretends to be frightened and even simulates a convincing cry. After that, he puts his gloves back on, lighting up the gym again, and asks what is wrong with him. The Duke stares at him in silence for a few seconds. He thinks that in the end, a child is still a child. Even so, he acknowledges that it is strange for someone who went through the blessing rite to not possess aura. While analyzing Zeke's pulse, he finds nothing abnormal. The blessing rite is absolute among the Drakes, so the situation makes no sense. After reflecting, the Duke reaches a conclusion. He states that Zeke is an irregular. Zeke was already expecting something like that. For someone who does not know the concept of classes, that would be the most logical explanation. The Duke explains that irregulars are people with anomalous abilities, such as using aura and mana at the same time, or even foreseeing the future. Because of that, they are usually viewed poorly and treated with caution. He advises Zeke not to tell anyone about this. Curious, Zeke asks why his master thinks he is an irregular. The Duke replies that he has absurd resistance and regeneration. Even minor wounds normally take time to heal, but in Zeke's body almost everything recovers instantly. In addition, he demonstrates practically infinite stamina. The Duke then asks what he thinks that energy is. After that, he presents his theory. He believes it is aura, but that Zeke constantly consumes it to sustain his resistance and regeneration. As a result, almost no aura is left for him to feel or use in a sword. For Zeke, that explanation is surprisingly plausible. He asks if that means he will never be able to use aura or meet his master's expectations. The Duke replies that there is no reason for despair. The wind art he masters does not depend on aura. He explains that a special art is a technique personally developed by a high-ranking knight, usually an application of the dragon-slaying technique, which normally uses aura. However, his wind art depends only on an extremely well-trained body. To demonstrate, he asks Zeke to observe carefully. naturally. In the next instant, he launches forward like a rocket. Zeke tries to follow with his eyes, but the Duke appears and disappears at intervals so short that they resemble blinks. In just a few seconds, he returns exactly to the starting point. The Duke asks if he managed to see anything. Zeke states that he can follow his steps. The Duke asks if he needs to repeat the demonstration, and Zeke replies that it is not necessary. That was more than enough for Zeke to understand the foundation of the technique. The Duke comments that his confidence truly resembles that of a Black Knight. Without wasting time, Zeke prepares to try to replicate the movement. He stomps hard on the ground, leaving the imprint of his foot carved into the stone, and executes exactly what he saw. His body shoots forward, appearing and disappearing within the field of vision, just as the Duke had done seconds earlier. As he moves, Zeke notices something different. By directly imitating the Duke's steps, he begins to see details he could not grasp before. Each movement is not just raw speed, it is as if he were dueling an invisible enemy. Every step serves to attack, evade, create distance, or close it. There is no waste. Every displacement has a clear purpose behind it. When he finally stops, the Duke remains silent for a few seconds, clearly impressed. In his mind, it makes no sense that that boy was blessed only a week ago. He wonders what happened during that short period. The difference between the previous Zeke and the current one is like heaven and earth. To the Duke, that brat is practically perfect. Without losing his boldness, Zeke asks if that is already enough to become a Black Knight. The Duke immediately grabs him and calls him a little arrogant brat. Even so, there is a certain hidden pride in his reaction. Zeke takes the opportunity to ask if his master will not spread that information to anyone. The Duke replies that he will only keep it a secret if he shows proper respect to his own master. A month passes since the beginning of the training. In the academy dining hall, Zeke serves himself a true banquet. His appetite has increased greatly because of the intense training. While eating, he notices someone approaching. It is Andre, asking for a few minutes to talk. Zeke allows it, saying he can speak while he eats. Andre sits down and asks how he managed to convince Dexter to accept him as an apprentice. Zeke understands that at this point, Andre has not yet become the Duke's disciple, which explains his anxiety. He replies that he did nothing special, and that Dexter simply decided to accept him. Andre stares at him, and suggests that it must have been because he is pure blood. At that moment, Zeke sets his utensils down on the table, and says that sounds like an inferiority complex. Andre, visibly bothered, asks if that is all he has to say. Zeke explains that pure blood may have been a factor, but he does not believe the Duke is someone who only cares about that. What truly drew attention was the potential he demonstrated through his own abilities. He advises Andre to stop focusing on that kind of thinking, and to strengthen himself instead of assuming that pure blood automatically makes someone superior. Sometime later, in the underground arena of the greenhouse, someone is running while the Duke and Zeke watch. Zeke asks how he is doing. The Duke replies that he does not quite know how it happened, but Andre showed up begging to become his apprentice. He imposed a simple and cruel condition: to run 300 laps in the arena without using aura. Now Andre is there, trying to complete the challenge. The Duke admits that his tenacity is impressive. Zeke, who previously saw him only as a studious nerd, begins to recognize that he has more than enough courage. Days later, something different happens at the academy. All the students are summoned, and no one understands the reason. Soon they realize it is the day of the Patriarch's visit. A luxurious carriage approaches, while everyone organizes for the reception. The rector asks them all to prepare properly, and goes to the entrance to receive the guest. The carriage door opens slowly. An imposing figure steps down and greets Howard naturally, saying it is good to see him again. Howard bows to the Patriarch of the Drakkar, and everyone present lowers their heads in respect. Exactly at noon, the Patriarch adjusts his cape and places his hand on Howard's shoulder, praising his hard work. Howard responds with humility, saying nothing compares to the Patriarch's own efforts. The man smiles in satisfaction. He is the leader of the great Drakkar house, Arthur Drakkar. The rector suggests they go inside, but Arthur Drakkar interrupts before that. He takes a few steps forward, opens his arms dramatically, and addresses the dragon slayers present. He declares that everyone there is the future of the Drakkar, and that they must train even harder so that their development is worthy of the family name. All of them respond in unison, affirming that they will. Under the strong sun, the Patriarch finally authorizes entry. Later, in a private room, Zeke stands before his father. He gives a formal bow to the Patriarch, but Arthur Drakkar lets out a light laugh and comments that no one uses that kind of old greeting anymore. He tells his son to sit down. The Patriarch mentions that he heard Zeke likes tea, and that he had it specially prepared for him. Zeke thanks him and sits, but inwardly remains alert. He wonders if even his personal tastes are constantly being reported to his father. There is a saying that there are secrets not even the Emperor knows, but there is no information that escapes a Drakkar. As he holds the teacup, Zeke begins to believe that this might truly be the case. In the private room, Arthur Drakkar gets straight to the point and says he summoned Zeke because he learned that he became the Duke's apprentice. Zeke already realizes that his father does not like beating around the bush, and confirms that it is true, saying he received a great favor. Arthur Drakkar admits that it is true, but comments that he still does not understand what his son's goal is in continuing to learn under the Duke. Before he can finish the sentence, Zeke interrupts and declares without hesitation that his goal is to become the most powerful person on the continent. He states that he wants to surpass anyone, and that only then will he be truly free. After that, he calmly drinks his tea, places the cup on the table, and repeats that this is his objective. The atmosphere in the room changes completely. The pressure increases in an overwhelming way. Arthur Drakkar asks with a faint smile whether he intends to surpass his own father as well. At that instant, Zeke feels the weight fall onto his shoulders. His body begins to sweat and tremble. He recognizes it as the astral sword, a manifestation that intimidates all living beings nearby, and that only someone at the peak of a Black Knight's aura can use. Even under pressure, Zeke barely withstands it, and answers that yes, he intends to surpass him too. The Patriarch smiles genuinely this time, and deactivates the astral sword. He comments that it is the most interesting thing he has heard in a long time. Then he says he came to the academy to help both the institution and his own son, but that words alone would not be enough. Suddenly, he places an object on the table. It is a black card. He explains that it is a gift for Zeke becoming the Duke's disciple. From his son's expression, Arthur Draker realizes that he knows exactly what it is. Zeke understands that it is a credit card granted only to extremely selected individuals. Simply possessing one already guarantees absurd benefits, and in addition there is no spending limit. The Patriarch says he may use it freely. Zeke bows, thanks him, and states that he will use it only when truly necessary. Inwardly, however, he understands the intention. Using such a card creates records. His father wants to monitor his movements. Even so, the fact that he chose this instead of sending the Black Marshal Squad means that Arthur Draker does not see him as a threat for now. The Patriarch then says he does not wish to take more of his son's time, and that he knows he has been busy. He authorizes him to leave. Zeke responds formally, and exits the room in silence, walking through the academy corridors. As soon as the door closes, Arthur Draker lets out a deep sigh. The Duke had been in the room the entire time. He comments that the Patriarch is sick. Arthur Draker asks why he is so irritated. The Duke replies that he is playing father and son now, after having abandoned and neglected the child for so long. The Patriarch responds that the Duke knows that as head of the house, he did not have many choices. He also remarks that what he just heard could be considered defamation of character. The Duke sits down and with irony tells him to arrest him then. Arthur Draker simply replies that the Duke is the only person he can speak to without filters. He then pulls a bottle from his coat and suggests a drink to accompany the conversation. The Duke recognizes the liquor and asks if it is red dragon breath. The Patriarch changes the subject and comments that the atmosphere on the continent has been strange lately. The Duke says he would not know, since he is isolated at the academy. Arthur Draker reminds him that he has always had eyes and ears spread everywhere. The Duke calls him a snake and asks why pretend doubt when he already knows the answer. The Patriarch then reveals that the Emperor is obsessed with the idea of immortality and has been investigating the entire continent. The Duke questions whether that is truly possible. Magic can make someone appear young, but true immortality is another matter. Arthur Draker agrees in part, but raises a hypothesis. What if the Emperor is after the relic of the ancient dragon? That makes the Duke pay closer attention. He admits that in that case, the situation changes. While they talk, on the other side of the wall, Zeke listens to everything in silence. He uses the manifestation of the soul of ether to capture every word without being noticed. The Duke asks if the Patriarch already knows where the relic is. Arthur Draker replies that he probably does. The Order of the Black Knights has already been sent to the northern continent to search for additional clues. The Duke asks if that is the information the Empire still does not possess. The Patriarch confirms, but says it is only a matter of time before the Emperor discovers it as well. He comments that all of this closely resembles events from the past. The Duke recalls that the damned Emperor went mad from the day he ascended the throne. As soon as he took power, he began a brutal war to unify the entire continent. Only after conquering the central region did the conflict finally cease. The Duke says he imagined the Emperor would not fall into fantasies like that, but apparently now he seeks something even more dangerous: immortality. Arthur Draker replies that if the Emperor truly believes an artifact can make him immortal, the continent will once again be plunged into a sea of flames and war. For that reason, he states that he will personally go to the north. The Duke questions whether he intends to leave the house practically empty while an unstable Emperor is roaming around. Arthur Draker explains that this is precisely why he is having that conversation. The Duke laughs and says he remains as sly as a fox. The two raise a toast. The Duke complains that Arthur Draker always leaves the most irritating tasks for him to handle. On the other side of the wall, Zeke is already exhausted. He has been using the manifestation of the soul for too long to secretly listen to the conversation. Even after absorbing Bahamut's heart, the side effect of excessive ether use still affects him. His body feels heavy and his mind spins. As he tries to recover, he thinks about the relic of the ancient dragon, the statue he took before regressing in time, the voice he heard, the system he acquired. Everything begins to fit together. He realizes that he stole the artifact the Emperor desired, an object capable of fulfilling the dream of immortality. The Emperor mobilized an entire unit to retrieve it, but at that time Zeke was blinded by revenge and did not understand what was truly at stake. Now he understands. The administrator system that sent him back to the past is in fact the function of the ancient dragon's artifact. Even so, one question remains: who created it, and for what purpose? He sighs, realizing that in the end, he has even more doubts than answers. Sometime later, the Duke leaves the room saying it was a good drink. Arthur Draker replies that he is counting on him. When he separates in the corridor, the Patriarch stops in front of a door and looks at it suspiciously. Inside the room, Zeke is still reflecting when he senses something strange. The next instant, the door opens and Arthur Draker examines the entire environment with a sharp gaze, but Zeke is no longer there. He had jumped out of the window seconds earlier to avoid being discovered. Later, in the underground arena, Zeke trains alone. Decker approaches and apologizes for interrupting. He informs him that there is a persistent student wanting to see him and asks if he should send him away. Zeke finds it strange, since he has no close friends. When he allows him in, he sees that it is Liam Stone. Curious, he asks what Liam Stone wants. The boy lowers his head and asks to be taken along. Zeke remembers the time he saved him and directly asks if he wants to become his subordinate. Liam Stone confirms, calling him my lord. Zeke asks what happened to Jackin. Liam Stone replies that he was abandoned. He says he wants to go to Valhalla. That makes Zeke remember that in his past life, Liam Stone also had this same obsession with that place. He wonders why such fixation. Liam Stone kneels and begs. Zeke calls him foolish and suggests he seek support from other families such as Tarun or Eamon. He explains that he does not belong to a support family and has no way to guarantee a place for anyone in Valhalla. Furthermore, he questions why he should trust him. After all, he could very well be a spy sent by Jackin. Suddenly, Liam Stone draws a dagger and envelops it with his power. For a moment it seems he is going to attack, but instead he cuts off his own ear. Blood runs down as he says he understands the distrust. If that is still not enough, he can cut off his own foot. He wants his life to be in Zeke's hands. Seeing that, Zeke remembers what he did in the past. It was he who tore off Liam Stone's ear in that timeline. Now the boy repeats the gesture of his own will. He begs once again to be taken along. The scene awakens another memory in Zeke. In his past life, he also knelt before his own master, asking to become the most powerful person and begging for instruction. Back in the present, Zeke makes a decision. He throws a sword with force in Liam Stone's direction. The boy does not dodge, not even by reflex. The blade passes by him without hitting. Then Zeke sets the condition. If Liam Stone manages to land a single blow on him, he will accept the proposal. Liam thanks him deeply for the opportunity he has been given. After some time, he treats his own wounds and returns to the arena to face Zeke. On the way, he tries to convince himself that landing at least one strike should be simple, since he is also an aura user. In his mind, that should balance the fight. But when he stands face to face with Zeke, doubt begins to creep in. The presence of his opponent is heavy and intimidating, and it shakes him. Liam grows nervous. His entire body starts to tremble, and he realizes he is struggling even to breathe properly. The tension in the arena tightens his chest and makes everything more difficult. Even so, they both advance at the same time. The blades clash violently, sending shockwaves through the air. The confrontation is direct and intense, but it does not last long. Amid the collision of swords, one of them is torn from its owner's hand and sent flying away. The one who ends up disarmed is Liam. Then Zeke stares at him and asks if that is all he has to offer, making it clear that he considers it pitiful. Zeke said that he had determination, but with those skills, if he wanted to go to Valhalla, it would be better to give up. Then he turned his back on Liam. He realized that it was true that Liam had been cast aside by Jackin, like someone without value. Zeke made it clear that Liam came from such a distant lineage that if he were not Jackin's assistant, he probably would not have even managed to enter the academy's cradle. That academy was brutal to the point that it had expelled even him in his past life, despite being a direct descendant, so it would not be strange at all if Liam were expelled right there. For Zeke, that was something natural. What truly surprised him was seeing Liam clinging to his leg in desperation. He began to wonder why Liam was so desperate. In his past life, Liam had been expelled from the academy, and the order he belonged to fell into ruin. Even so, he managed to rise again and reach the level of Red Knight. He eventually became known as the Mercenary King, and now he was there, asking for another chance. Zeke knew that Liam was not the type of person who gave up easily, so Zeke said he would give him a chance, but with one condition. If he ordered him to remain silent, he would have to cut out his own tongue. If he ordered him to become crippled, he would have to cut off his own foot, and then he ordered Liam to cut off his right arm. Liam was in shock. For Zeke, that basically meant abandoning the path of the sword for good. If he had any sense at all, he would do nothing. Zeke made it clear that there was a lot of training ahead, and that if he could not do what was necessary, it would be better to leave so he would not get in the way. Liam slowly stood up, looking defeated. Zeke thought that maybe he was not that desperate after all, even though he seemed devastated. But suddenly Liam drew his sword and prepared to tear off his own arm. Before he could do it, Zeke intervened and broke the sword, preventing the strike. Liam became extremely nervous. Zeke grabbed him by the collar and questioned whether he was insane and whether he had gone back on his own word. Liam could not answer. For Liam, losing that opportunity was worse than losing his own arm. Zeke made it clear that if he did something that stupid again, he would be thrown away without hesitation. When Liam asked if that meant he could go with him, Zeke told him to hurry up and pack his things, or he would leave without him. Later, the two were in a more luxurious dormitory, enjoying a meal. Liam's ear had already been reattached. He showed concern about using such a valuable potion. To Zeke, it was nothing special, just an investment in his own mercenary. Then Zeke returned to the subject and asked what was more valuable than Liam's right arm or even his own life. The answer was simple: his mother. A few days after being abandoned by Jackin, Liam learned that his mother had become very ill. She stabilized, but her entire body was covered in small pink and red spots, and each day she grew weaker. The village healers did not know what it was. That was when Zeke asked why Liam wanted so badly to enter Valhalla. The answer was that students of Valhalla received the best medical treatment on the continent, both for themselves and for their families. After hearing the symptoms, Zeke took a scroll and an inkwell and began to write. Small pink and red spots all over the body, high fevers that appeared periodically. He already knew what it was. 5 years in the future, a plague would spread across the entire continent, the so-called pink disease. It was highly contagious and had an extremely high fatality rate. Many people would lose their lives. Only later would a radical treatment be developed to combat it. Zeke explained that he knew the method to produce the medicine. With the right recipe, it was not difficult to prepare, and even the village healers would be able to make it. Liam gave thanks, but noticed that Zeke had not even asked the name of the disease. Even so, he knew exactly what it was. Zeke remembered the genius alchemist brothers Al and Jeff, who in the future would develop the treatment. The greedy Alchemists Association tried to profit from people's desperation, but when the cure became public, anyone came to know the method, even a fallen warrior like him in his past life. After handing over the recipe, Zeke made it clear that with the treatment in hand, Liam no longer needed to go to Valhalla or become his subordinate. But Liam stood up and declared that he would not change his mind. His life now belonged to Lord Zeke. He swore total loyalty and offered his own life. Upon hearing that, Zeke thought that a vow of loyalty, coming from someone who in his past life would become the mercenary king, was extremely useful for his plans. Zeke made it clear that if Liam were too slow, he would abandon him without a second thought. Liam replied that he would follow his lord no matter what happened. Later, in the building where the rector stayed, the cadet Owen appeared with a proposal. He suggested increasing the difficulty of the tests for that semester. Rector Howard asked for the reason. Owen explained that it might sound arrogant, but the first year was too strong. Most of them were children of great families, and many had already awakened 2 pure bloods. If the test had the same difficulty as the previous year, it would be far too easy for that class. Howard agreed that it made sense and said he would consider the suggestion positively. After Owen left, he remained deep in thought. To him, an apple does not fall far from the tree. He saw many similarities in that boy. Thinking about future problems, he concluded that perhaps it would be better to eliminate that Zeke. On the day of the semester test, which consisted of dungeon exploration, it was explained that the exam was done in pairs. Each pair was thrown into a dungeon and had to escape. It was an extremely difficult challenge. Zeke asked if Liam was nervous. He admitted that he was. A little. Zeke explained that this was normal. Too much nervousness could lead to mistakes, but excessive relaxation created arrogance. A balanced level of tension helped keep the mind alert. When their turn came, they were called. However, they would not follow the common path. They were directed to a much darker entrance, one that clearly looked dangerous. A guard questioned why the cadet had not gone in yet. Zeke realized that something was strange, but decided to follow orders. The dungeons used in the test varied in difficulty, but they were specifically selected for evaluation, which meant that in theory the risk was controlled. The main objective was to escape within the time limit. Each group received a timer activated upon entry, lasting 96 hours. Basic combat skills were also evaluated, and extra points could be obtained by delivering the heads of defeated monsters. Even so, the most important thing was to get out alive before time ran out. If they failed, they would be humiliated with a failing grade. Hours later, already at an improvised camp inside the dungeon, Zeke said that Liam could sleep for a while. Liam insisted that he should rest first, since he had set up the camp and prepared the meal. Zeke said there was no need to worry, as he could stay awake for up to 4 days. Even embarrassed, Liam decided to rest so he could protect his lord later. Zeke assured him that he would wake him if anything happened. Alone, he became reflective. 16 hours had already passed since they entered the dungeon. He had been training without sleep until the day of the test, which meant he had been awake for about 90 hours. His infinite stamina ability restored physical fatigue, but not mental fatigue. In a dungeon, any lapse could be fatal. He decided to reduce the risks as much as possible. That was when he heard a faint sound, like small bells. He thought it might be an effect of exhaustion. He decided he needed to stay awake until Liam woke up. Even so, his eyes closed for a moment. He dreamed of a cold environment, a cliff, and a dead figure below. He suddenly woke up. He realized he had been having that same dream recently, and he was almost certain that he had heard a bell before. And after the dream, suddenly, he heard something approaching. He immediately extinguished the campfire and woke Liam, warning him that there was an enemy nearby. He knew that using the dragon eyes every time he sensed danger would be too risky, so he decided to simply adapt his vision to the darkness. Soon he sensed a strange smell in the air. It was sulfur. He recognized that odor immediately. It was a rank 3 danger level monster, the Hellhound. In his past life during the semester test, the queen had hunted an orc, but he did not remember there being hellhounds in that dungeon. Something was not right. The environment was too silent. A hellhound leader would weigh at most a few hundred kilos. The sound approaching was far too heavy to be just one of them. Zeke concluded that it might be a mutant. In the next instant, he was shocked by what he saw. He had to dodge a strike that destroyed part of the wall beside him. The force of the impact was absurd. Liam asked if his lord was alright. Zeke thought that this could only be the fault of the Zimmons. To him, that absurd change in difficulty was no coincidence. They must have planned something again. The creature that appeared was not a hellhound. On the contrary, it was something that had just killed one of them. It was a gigantic creature holding a massive wooden club. Liam immediately recognized it. It was a troll. Trolls were rank 1 monsters, far more dangerous than hellhounds. They were strong enough to hunt them as if they were nothing. The blood of a troll was used as raw material for healing medicines precisely because of its incredible regenerative powers. At that moment, Liam stepped in front of Zeke, determined to cover him so he could escape. To Zeke, that sounded almost offensive. He made it clear that no worthy lord would abandon his own subordinate. Then the two stood back to back. Zeke trusted Liam's efforts. If one covered the other, they could use their full strength. Both both advanced at the same time. Zeke attacked first, making quick cuts across the upper body of the troll. Liam focused on the limbs, aiming directly at the tendons. Zeke realized that Liam was truly talented. Just managing to pierce a troll's thick skin was already impressive. On top of that, he struck all the main tendons with precision. It was clear that he had studied monsters during that time. Even so, it was still not enough. When Liam was about to be struck by a brutal blow, Zeke intervened and sliced the tip of the club in half. Liam apologized for the distraction, but Zeke said he was doing very well for his first real battle. He also stated that targeting the tendons had been the best possible decision. The problem was that trolls possessed absurd regeneration. Simple cuts were not enough. It was necessary to cause damage that exceeded their healing capacity. The troll dropped the broken club and charged into combat with its bare hands. Zeke realized that this kind of finishing move was something Liam still could not execute. He would have to end it himself. A short time later, the troll was dead. After subduing a troll, Zeke received 30 karma points. He told Liam to collect the head, since it would yield many extra points in the evaluation. At that moment, the system appeared before him with a sudden mission, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The mission required hunting 100 monsters from 10 different species inside that dungeon within 72 hours. The reward would be double karma points. Zeke became excited. Up until that moment, he had eliminated 14 monsters from 2 species. Non-hostile monsters did not count. The timer began to run. He had 79 hours left to leave the dungeon and 72 hours to complete the mission. Hunting 100 monsters was not the problem. The real challenge was finding 10 different species. Dungeons used as tests for draggers normally did not have more than 4 distinct species. However, since this seemed like a trap prepared by the Zimmons, there might be more variety than usual. He ruled nothing out. Now, in addition to escaping, there was a second important objective. Liam managed to collect the troll's head and placed it inside the special bag he had received along with the timer. That bag functioned as a limited subspace, enough to store the heads of monsters. They continued advancing. They faced several monsters as time passed. 64 hours remaining. 56, 47, 41, 39. The bag was already full of heads. Zeke asked if Liam was getting used to real combat. He admitted that he was not sure yet, but Zeke explained that this was normal. No one adapted easily to real battles. When there were only 50 minutes left to leave the dungeon, Zeke had still not completed the mission. 1 species was missing, and only 1 monster remained. Even after hunting so many creatures, he had eliminated only 9 different species. He even thought that the Zimmons had not bothered to prepare a proper trap with a 10th species. That was when a violent tremor shook the cave. The ground cracked, opening a massive fissure. Zeke shouted for Liam to drop the bag immediately. If he kept holding it, he would die. The instant Liam released the rope, something sliced through the space where he had been standing. If he had still been tied to the bag, he would have been pulled along and torn in half. A great deal of blood spread across the ground. Liam panicked for a second, thinking it was Zeke's, but Zeke stated that it was not his. It was monster blood. He told Liam to just observe that time. In front of them, an enormous creature emerged. Zeke recognized it instantly. It was the dungeon worm, a monster so powerful that it normally required at least a purple knight to defeat. Apparently the Zimmons had prepared very well to kill Zeke. It was obvious that Liam was worried, yet Zeke charged straight into the fight. Liam did not stand still either and began to act. As Zeke blocked the violent strikes of the worm and avoided its gigantic body, he realized that even a blue knight would avoid facing such a creature. The worm devoured the earth as it moved, which meant the dungeon could collapse at any moment. If he took too long to defeat it, they would all end up buried alive inside. Thinking about that, Zeke began blocking the creature's rapid attacks until he found an opening. He landed a direct strike that brutally tore through its body. He made it clear that he intended to cut it in half. However, right after that, the worm emerged completely from the ground and revealed the true size of its body. At that point, Zeke was already exhausted and irritated with that damned insect. He hung onto the creature's body with his sword embedded in its flesh, trying to maintain his position. However, he ended up being struck by the worm's own spikes. When the situation seemed critical, someone counterattacked to save him. It was Liam, climbing the creature's body with agility. Upon noticing the opening that had been created, Zeke understood that the pressure had decreased and managed to break free. Liam explained that he had applied anesthetic to his sword to dull the worm's movements. Zeke understood immediately. One of the main ingredients was belladonna. For humans, it only weakens the senses. For a worm, it works almost like deadly poison, especially in an urgent situation like that. Liam had remembered the creature's weakness at the right moment. His adaptability and quick judgment were impressive. Zeke decided he would use that advantage to apply the anesthetic again and finish the fight. He thought that joining forces with Liam had been one of his best recent decisions. He quickly slid along the worm's body and positioned himself to cut off its head. He gave Liam the signal, and Liam drove the anesthetic-coated sword in once more. With that, Zeke prepared the manifestation of his soul and split the creature in half. Worm blood splattered everywhere. He managed to kill it and also complete the mission. He now had 780 karma points. At the end of the test, everyone was already turning in their heads to calculate points and receive their grades. The one being evaluated at that moment was Reyna. Reyna earned 30 points, adding 20 goblin heads, 2 hobgoblins, and 1 orc. The total reached 180 points. People commented that it was close to Abel's record. The purebloods truly were on another level. The instructor said that as expected of Turan, she had easily surpassed the score of 130. Reyna thanked him for the compliment. Then it was Owen's turn to be evaluated. He reached a total of 120 points points. He had surpassed the minimum score of 70, but he was far from satisfied at having been outdone by Reina. He thought she could not remain arrogant forever. He also tried to console himself by thinking that at least he had managed to deal with Zeke, until he heard Zeke's voice. He appeared alongside Liam, carrying the head of the dungeon worm. Everyone was stunned. Not just anyone killed a creature of that level. Liam threw the head onto the ground. Zeke provoked Owen, noticing that he was bothered. Owen clearly did not like the situation and held onto his resentment, thinking that he would make those pure bloods pay in the future. Soon after, Zeke met instructor Andre, who was focused on his work. Zeke commented that it had been a while since they had seen each other. Andre replied that he was simply fulfilling his duty. He asked whether the worm had swallowed the bag full of heads. Zeke confirmed it had. Then Andre began dissecting the worm's body. The scene disgusted many people. Zeke thought he had been lucky, despite losing the heads he had gathered over the last 4 days because of the creature. To avoid losing the points, he had brought the worm's head as proof, and there was no other instructor besides Andre who would do that kind of work. After some time, with his gloves completely filthy, Andre confirmed the monsters found inside the creature's body. There were gremlins, goblins, hobgoblins, hellhounds, orcs, and finally a troll. Everyone was completely horrified upon discovering that they had defeated all of that. Andre explained that, considering the amount of blood found inside the creature, there were probably dozens of heads in there. However, since it was not possible to determine the exact number, he decided to count each species found as if it were one head. Although the troll and the dungeon worm were not officially listed in the standard test report, it was necessary to assign them a score. Since they were extremely powerful monsters, Andre declared that he would grant 90 points for the troll and 180 points for the dungeon worm. Adding everything together, the total reached 368 points. Even the instructors were shocked, because in their time there had not even been hellhounds in that dungeon. The cadets began to murmur, saying that 368 points seemed impossible. One of them complained that it was not fair, since the only concrete proof was the worm's head. Another argued that that head alone was already worth 180 points. Even so, no one wanted to confront the two of them. They had faced a dungeon worm and a troll. It made no sense to pick a fight with Zeke and Draker after that. Zeke noticed that everyone was whispering about them. To him, that was normal. The difference was that before they mocked him, now they were impressed. Even so, he concluded that this time the Zimmons had gone too far. They had tried to use one of the Cradle's tests to eliminate him. He even wondered if it had been Owen's decision alone, but he knew it had not. Owen did not have enough power for something of that level. Someone more influential among the Zimmons must have interfered. He also realized that he was being watched more than he had imagined. Hiding his strength so obviously was becoming counterproductive. From that point on, he decided that he needed to adapt better to this kind of situation. Shortly after, Reina approached him. She stated that he had only won that time and walked away with her entourage. Zeke was left wondering what exactly he had won. Later, as always, he was training. When he checked his points, he realized he had enough karma to unlock the gluttony skill, the last one he had not yet acquired. He had been ignoring this skill because he thought it was somewhat useless, but now he could spend 50 points without difficulty, so he decided to unlock it. When he activated the skill, the description changed. In a state of gluttony, he would be able to eat and digest anything, converting it into energy. In addition, by consuming monsters with bloodline abilities, he could absorb those abilities. Zeke thought he should have activated it before the test. Even so, he decided to experiment with the energy conversion. When he touched the meat, energy began to flow from it. It was like a dark aura that melted and digested the food. The meat simply disappeared into that darkness. The system informed him that he had recovered energy from what he absorbed. The migraine he had been feeling vanished as if he had taken a nap. The mental exhaustion also decreased. It felt as if his entire body had been slightly rejuvenated. Mental fatigue, physical fatigue, and even ether were restored by a small percentage. He concluded that it was definitely worth 50 points. He began throwing more food into the shadows of gluttony and realized that, with this skill, he could reduce the risk of the others. He could even recover mental fatigue. With his practically infinite stamina, he was already handling physical fatigue. Now he could stay awake for 24 hours without food and without sleep. He decided to begin this new rhythm immediately, until he noticed that Decker was there. Zeke had already made it clear that he did not want to be disturbed during training. However, Decker insisted that it was an important message. The sword was ready. When he heard that, Zeke finally became excited. He went to meet Galleon to retrieve the weapon. While the blacksmith brought it out, he wondered what it would look like now. In his past life, Galleon had forged a sword of mithril and pure steel, the famous sword of Radiance Graham, recognized solely by the brilliance of its beam. This time, however, the material was different, including something like a dragon fang. He wondered whether the result would resemble the old Graham or be completely different. When he finally saw the sword, he was surprised. He picked up the greatsword, which looked more like a large crystal than a traditional blade. By appearance, it was not exactly beautiful. He questioned whether the lack of an edge was intentional. Galleon explained that it was precisely how it was meant to be. Zeke understood that the blacksmith believed the sword would adapt better to his body that way. Galleon confirmed that this was his work. Galleon himself knew that most people would be perplexed by that explanation, since it was unusual for a blacksmith to speak of adapting a weapon to its user in that manner. However, it seemed that Zeke understood perfectly. Finally, Galleon mentioned that the sword did not yet have a name. He tried to think of a name for the sword, but could not come up with anything. It was harder than it seemed. Then Galleon suggested that Zeke himself should give it a name. He was surprised by the idea. In his past life, Graham, the Sword of Radiance, science, had been named by Galleon himself. Why could he not think of a name now? Zeke imagined that the difference in material would not change the final result that much. But everything was different. The appearance was different. The function was different. Even the feeling the sword conveyed was different. So he realized that the name also needed to be different. Suddenly, he cut himself on purpose. The blood flowed as if it were part of a sacrifice. Galleon became desperate when he saw that and asked why he was injuring himself. Even with his healing factor, it was Zeke's own power that had made the cut. He realized he could control it. He temporarily suppressed the healing factor, keeping the wound open. Then he let the draconic blood drip onto the blade. Galleon watched in shock. That was the ancient dwarven naming ritual, a traditional cultural rite that guaranteed the true name of a weapon. The initiator infused his own blood with energy and aura, and let it fall upon the weapon. When the ritual began, consciousness was pulled into the depths of the mind, where it could remain for what felt like an infinite amount of time until the proper name was chosen. It was a dangerous ritual, and almost forgotten on the continent. Galleon could hardly believe that the boy knew that ancestral rite. Meanwhile, Zeke was immersed in his own consciousness. He knew he needed to choose a name that would stay with him for the rest of his life. He could not make a mistake. Emerging from the darkness and reaching a kind of clear water within his own mind, he saw the name of the sword appear, Bahamut. When he opened his eyes, the system confirmed the name, Bahamut, Black Sword. Zeke was surprised that he had chosen the name of an evil dragon, but it was his own subconscious that had decided. Afterward, Galleon treated Zeke's wound and commented on how impressive it was. He had recited the rite of the ancient dwarves. Zeke simply said that he appreciated dwarven history. Galleon asked him to stay a little longer in the shop because he wanted to give him something. Zeke agreed. While waiting, he observed the wound that had not yet closed. He realized that he truly could suppress his own passive abilities. That meant he could hide his healing factor and other powers. There was no reason to show all his cards, especially after what had happened with Duke in the past. Even though he felt slightly guilty about hiding this from Galleon, he decided he would remove the bandages when he got home. More important than that, he needed to evaluate the new sword, the Black Sword, Bahamut, forged in the mana of the blue flame by a craftsman with soul vision, created from the strongest fang of the cursed dragon of light, Bahamut. The sword was indestructible and possessed aura conversion. There was also a special sealed note that would only be revealed when he unlocked a specific power. Zeke wondered whether he needed to grow alongside the sword to unlock that. He had never heard of a weapon like this. The fact that it was indestructible was already unbelievable, even being made from a dragon fang. But for him, the most important aspect was the aura conversion. He had worked hard to create magic circuits for Galleon precisely because of that. Part of the reason for commissioning that sword was this ability. Mana, ether, or any other type of energy could be converted into aura. He gripped the sword and felt the flow. For someone who was born without the ability to use aura, that alone was enough to reach the level of Black Knights. At that moment, Galleon returned, apologizing for the delay. He had finally found what he wanted to give him. As he approached, he was impressed by Zeke's aura. It was pure, clean, and stable. Without effort, he was already surpassing a purple knight. Zeke commented that the sword had turned out absurdly powerful. Galleon replied that with a furnace like that, it was nothing special. Then he asked him to take a look at something. It was a sheath, personally made by his master. Zeke had never heard of Galleon's master, not even in his past life. The name was Golrin Yober. When he realized who it was, he was shocked. Golrin Yober was the blacksmith who had reached the pinnacle, the greatest blacksmith on the continent, the greatest dwarven blacksmith alive. All of Golrin Yober's creations adapted perfectly to their user. Collectors would pay almost any price for a fragment of his work. Realizing this, Zeke asked if Galleon was a disciple of Golrin Yober. Galleon replied by asking whether Zeke could also read the dwarven language. Zeke explained that if it was the same Golrin Yober he knew, that was not just a simple sheath. Galleon confirmed that it was not. He showed a small latch that when activated caused the sheath to transform into a shield. It was made of mithril and wyvern bones, which allowed frequent use in combat without risk of wear, and if the impact was too strong for the shield to withstand, it would automatically return to sheath form. Galleon said that it was nothing compared to the help Zeke had given him, so he decided to give it as a gift. Zeke commented that he could sell it and buy another furnace, since he knew its value. Galleon replied that he would never sell it to just anyone. Zeke insisted that he could become rich from it, but still accepted the gift. He noticed that the sheath was smaller than the sword, but being a work of Golrin Yober, it could not be underestimated. When he fitted it, it adapted perfectly to the blade. Zeke already expected something impressive, yet it still surpassed his expectations. He sincerely thanked Galleon, who was pleased to see that the gift was appreciated. Later, training once again, Zeke analyzed a pair of gauntlets made of meteoric steel. The system informed him that those gauntlets did not possess active properties, as their effects would only be released upon gathering a complete set of meteoric steel. He remembered that it had been the first box received during the unexpected dungeon mission. He had thought it was something similar to a common treasure chest, but realized there could be something truly valuable there if he found more pieces. When he opened the next box, he was confused. There was only a torn map. The system, however, informed him that he had discovered a map containing the traces of Grand Master Kaisir, the Hero King. Kaisir, leader of the Clock Tower Knights and founder of the Kingdom of Kronos, was known mainly through a popular biography on the continent. The story was so grand that many considered it fiction due to the lack of concrete historical records. However, at that moment, Zeke realized that Kaisir had truly existed. The system performed a full analysis of the item and marked the final location on the minimap. camp. The point was in the giant mountains, territory of the barbarians. To Zeke it seemed simpler than he had imagined. Thanks to the abilities he had already developed, the tutorial was completed, revealing a new potential quest item. He unlocked a conquest mission, the secret technique of the hero King Kaisir. The objective was to acquire this technique in the ruins that contained his remnants. There was no time limit, and the reward was the authority of the system administrator. At that moment, Zeke understood that the tutorial had been designed to raise him to a minimum level required to fully make use of the system. He realized he had stopped crawling. The real game was beginning. The rewards were on another level, completely different from the previous ones. Determined, he stated that he would take everything for himself. First, he spent all the points he had been accumulating. He unlocked new skills and evolved the ones he already possessed. Even so, many points still remained. For now, he decided to focus on mastering his level 2 abilities. In the end, he still had 400 points left. Then he activated Dragon Scale Armor and Draconic Claw to test their performance. He began with the Claw. With a simple movement, he carved large cuts into the arena. The result was better than he expected. After that, he activated the armor and tested it by striking his own arm with Stygia, Bahamut. Even without using aura, the impact was so strong that the sword was thrown far away. The armor's durability was comparable to that of a high-level full-body armor set. Now he possessed the Dragon Claw for offense and Dragon Armor for defense. It was direct and efficient. Later at the Dragger Training Center, the instructors announced that the semi-annual test was approaching. Before that, everyone needed to train their auras. Behind the instructor were several special training dummies, designed not to suffer damage from physical strength alone. They could only be scratched or destroyed with anyone. Anyone who could not even leave a scratch would automatically fail the test. After that, the subsequent evaluations would be considered void, and any student who failed would be forced to restart from the basics, with no exceptions. The instructors began calling the students one by one, organizing them in a line in front of the training dummies. Owen observed everything carefully and thought that in situations like this, those at the front of the line were usually the most disadvantaged, since they almost served as experiments for the instructors to adjust their standards. Even so, he did not seem worried, because that type of evaluation was very similar to the aura training he was already used to at home. At the academy, the Zimmons had practically mastered the teaching system, raising the overall level of aura control. Even pure-blood students like Zeke or Reina would not necessarily have the same refined control that he had developed from an early age. When his turn came, Owen stepped forward without hesitation and used sword resonance. The moment the aura aligned with the blade, the instructors immediately realized they were facing someone above average. The senior instructor commented that it was exactly what was expected from his family, while Owen executed fast and precise strikes, deeply damaging the training dummies. He was so quick that many could barely follow his movements with their eyes, and within moments all the dummies were severely damaged. The instructor declared that he had done very well, and that at that pace he might even surpass Mr. Abel. Even so, Owen showed no interest in receiving praise, and the instructors noticed his slightly rude and arrogant attitude. As the line moved forward, nervousness spread through the class, because causing at least a small amount of damage was enough to avoid restarting the entire training. Some had more difficulty than others, but up to that point no one had failed. Everyone managed to coat their swords with aura, even if only in small amounts. That special class was truly different. Still, there were geniuses among them, and the instructor was particularly curious to see Reina's performance. Before beginning, Reina made a request. She wanted to be evaluated according to the dragon-slaying arts. The instructor explained that this standard was reserved for higher-level cadets, but she stated that she was aware of that. When Owen heard it, he thought that such arrogance could cost her dearly, because pouring aura into a sword and executing dragon-slaying arts were completely different things. Simply maintaining stable aura already required immense concentration, while the arts demanded fine and detailed adjustments with every movement. In his view, at best she would manage 1 or 2 strikes before losing control, even after being warned that she would suffer the consequences if she failed. Reina confirmed that she accepted the risk, and the instructor allowed it. When she enveloped her sword in aura, the entire environment grew tense. Instead of hesitating, Reina advanced with a sequence of wide and extremely powerful cuts, executing the dragon-slaying arts with brutal intensity. She not only struck the targets, but completely destroyed all the training dummies. The class was impressed, and Owen clearly did not like what he saw. Reina then cast a glance at her classmates, and for a moment Owen believed she was provoking him directly. However, he soon realized that the true target of that look was Zeke, who responded only with a calm smile. Zeke understood that the situation had taken a different turn. Given the way Reina was looking at him, it would be impossible to ignore the implicit challenge. Even though there was no necessity, he decided to meet expectations, and requested to be evaluated under the same dragon-slaying arts criteria. One of the instructors questioned whether he was doing it just because Reina had succeeded, reminding him that she was pure blood. The senior instructor intervened, stating that the conditions would be exactly the same, and asked whether he accepted. Zeke agreed without hesitation. The junior instructor found the permission strange, but the senior explained that the boy had already won a bet against instructor Andre, something something the junior did not know since he had arrived recently. In addition, Zeke was also pure blood and had awakened with the only recorded golden light. He had no precedent among the new recruits, because in the previous test, he had not only surpassed Abel's record, but had set a mark that was practically unreachable. That was Zeke Draker. As he prepared himself, the internal system indicated that Bahamut had detected ether, converting it into pure aura through the conversion process. Even with his current strength, it was still difficult to sustain, but he managed to transform a reasonable amount, judging it sufficient to begin. The moment he assumed the first stance, Reina was surprised. He was going to execute the first chapter verse 1 of the dragon-slaying arts, the sky-cleaving stance. She believed she had reached the same level as him, but never the same level as Andre. Even so, what she saw was different from her own style. While she had devastated everything like a hurricane, Zeke performed clean, precise, and extremely detailed cuts. Every movement was controlled, technical, and efficient, damaging the targets with surgical accuracy. After finishing, Zeke reflected that, although he was focusing on the dragon-slaying arts, starting from the basics was not a bad idea. That alone should have been enough to impress Reina. However, when he noticed the murmurs around him and heard the comments about the power he had demonstrated, he understood that he might have gotten carried away and revealed more than he should have. When Zeke realized what he had done in the previous test, he understood that he had truly exaggerated a little. He had released more power than he intended. The goal was to perform at the same level as Reina, but he had gone too far. The result was far too great for someone who was still officially a first-level cadet. A novice instructor even asked out loud whether a cadet of that level could really be at the level of a purple knight, and immediately the entire field began to murmur. Meanwhile, Owen trembled with nervousness and frustration, clearly bothered by the comparison. Reina, on the other hand, seemed even more excited by the competition that was forming. Later, Zeke was called to speak with Dean Howard. The dean commented that he had heard about Zeke's impressive results in the semi-annual tests. Zeke replied with false humility, saying it had only been luck, but Howard countered that becoming a purple knight at 13 could hardly be called luck. He then asked what Zeke thought about taking a test to advance in class. Zeke asked whether it was just to skip one class, but Howard explained that it could be more than one, depending on performance, since there was a special system for remarkable cadets like him. Internally, Zeke thought that the old man had taken the bait faster than he expected. It was fair, since he himself had revealed too much power. Even suspecting that the dean was planning something, he decided to accept the game to see how far it would go. He said he would take the advanced test. Meanwhile, alone in his office, Howard reflected on Reina, Zeke, and even Drake, two pure bloods who had agreed to participate in that special examination. Now that he understood the scenario better, he was ready to make the necessary decisions. For him, everything was becoming much more interesting. Days later, at the higher training center, in the room designated for the Aura class, only Zeke and Reina were present. The atmosphere between them was tense. An instructor appeared apologizing for keeping them waiting, and introduced the evaluator responsible for the test. It was a Supreme Class Knight, Owl Dracker, known by the title Silent Flowing Sword. The moment he saw him, Zeke was overcome by a memory from the past. He remembered a battlefield filled with bodies, where he found that man digging graves with his own hands. There were dozens, perhaps hundreds of tombstones scattered across the field. In Zeke's memory, he approached with a shovel, offering help even without being invited, introducing himself as Zeke Murita, a member of the Allied Northern Forces, and asking whether he was a Dracker. The answer was simple: he was not anymore. When asked how he should be called, he replied that he was the Silent Flowing Sword. Back in the present, Zeke observed the man standing before him, and understood the weight of what it meant to be a superior knight. He was one of the most important pillars of the Draggers, someone with power, renown, experience, and enough merit to uphold a title of the highest honor. The instructor explained that the test method would be familiar to former students of the Cradle, a fencing battle where they could continue fighting until they lost consciousness or gave up, and he expected both of them to give everything they had. Reina said she would go first, but Owl immediately corrected her, stating that both would attack at the same time. That irritated her, but Zeke told her to calm down, reminding her that she knew very well the difference in level between them and that, above all, the test had already begun. An evaluator at the side was already taking notes on every reaction, including her momentary failure to control her emotions. Reina took a deep breath, composed herself, and asked what the plan would be. Zeke noticed how quickly she adjusted, and said they would use a simple strategy: seek the perfect strike to bring down their opponent. Silence filled the room as they took their positions. Zeke on one side, Reina on the other. He analyzed Owl's weapon, a single-edged sword from the Eastern Empire, a curved blade. It was short and unusual by local standards, but clearly mastered to perfection. It was obvious that he had wielded that sword for years. Zeke also noticed that Reina's pride was slightly wounded, but he believed that at least for that moment she would set it aside to follow the plan. The instant Zeke advanced, Reina did the same. They flanked Owl, attacking from opposite angles, trying to pressure him from front and back at the same time. Even so, he blocked both strikes simultaneously. It did not matter the direction of the attack. The short and agile sword allowed him to defend any angle with extreme efficiency. His movements were compact, economical, and impossible to read clearly. Reina finally understood, in practice, what it meant to face a superior knight. He could defend simultaneous attacks no matter where they came from, as if he controlled the entire space around him with nothing but presence and technique. Owl did not have a single scratch, not even dust on his clothes. The difference in level was overwhelming. Even so, Reina did not retreat. She activated the dragon-slaying technique. Chapter 3 Verse 1. The Half-Moon Slash. Concentrating her aura to the maximum before delivering a heavy curved strike. But Owl simply took a small step to the side, almost lazily, and in the same motion rotated his body and delivered a direct kick to her throat. The impact was brutal. Reina spat blood and was thrown backward, crashing through the wall as if it were made of paper. Staff members rushed over asking if she was alright, but she forced herself up, wiping the blood from her mouth and telling everyone to move away, saying it was dangerous to stay there. Deep down, she had already understood that Zeke's plan to create an opening for him to finish the fight seemed impossible against someone at that level. She began to question whether he truly believed it would work. She remembered the strategy he had explained, and found it absurd, almost dishonorable. She wondered if he wanted to stain their pride. Zeke, on the other hand, was direct. Honor did not put food on the table. This was not a ceremonial duel. It was a test. They were being evaluated on their ability to kill. Reina recognized that she had been the one to ask for help, but she still doubted that such a tactic would work against a superior knight. Zeke replied that they did not need a miracle. They just needed to force the situation until an opening appeared. He reminded her that when he had fought her before, he knew she could have avoided that stone strike, but she had not expected the method he used. That was exactly what they would do now. He told her to wait for the signal, because a small opening would be more than enough. Then Zeke also activated the dragon-slaying arts. At the same time, he executed the shadowless gale steps. All immediately recognized the technique. It was the Duke's signature. Even so, he barely managed to block the strike that followed. The pressure shifted. Zeke warned that from that point on, the rhythm would change. Right after that, a flash cut across the field of vision. Reina was using her pure blood trait to cause mana interference, creating distortions that confused perception and magical flow. Even so, all blocked everything coldly, thinking it was a beginner's trick. Obstructing vision was not enough to bring him down, but the real opening did not come from the light. It came from the gaze. When Zeke locked eyes with Owl, he activated the dragon eyes. The sensation was disturbing, as if an ancient creature were staring directly into his soul. The psychological pressure was sudden and profound. The timing was perfect. Immediately after, Zeke executed the draconic claw. Owl blocked, but in that instant he realized something was wrong. That was not a simple sword strike. It was as if the blade carried the presence of a predator. He concluded that Zeke was not an ordinary cadet. He had surpassed that level long ago. Meanwhile, Reina, even wounded, used what remained of her strength to restrict Owl's movements, interfering with the flow around him. Even so, he advanced decisively. Convinced that such tactics only worked against opponents at their own level, not against him, he exchanged rapid blows with Zeke, trying to impose total dominance. That was when he began to notice something strange. Whenever he believed he had struck, the blade cut through nothing but shadow. Zeke vanished at the moment of impact, as if he were fighting darkness itself. It was like facing living shadows. Taking advantage of the confusion, Zeke cut all the lights in the room. The environment plunged into darkness. His traces of presence almost completely disappeared. All barely managed to defend the final strike that came from that total absence of signal. That was the moment Zeke gave the signal. Reina threw a modified potion. Zeke remembered the mage who had helped prepare it, the professor who warned that it would be for single use and asked if he wanted to add an explosive spell. Zeke had refused. He did not want an explosion. He wanted a flash grenade. The potion detonated in an absolute burst of light. All was completely blinded, both vision and hearing compromised for a critical instant. Internally, he recognized that he had made a mistake in judgment. He had underestimated them too much. In that fraction of a second, Zeke and Reina attacked together. To defend himself, All was forced to use the dragon-slaying arts. Chapter 4 Verse 1. The Full Moon Slash. The wave of power hurled both of them away violently. He executed the movement practically with his eyes closed, still affected by the blinding flash. After that, Zeke and Reina were being carried on stretchers. The instructor commented that Owl had done an excellent job. At that moment, a different presence approached. It was the Wind Knight, Duke. In a provocative tone, he remarked that they had taken down his disciple, and asked Owl how his student had performed in combat. Owl remained silent for a moment. Reflecting on Zeke, he remembered the absurd speed and the way the boy vanished instantly in front of attacks. He recalled that at one point Zeke had deliberately dropped his own sword. He could have used that for a direct counterattack, but he chose not to. That was not hesitation, it was control, and to Owl, that said far more than any technique displayed during the fight. He dropped the sword, and in truth, Zeke was already awake on the stretcher, silently listening to the entire conversation. Owl commented that Zeke was beyond his ability to evaluate, making it clear that his level had already surpassed any common standard. Later, a meeting took place between the senior knights who had administered the tests and the academy rector, Howard. They all made their decisions without any objections. They reached a consensus quickly. Reina advanced 3 classes, and Zeke advanced 5 classes, making it clear how much he had stood out. After that, he began living a peaceful life, much calmer than before. Even so, he continued training with Duke. When he had learned everything he could from him, Andre himself took over the training. At the same time, he maintained a good relationship with Professor Fanon, but the professor was eventually chosen to participate in the Royal Magical Laboratory of Delphoa, and left the academy. Zeke believed he was finally no longer involved in the conflicts between the great families. However, what drew the most attention during that period was that All requested a duel against him. As if he had suddenly awakened to something, All asked for leave and began isolating himself in a closed training room. 2 years passed and Zeke graduated from the academy. Decker personally came to congratulate him. He became the youngest person in history to be be admitted to Valhalla. Decker commented that the patriarch would be very proud and pointed out that he had never expected the rector himself to personally write a letter of recommendation. Now 15 years old, Zeke Dracker appeared satisfied with the achievement, but deep down he thought that being the youngest admitted to Valhalla would only bring even more chaos into his life. He just wanted to live in peace. Since there were still 3 months left before the entrance ceremony, he asked Decker for an atlas. Decker was startled, thinking he intended to travel, but Zeke said he only wanted to rest and not be disturbed. Decker understood the message. In truth, Zeke planned to go to the giant mountain to seek the legacy of the hero Kaisir. He would use the vacation as an excuse to settle unfinished matters, and did not intend to reveal his true destination to anyone. At that moment, Liam knocked on the door and entered the room, bowing to his leader, Zeke Dracker. Zeke said that kind of formality was unnecessary, and that he could address him more casually. Decker then withdrew, but before leaving, Zeke reminded him that he needed to resolve the card issue and clear the records related to Valhalla. Liam asked why he had been summoned to the Platinum Mansion. Zeke explained that he had heard he had entered the special class, and that as a leader, he could not remain idle. He organized everything Liam would need to do at the academy, including semester tests, important questions, specific training, and even the essential items he should acquire. He also explained that starting in the 4th year, Liam would need a personal sword and could commission Fafnir Breath, assuring him he did not need to worry about the cost because he would pay for everything. He stated that he had great faith in those who followed him. Liam was moved and promised to live up to his master's expectations, but Zeke reinforced that exaggerated reverence was unnecessary. Soon after, he set out on his journey. The kingdom of Argus is located in the far north of the central continent and is one of the 4 central kingdoms. Alongside Delphoa, Tibea, and Alencia, large and small dungeons are scattered across the gigantic mountains that divide the land of monsters from the rest of the continent. This attracts adventurers who dream of becoming rich quickly. The first king of Argus recognized this opportunity and turned dungeon exploration into the kingdom's main business. With the support of the royal family, the mountains were divided into hundreds of regions, with organized transport routes and bases. Thus, the Adventurers Guild was born, which later spread throughout the entire continent. At that moment, Zeke Dracker was inside one of those guilds, but in disguise, he used his old name, Zeke Murita, along with a wig and magical lenses to alter his appearance. He believed he could act in peace with an adventurer certification, since moving around as a Dracker would draw too much attention. Walking through the busy city, he decided it was time to hunt for some treasures. Later, he boarded one of the many carriages that carried adventurers to the dungeons. He felt relieved that there was still an available seat. That was when someone called out to him and asked if he was also an adventurer. The man commented that Zeke looked nervous and asked if it was his first time going to a dungeon. Another suggested he form a party with them, saying they were veterans, and that inside a dungeon a single mistake meant becoming monster food. While listening, Zeke thought that people like this still existed. They were the type who used novices as bait or sold the unwary in the slave market. He said nothing. He simply stood up and told everyone to be quiet. A blonde man asked if he had offended him somehow. Instead of arguing, Zeke informed the coachman that monsters were approaching from about 500 meters away and that it looked like a platoon of orcs. The coachman found it strange, saying that Rote was considered safe. One of the men laughed and claimed the rookie was too nervous, thinking he knew more than veterans. He insisted it was a safe zone and there were no monsters. Then Zeke asked what that was behind them. The man barely had time to turn around. A massive orc appeared and smashed the carriage apart. It was an entire platoon, exactly as Zeke had predicted. The orcs charged, knocking down and killing everyone in their path. The blonde man tried to understand what was happening, but when he cried for help, his head was crushed by an orc. While watching the massacre, Zeke concluded that if there were orcs in a safe zone, the base responsible for the region was not operating properly. When he arrived there, he confirmed his suspicion. The base was destroyed, and the soldiers of Argus were dead. Those men should not have been defeated so easily. Examining the bodies, Zeke noticed deep and clean cuts on the knights' chests. That was not the work of monsters. The strikes were far too precise, with no signs of resistance, all in the same spot and done with a single blow. Someone had killed the soldiers and staged the scene to look like a monster attack. Judging by the level of technique, it had to be at least a purple knight. Even so, Zeke decided he would not stay there to investigate. His priority was to find traces of Kaisir's legacy. Later, he passed by a basket filled with skulls tied together, a clear sign that he had entered barbarian territory. The minimap indicated he was close to his destination, but there were people in his path. He sensed hidden assassins. They were known as the Hunting Dogs, a secret unit recruited from the greatest talents of the Empire, including elite knights. They were under the direct control of the Emperor and trained in tracking and assassination. Their existence was known only to the highest ranks of the Empire. In the future, they would become a public force during the Continental War. Zeke immediately recognized their techniques. He could never forget them, because these were the very men who killed him in his past life. He also remembered the conversation involving the Duke and the Emperor's obsession with immortality. Even before his regression, the Emperor had been searching for rare artifacts across the continent. It was because of the ancient dragonstone that Zeke ended up hunted and killed. The Emperor dreamed of becoming immortal and omnipotent. It was likely that the Hunting Dogs were there because of Kaisir's ruins. Determined to confirm it himself, Zeke noticed the assassins moving toward him. One of them drew a weapon but was attacked before he could react. Zeke tore off his hand, preventing him from using the object. It was not a common weapon but an emergency signal device. He concluded there were only 3 of them them in that group, which indicated it was an escort or guard team, since a full unit would normally have 20 men. The others were shocked, wondering who he was and how he knew all that. Before they could respond, Zeke had already cut the first man's throat. He made it clear that he would be the one asking questions. Fear took hold of the remaining two. Two possible informants were left. If one died, the other could not remain silent. They would need to think carefully before deciding anything. Soon after, Zeke headed to the temporary base of the hunting dogs. The mini-map showed several presences inside. He concluded that the guards killed earlier had likely been eliminated by this secret unit. Perhaps the hunting dogs had truly found Kaisir's ruins, but Zeke decided he would only believe it after seeing it with his own eyes. Meanwhile, at the temporary base, one of the guards yawned in boredom. There was little movement, and some even wondered why they were guarding barbarian territory. Suddenly, the man was struck and died without even understanding what had happened. The second met the same fate. Zeke crossed the area like an arrow. The men were so distracted that they did not realize they were being attacked. He went around slitting one's throat, killing another, and gagging the next before he could alert the others. He was efficient and silent. As he eliminated each target, Zeke thought it reminded him of the old days, when he received orders from the boss who was tired of certain targets, and ordered everyone exterminated without exception. The base leader finally noticed the attack, and suspected it was an assassin from the south, perhaps one of the Meccan. He declared that whoever it was, they wouldn't leave there alive. He even offered a painless death if they surrendered. Observing the man, Zeke concluded that he must be the local commander, probably at the level of a Blue Knight. To him, he was too weak compared to the hunting dogs he had faced in his past life. He found it ironic that the man spoke of a painless death after seeing his subordinates being massacred. In Zeke's view, there were only losers there. When they all advanced at the same time, he easily defended each blow. Disguised as a Meccan, Zeke began to find it strange. Were the hunting dogs always so weak, or had he become much stronger than before? Perhaps both. Either way, it didn't matter. He activated mana reflection, causing the surrounding energy to oscillate, and resulting in a sharp drop in lighting. The environment darkened, further favoring his movements. The leader was alarmed, and wondered if only a dragon slayer would have the power to interfere with mana in that way. At the same time, he analyzed that the young man did not demonstrate the use of aura, and that his swordsmanship resembled the southern style, which reinforced the idea that he was an assassin, not a draker. He tried to keep the group calm, stating that they could still kill that invader. When the light returned, everyone was already dead. The leader panicked. Zeke then commented that the emperor seemed to be becoming too obsessed, to the point of pursuing the legacy of the hero Kaisir. The man did not understand what that had to do with the situation. Zeke simply stated that he would figure it out himself, but that he wouldn't have time for it. Then he appeared behind the leader and killed him with a single blow to the throat. As he left the scene, Zeke abandoned a mecha knife on the ground, shifting the blame onto them. The Meccan cartel was a criminal organization from the south that he had once been a part of. He had shed blood, sweat, and tears for that group, which accepted any job for money. After the fall of the Kingdom of Cusco due to a civil war, the Meccan cartel divided the lawless region in two and consolidated its control over the territory. After leaving the base, Zeke thought he had managed to cover his tracks well using his draconic abilities. He used southern swordsmanship techniques on purpose and left the Meccan knife as a clear warning. The idea was simple. The Empire would believe that the southern cartel had done it. Thus, they would direct their forces there. This would serve both to weaken the Meccan and to relieve pressure from the north. But as he analyzed the letter he found at the base, Zeke realized that the Emperor knew much more than he had imagined. The operations map worried him even more. It wasn't just the central continent that was marked. Even the ceasefire region in the east and the unexplored dark seas were signaled. There was movement of hunting dogs practically everywhere, and there was even a formal suspicion of the ancient ruin of Kaisir. This meant that in a past life, the Emperor had probably already found that ruin. In this life, he hadn't found it yet, but he was very close. Zeke understood that he needed to act urgently. Suddenly, he saw a red beacon rise into the sky. That indicated disaster. A red beacon with 5 parts meant an absolute order of elimination. Kill the target at any cost. All the hunting dogs in the area would be mobilized until the target was found. When that happened, it was practically a death sentence. In a past life, even after stealing the artifact from the north, he died because of this operation called Absolute Bond. But now he had the system on his side. When he was attacked by surprise, he managed to dodge at the last instant and draw his sword. Several hunting dogs advanced at the same time. Zeke realized that these were different from those in the cave. They were truly specialized in killing. Even so, with quick and precise movements, he managed to avoid all the blows. More assassins emerged from the forest, completely surrounding the area. Zeke assessed that he could escape based on their abilities, but that would destroy the whole plan of blaming the Meccan. If he escaped that way, the Empire would realize that something was wrong. With no alternative, he decided to use something he preferred to keep secret. He took a small whistle and blew it. The sound echoed throughout the forest. The hunting dogs were momentarily alerted to the noise, which gave Zeke enough time to throw smoke bombs around himself. When the assassins advanced, he had already disappeared with a discreet smile. The platoon leader stated that he couldn't have gotten far. However, he soon realized that he no longer felt any trace of the boy's presence. Before he could understand what was happening, one of the hunting dogs was brutally thrown away, killed instantly. They were barbarians. The leader was confused. He didn't remember provoking any tribe, but there were many of them attacking at the same time. Even using aura, the hunting dogs couldn't cause significant damage to the barbarian's skin. in. In response, a single punch from a barbarian was enough to blow an assassin's head off. The situation quickly spiraled out of control. The leader had never seen the barbarian so enraged. He concluded that the forces were in danger and activated another signal, ordering a retreat and ending the absolute bond in the region. As they retreated under pursuit, the barbarians continued to attack. Meanwhile, Zeke was literally buried underground, hidden. When he emerged from his hiding place, he commented to himself that the item had been more effective than he expected. The object he used was the Horn of the Barbarians, a tool of war created for communication amidst the chaos of battle. In a past life, Zeke had developed a friendly relationship with the Mohacan tribe. They taught him how to make and use that horn. The signal he had emitted meant only one thing: intruders on sacred land. Many viewed the barbarians as uncivilized savages, but they possessed culture, tradition, and a strong instinct for territorial protection. The violent reaction was part of that defense. Observing the broken horn, Zeke noticed that the replica had not withstood the test of time and shattered easily. There was nothing to be done about it. Now, with the hunting dogs in retreat, it was time to finally find the ruins of Kaisir. Later, already inside the ruins, Zeke realized that events were unfolding one after another. The system activated a notification informing him that he had discovered a fallen dragon race, corrupted by contaminated energy. This immediately caught his attention. A fallen draconic race was not something common. Observing more closely on the minimap, Zeke noticed that there was a door behind the creature, so he asked the system how he could open that passage. The system initiated a connection with the administrator, who in turn connected to the Kaisir Hero King's house system. The authorization was recognized, and the door opened. At that same instant, the creature reacted with fury. It was a deformed dragon, with Hydra-like features, clearly unstable and aggressive. Zeke understood that he couldn't simply run through. He needed to create an opening. He activated Dragon Slayer art, and used the Gale's Shadowless Spaces technique to interfere with the creature's vision and create a blind spot. His plan was simple: confuse, cross, and reach the door. For a moment it seemed like it would work. He almost managed to get through, but the creature reacted faster than he expected. One of its heads lunged forward and swallowed him whole. Inside the monster's throat, Zeke didn't panic. He activated Dragon Slayer art, Chapter 7, Verse 1, Dragon Head Decapitator. As he executed the blow from the inside out, he noticed that the creature's blood was acidic. The surrounding flesh burned and corroded everything it touched. However, his healing factor activated immediately, regenerating the damage before it became fatal. Even so, the situation was extremely dangerous. Upon closer analysis, Zeke understood what he was facing: an acidic monster with 9 heads. In his past life, that creature had been a true nightmare. It was the 9-headed dragon, a corrupted draconic hydra. This time, however, it wasn't on the same level as before. As he continued attacking from inside the creature's body, Zeke concluded that perhaps this was the perfect opportunity. If he could defeat it now, he would eliminate a huge threat, and also pave the way directly for Kaisir's legacy. He decided he wouldn't run away. He was going to kill that thing right there. In the next moment, Zeke could barely block the strike of the hydra's fangs. The creature was far too strong, and even using technique, he was thrown away as if he were nothing. As he tried to stand up, he thought about how ironic it was to call that a dragon-slaying technique when he could not even kill a fallen dragon. He reflected that in this era, dragons were extinct. What existed now were monsters descended from them, known as fallen dragons, which were the closest thing to a true dragon. Even so, his attacks were not working. No matter how many times he cut the hydra, the wounds regenerated immediately. He understood that with his current level of power, facing something like that was far more difficult than he had imagined. Looking around, he realized he was about 30 meters from the door. There was no way to defeat the hydra in direct combat, so he needed a different approach. He opened the system and ordered the door to be closed. Then he drove his sword into the ground with force and activated the dragon-slaying technique, 5th form of the Gale, Wind Sever. The movement was too fast for ordinary eyes, and he advanced, destroying heads along the way. His goal, however, was not to kill but to pass through the hydra and reach the door. The hydra sensed his intention and launched 3 heads at him at the same time. Zeke was almost at his destination when one of the massive jaws managed to bite and trap his arm. In the same instant, he was pulled back. He had not expected the creature to pursue him with such aggression. Without hesitation, he cut off his own arm together with the head of the hydra that was holding him. Soon after, his arm began to regenerate bone by bone and muscle by muscle, but before he could react, he was struck by a gust of venom released into the air. The system informed him that he had been poisoned by the hydra. Even so, Zeke activated soul manifestation and used laceration to slice the creature vertically, decapitating more than one head. Even then, the main body of the hydra remained standing. He also remained standing. Even though he was completely wounded, only one head remained. When it lunged again, he thought that this might be the end. However, not for him. Zeke activated Dragon Dignity, releasing crushing pressure that intimidated the last head of the hydra. The intention was simple: to impose authority. The creature, overcome by fear, retreated and fled. Soon after, the door opened. He was surprised to realize that Dragon Dignity worked on a monster of that type. He thought he should have used it earlier. At the same time, he began to feel a strange exhaustion. Even with infinite stamina active, he suspected it was the effect of the venom. The system explained that he had instilled fear in a hydra, corrupted by contaminated energy, and that he could activate Draconic Control Authority to subjugate the target. Z considered the possibility, wondering if the creature's fear truly came from Dragon Dignity. Regardless of the reason, he decided to try to subjugate it. However, the system system informed him that he did not have sufficient administrator permission. The attempt failed. He realized that overly powerful abilities would always have limitations. Suddenly, he felt an internal impact. The venom had surpassed the danger threshold, and the healing factor was unable to neutralize it. He needed another solution. That was when he thought of gluttony, a skill that absorbed life and traits from his targets. If he could consume the Hydra, he might gain resistance to the poison. He activated gluttony and absorbed the Hydra's body into the shadows. In the process, the skill evolved in level. His energy was restored, and the creature's life was completely absorbed. He gained poison resistance, and the toxic effect was neutralized instantly. Now his gluttony was at expert rank, and his constitution, which already included a divine body, received an additional reinforcement. Even so, Zeke understood that poison resistance did not mean total immunity. It worked against most poisons, but not all of them. He would still need to be careful in the future. At least gluttony had finally evolved, probably because he had absorbed a high-level monster. The system added that if he eliminated a life form and consumed it with gluttony immediately afterward, he would receive additional rewards. Zeke stored that information as something extremely useful. Now that the Hydra no longer stood in his way, he could move forward. At that moment, the narrative explains about Hero King Kaisir. He was a legendary figure, half human and half fairy, the son of the fairy monarch and a human sage. He was born amid conflict and conspiracy. From the beginning, his life was difficult. A dark mage devised evil plans that led to his separation from his parents. Still an infant, he was abandoned in a forest. However, the sacred wolf of that place found him and decided to raise him, beginning the journey that would transform Kaisir into a legend. Because of that, Kaisir managed to survive in the forest. He grew up, became strong, and later freed humans from oppression. It was he who founded the central kingdom of the continent, called Kronos, establishing the beginning of a new era for humanity. Zeke thought that anyone from the central continent knew this story. The legend of Hero King Kaisir had been repeated for generations. However, nowadays there were almost no documents that proved these facts. There were no solid records or concrete evidence. Everything had been reduced to a distant legend. But now Zeke was there, in a place that proved Kronos and Kaisir had truly existed. The ruins stood before his eyes. He thought the sight was even more impressive than the books described. Even so, he realized that those ruins were not exactly the original kingdom of Kronos, but probably a replica built to preserve something. He found large ornate doors and used the system authorization to open them. Upon entering, he came across a pedestal with a crystal floating above it. Zeke imagined that this might be the secret technique left behind by Hero King Kaisir. At that moment, a new mission was activated, connected to the previous mission related to the hero. He was informed that he could not leave the area until he completed the objective. The room was automatically sealed. The mission was called The Knowledge of Hero King Kaisir. He needed to acquire the knowledge left in the ruins through the evidence recorded there. There was no time limit, and the reward was the tears of the fairy monarch. Zeke was deeply shocked. Kaisir's mother, the fairy monarch, was a legendary existence capable of granting knowledge and wishes. Her tears were artifacts that fulfilled wishes. That was an absurd reward. Even without knowing how to use them properly, he understood that they were extremely valuable. He asked the system how to obtain that knowledge. The system explained that he needed to extract the files contained in the magical recording device inside the crystal. There were more than 546 recorded videos, and among them, 12 were complete magical recordings preserved in full. The system began playing those 12 videos. The language used was ancient Kronosian, so the system translated everything for Zeke. In the recordings, Hero King Kaisir himself appeared. He spoke about swords in a simple way, saying that all swords were the same, and that the problem was never the weapon, but the one who wielded it. In a relaxed tone, he complained about the recording quality and told Sheltern to film properly. According to the legends, Sheltern was Kaisir's most loyal knight. Zeke realized that those historical figures had truly existed. In the video, Sheltern asked what was necessary to wield a sword. Well, Kaisir replied that it was not complicated. One only had to swing the sword with vigor, repeatedly. The real question was how many times and with what intensity the movement was repeated. Then Kaisir performed a demonstration slash in the recording. At that very instant, Zeke felt as if he had been split in half. It was not a physical cut, but a spiritual one. It was as if his soul had been struck by an invisible blade. That was not merely a technical demonstration. It was the transmission of knowledge through intention and spirit itself. He understood that this was the true knowledge of Hero King Kaisir. Fascinated, he asked the system to restart the video from the beginning. 4 days passed, and Zeke remained locked in the room, training without rest. Besides the main door, there were 3 other doors. One led to an infinite supply of food, another gave access to a room with a bed and bath. The third contained a library and an arsenal of weapons. Everything seemed prepared for Kaisir's successor. Zeke realized that the space was a complete training ground. He could focus exclusively on learning the sword technique. For days, he imitated the movements he saw in the recording, repeating the slash countless times. Even so, he still did not feel the same spiritual impact he had experienced while watching Kaisir, until the system notified him that he had acquired part of Kaisir's knowledge. He had mastered the basic form of the elemental sword, and could now advance to the applied level. At that moment, the crystal shone intensely, and the soul of Hero King Kaisir was summoned before him. The former king of Kronos stood in front of him as if he were alive. Zeke could hardly believe it. He was standing before a legend. Without warning, Kaisir advanced and drew his sword, attacking immediately. Zeke barely managed to block and was thrown backward. The pressure of that strike was overwhelming. He felt something familiar, similar to what he had experienced in his previous life during training with his former master. The sensation of standing before someone infinitely superior. Kaisir pressed him, as if testing his determination. Zeke began to understand that this was not a simple technical test, but a trial of spirit. Perhaps the true knowledge was not only in the movements, but in the ability to face someone who seemed like a monster in human form. In the next second, Kaisir was already in front of him again. This time Zeke managed to block the strike. He felt that he was fighting someone who could truly kill him. The presence of the Hero King was overwhelming, almost inhuman. For a moment, he wondered whether he could truly fight an existence of that level, but he quickly pushed the doubt away, thinking too much would only weaken him. All Zeke needed to do was give his best. He drew Bahamut and charged at Kaisir, determined to test his own limits. Before the real clash even began, Kaisir showed curiosity, asking whether he was Sheltern's disciple, and questioning what that energy surrounding the sword was. Whether it was Aurora or Aura, but Zeke did not waste time answering and attacked directly. With a simple lift of his blade, Kaisir blocked the strike as if it were nothing. At that instant, Zeke understood that Kaisir was strong regardless of any title. He closed the distance without hesitation, while Kaisir made it clear that above all, this was entertaining. The two began exchanging blows at high speed for a long time, creating an intense sequence of attacks and defenses, even pushing himself to the limit. Zeke felt like an ant dancing in the palm of Kaisir's hand, while Kaisir seemed completely in control, perhaps trying to show why he was called the Hero King. Even so, Zeke trusted in his own perseverance and determination. He activated all his draconic abilities and advanced with Dragon Claw, releasing all the power he had. Even then, Kaisir remained untouched. He remarked that even though he was not a dragonoid, he possessed draconic power, which made the situation even more interesting. When Zeke appeared behind him using his mobility, Kaisir noticed that he also manipulated elemental energy. At that moment, Zeke used the laceration of soul manifestation, and the strike collided directly with Kaisir's attack. The impact was so intense that shortly afterward, Zeke lost consciousness for a brief moment. When he woke up, he heard Kaisir say that the weakling had finally awakened, though he also acknowledged that Zeke had talent. He mentioned Sheltern's talent, draconic power, and elemental strength, explaining that part of Zeke's soul was trapped in the spiritual realm. Zeke did not understand what that spiritual realm was, so Kaisir explained that even though he was human, it seemed he had surpassed death at some point, which was why his elemental ability made sense. Already irritated by so many scattered explanations about talent, spiritual strength, and other confusing concepts, Zeke wanted an explanation he could truly understand. Kaisir decided to simplify. He explained that Zeke's current body did not match the knowledge he carried because he was still too young. His true knowledge was the elemental sword. Elemental force was the force of nature that composed all things, such as water, fire, earth, and air, and the elemental sword was the practical application of those four basic elements through the blade. To demonstrate, Kaisir used the storm wind sword, creating a massive tornado across the battlefield, making it clear that this was the wind element. He explained that behind elemental force, the core was the ether Zeke possessed. Zeke began to realize that the explanation sounded more like magic than traditional swordsmanship. When Kaisir said it was now his turn to try to understand, Zeke reflected that elemental force was focused on ether, yet he could barely sense any ether coming from Kaisir. That led him to think that perhaps there was some secret that converted ether into elemental power. He asked what method of conversion was being used, but Kaisir replied that he simply did it, without knowing how to explain it in detail. That made Zeke wonder how someone wanted to be a master without being able to explain his own technique. Even so, Zeke noticed something new. The ether Kaisir used was perfectly controlled, concentrated at a focal point that required the use of all senses at once. Determined to try on his own, Zeke understood that he could not limit himself to what he could see. He concluded that Kaisir's elemental force must be connected to soul manifestation, and that perhaps this was the starting point to access elemental power. When he attempted to use his ether with that thought in mind, Kaisir was momentarily impressed, but everything changed when Zeke activated the Gale soul manifestation. In the next instant, he received a strong blow to the head. Kaisir made it clear that this was not elemental force, but rather the enchantment of Dragon Dominion. He explained that he did not know much about dragonoids, but he was certain that humans could not properly use that type of enchantment. Furthermore, whenever Zeke used that power, he reached his own limit, because a dragon's soul was far greater than that of a human. Zeke could imitate that power, but never replicate it perfectly, so the effect would never be the same. To Kaisir, that was merely a fifth-rate enchantment, something pathetic compared to true elemental force. In the end, Kaisir ordered Zeke to repeat everything from the beginning. Upon hearing the term enchantment again, Zeke remembered that he had heard that word before, specifically when he absorbed Bahamut's heart. Zeke saw a few words appearing before him, and one of them was enchantment. At that moment, he began to reflect that if soul manifestation was a technique based on enchantment, then perhaps he could become even stronger by unlocking his own enchantment. If he managed to do that, he might be able to use his soul manifestation freely, without reaching his limit every time. Now he had a new reason to seek greater power. While he was still sitting there thinking, Kaisir noticed and told him to stand up, because training was not a place to remain idle. As time passed and the two continued training, it became clear that applied training took far longer than basic training. It was not just about repeating movements, but about understanding principles. With the divine body Zeke possessed, combined with Kaisir's constant demonstrations and the countless duels between them, he began to truly grasp the concept of elemental force. He started to see that just as magic uses mana as fuel, the elemental sword uses ether as its foundation to generate spiritual power and manifest the elements of nature. After he understood those principles and the method behind them, using the elemental sword itself was not as difficult as it had seemed at first. He then applied the wind element to his blade and created a great storm across the field. Seeing that, Kaisir finally said he could now look at him as someone worthy, but also made it clear that reaching the next level would be far more difficult. After that, Kaisir said it was time to rest. Before agreeing, Zeke wanted to ask a question. Kaisir calmly lay down upon the wind. He himself controlled and allowed him to speak. Watching that, Zeke realized that even the way Kaisir floated was connected to his mastery of elemental force. He then asked why, when he used his aura, Kaisir had called him Sheltern's disciple, and what that meant. Kaisir explained that Sheltern used to say humans could not wield the elemental sword, so he created his own technique, which became known as aura. He even showed irritation at the thought that Sheltern's own disciple seemed to ignore the original technique. It was then that he revealed that Sheltern Draker was his right hand and most loyal knight, and that he was a Draker. According to Kaisir, the true progenitor of the Drakers was not a Terracon, but Sheltern himself, who founded the use of aura. This left Zeke confused, because he had never heard that version of history. He also took the opportunity to ask about the spiritual realm, since he could now sense spirits because of the elemental sword, yet still did not understand the concept. Instead of answering directly, Kaisir created a wall of wind between them, demonstrating that elemental force could even be used in that way. He then explained that the spiritual realm could be understood as a kind of afterlife. The current world would be life, and when someone left their body behind and entered the spiritual realm, they could no longer return, as if there were a wall blocking the path. However, Zeke remembered that Kaisir had said part of his soul was in the spiritual realm, and that Kaisir himself existed before him as a soul. In response, Kaisir opened a gap in the wall of wind, and explained that Zeke's case was unique. It was as if parts of him existed in different realms at the same time. In Kaisir's own case, the one who helped him was a dragon. That surprised Zeke, who questioned why a dragon would help a human. To him, dragons had always been evil monsters that destroyed the world. Kaisir clarified that dragons had always been kind to humans, and that the relationship between them was different from what many believed. That completely shook Zeke's worldview, and he began to suspect that humans and dragons might have had an ancient bond. According to Kaisir, Zeke himself was living proof of that, since the heart and fang used to create his sword had not been simply handed over by Bahamut. He commented that Bahamut's character was questionable, but that he even had a gentle side. That made Zeke wonder whether Kaisir and Bahamut had been friends. Deciding to keep certain details secret, he merely confirmed that Lord Bahamut had given those items to his clan, and that perhaps he had misunderstood many things. In the end, Kaisir remarked that Bahamut had always been a protector of his own, and that Zeke had probably gone through many things with that old dragon. He also mentioned that Bahamut had fought many times against Kronos because of his explosive temper. When Zeke asked whether Kronos was the kingdom he had heard about, Kaisir confirmed and explained that he himself had been contracted by Kronos. While others argued over names and politics, he had simply been drinking tea peacefully until he decided to name the kingdom after himself. At that moment, Zeke became confused and started wondering what it meant for a dragon to drink tea. He thought it might be some form of polymorph, since incredibly powerful dragons could take human form. Kaisir confirmed that the name of the kingdom suited him because he wanted something that would be remembered for eternity. He then explained that thousands of years ago, in the era when dragons and humans lived in harmony, the kingdom of Kronos existed. However, when an extremely powerful dragon decided to help a human without the existence of a contract, the balance of the world collapsed. That triggered the fall of the kingdom. As a consequence, the dragons themselves were suppressed by the force of the laws of the world and began to polymorph into humans, helping humanity only through formal contracts. Just as it happened with Kaisir, dragons called their humans contractors. Upon hearing that, Zeke began to understand that his ancestors might have been so powerful because they received direct help from dragons. He also started to wonder at what point the rift between humans and dragons had emerged, since in the past they had lived in harmony. Despite his curiosity, he decided he wanted to hear that entire story calmly in the future. So he remarked that if Kaisir had waited 2,000 years for a successor, he could wait a little longer. Kaisir replied that the disciple was quite arrogant and said he wanted to see how long he would maintain that attitude, because the final lesson would be a duel against him. The atmosphere changed completely at that moment. Kaisir added a new rule. From that point on, eating and sleeping were forbidden. They would duel until he said stop. In addition, Zeke could only use the elemental sword. When he asked what would happen if he broke the rules, Kaisir did not answer with words, but charged forward using the elemental dance of fire. The strike was extremely powerful, but Zeke managed to block it. Kaisir made it clear that if he did not value his own life, he could try disobeying. It was then explained that the elemental sword was divided into 4 fields, each corresponding to an element. The first was the field of flames, related to fire. This field spread intense heat and flames across the battlefield, and was the most destructive of all. Zeke managed to block the attack but suffered severe burns. He remained alive only because of his healing factor. Next came the field of earth, known as the field of steel. The pressure was so intense that Zeke could barely move. Meanwhile, Kaisir advanced, opening a massive crater in the ground. The field of steel specialized in subjugation and defense, freely manipulating solidity and mass. When Zeke managed to escape the main blow, his face was cut by a follow-up attack he failed to notice. Then came the field of wind. Compared to fire, it had less raw power, but it was far more useful in combat because it increased attack speed, mobility, and strengthened the sword's aura. Finally, there was the water field. This field was used for both attack and defense, making it ideal for support and suppression. It was the most versatile of all, because like water, it could assume countless forms. Even after creating a wall of water to protect himself, Zeke saw Kaisir pass through it and slash his chest. The pain was intense. He thought he needed to become stronger, because his power was still a mere crumb compared to Kaisir's. He remembered the first day he managed to create a massive waterfall using the water field, and felt proud, but soon afterward he received a strike to the head from his instructor. When he questioned that, Kaisir explained that it was the power of a waterfall, not the power of water itself. Zeke thought it was the same attribute, but Kaisir clarified that in the other fields it was enough to manifest the correct attribute and manipulate it with intensity to bring the technique to life. The water field, however, was not about brute force, but about fluidity. Fluidity was the true strength of that field. That was why he made Zeke repeat the exercise countless times. Confused and frustrated, Zeke began to question how fluidity could overcome strength. In the past, everything he had lost was because he lacked strength. He lost what was most precious because he did not have enough power to protect, to survive, to uphold his convictions, and to preserve what was important to him. For Zeke, everything had always been simple. He believed he only needed strength. Strength to protect, strength to survive, strength to never lose anything again. So how could Kaisir say that fluidity overcame strength? It did not make sense to him. While clashing sword against sword in the middle of that endless duel, he saw water spreading before him. It was at that instant that he realized he had fallen asleep while fighting. Even unconscious for a moment, the duel continued. Kaisir unleashed a violent current that struck him directly and sent him flying. Zeke focused. Since the 15th day, he had already stopped trying to count time, but he knew at least a month must have passed since that insane training began. More than a month dueling without food and without rest. It was there that he understood that infinite stamina did not mean invincibility. Not against a monster like Kaisir. When Kaisir advanced once more, Zeke realized he could barely put strength into his arm. The ground was slippery because of the water spread across it. He stumbled and fell. In the same instant, he was overwhelmed by a crushing blow. Even so, he managed to defend against the main impact. And it was at that moment that something changed. He understood. It was not about the strength of his grip. It was not about the strength to remain standing. When he let go of that obsession with brute force, he finally began to understand what Kaisir had been saying all along. The rigid methods he used to control the sword and his abilities were chains. Chains that bound him to the fear of losing again. Chains that prevented him from moving forward. He decided to cut those chains, to let himself flow as water flows, to carve his own path. The sensation was familiar. In his past life, he had experienced something similar. When he no longer knew where he ended and where the sword began, he felt everything around him, sometimes violent like a storm, sometimes refined like a silent blade. Now Kaisir noticed the change. He launched another current toward Zeke, but this time Zeke dodged naturally. Instead of trying to resist with strength, he gathered water into Bahamut in a fluid manner, without unnecessary tension. At that very instant, both of them activated the elemental sword, the edge of water. The blades collided, and a colossal explosion swept across the surrounding space, shattering the battlefield. When the energy finally dissipated, Kaisir looked at him with satisfaction. That was magnificent. And at that moment, officially, Zeke Draker became the successor of Kaisir. Zeke woke up sometime later, still a bit confused, trying to remember at what moment he had passed out. It was already the second time he had lost consciousness. The first had been during the duel against Duke. On that occasion, the system forced him to black out because if he had kept fighting, he would have been completely screwed. This time was different. He was not forced to shut down. He simply reached the physical limit of his own body and collapsed from exhaustion. When he looked around, he did not see Kaisir anywhere. He had probably already returned to the spiritual realm. Even so, Zeke kept wondering at what exact point of the mission everything had ended. From what it seemed, he had managed to use the water field fairly well in that last attempt. Right after that, the system confirmed that he had truly completed the mission. On top of that, he received bonus rewards for time and performance. As the main reward, he obtained the Monarch Fairy Tears, 500 karma points, and 3 random skill cards. He had also completed a conquest mission, which granted him an upgrade in administrator privileges, another 500 karma points, and 3 additional random boxes. With the increase in system authority, Zeke unlocked new functions. He could now use a hotkey slot space, access the upgraded mission book, and use the portal teleportation function directly through the minimap. In addition, the Seal of Bahamut evolved in level. He thought it was too much information at once, and that reading all the detailed explanations would be a hassle later. When checking the Seal of Bahamut, he noticed it was at 90%, whereas before it had been at 95%. That meant he was gradually unlocking the powers. With his current abilities, he could only withstand 10% of Bahamut's total power. He started wondering whether that was related to some specific enchantment, or perhaps draconic control, something that could not be unlocked just with points. The percentage of the seal was probably connected to that. He decided he would keep an eye on that detail. Instead of overthinking, he chose to use the other rewards. He opened the 3 random boxes and obtained parts of the meteor metal armor, along with delicately crafted crystal earrings that granted 15% mana regeneration to the user. He concluded that he could sell the earrings for a good price to some interested mage. Now he already had the boots and pants of the meteor armor, so it would not take long to complete the entire set. After that, he used the random skill cards. The first granted static discharge, which generated electricity and allowed him to apply shock through touch. The second was flashbang, which fired condensed energy capable of blinding the enemy. The third was dissonance, which created a loud sound capable of affecting the hearing of nearby enemies. All of them were rank C, which at first seemed too simple. Even so, he decided to test them. Static discharge surprised him positively. Even being rank C, for that level it was versatile and could be used in several ways. Combined with dissonance and flashbang, he could recreate an effect similar to an artifact he had seen before, mixing shock, blindness, and sound disorientation. Next, he analyzed the new administrator functions. He now had a hotkey bar, allowing him to place items for quick access. He thought about not placing healing potions there, since he had a healing factor and infinite stamina, but he quickly reconsidered. He could face another enemy like Kaisir, someone capable of dealing with infinite energy. Besides, he still did not know the real limits of his own healing factor. Murphy's Law always shows up at the worst possible moment, so it was better to be prepared. He decided to place a potion of salvation in the hotkey instead of a common potion. Even with all that, what truly caught his attention were the monarch fairy tears. It was said they had been shed after the sorrow over the loss of the hero king Kaisir. They could be used only once as a means of summoning the monarch fairy from the spiritual realm. Her existence had never been officially confirmed, appearing only in legends, just like the hero king Kaisir himself. But after meeting Kaisir personally, Zeke no longer had any reason to doubt those stories. The problem was that he could only use the tears once. He could not test them out of curiosity. He decided to store them away. He was certain they would be extremely useful at the right moment. Finally, he used the new portal teleportation function through the minimap and returned to the adventurer's base. He also used the minimap to trace his next route. He noticed that the point cost varied according to distance, but there were no other restrictions. As long as he had enough points, he could move practically across the entire continent. That fit perfectly with the plans he was starting to outline from that moment on. On the way, Zeke noticed some flowers scattered along the path and found it strange. He began to wonder if flowers existed during winter. Only then did he realize it was no longer winter. More time had passed than he had imagined. Meanwhile, in Valhalla, the night training center, the rector commented that in 10 years of work, he had never seen a case like Zeke's, someone who literally disappeared for an entire month right after the entrance ceremony. Zeke knew it had not been because he wanted to. Along with the entrance guide, he had received a recommendation letter that included a clear clause. If he did not attend the entrance ceremony, the rector would have full authority over his stay at the school. Entering only the following year would be terrible for him, because he needed access to the secret library as soon as possible. For that reason, he decided he would use every possible means to convince the rector. He explained that he had completely lost himself in a state of unity during training, in order to compensate for his limitations, and that in the process he ended up losing consciousness for a long period of time. Flobor Borges, the rector of Valhalla, questioned whether that was truly the only excuse he had managed to come up with to justify his absence from the entrance ceremony. Flobor was not just anyone. He was a renowned knight across the entire continent, originally from the kingdom of Tabia, as a member of the royal guard and heir to a long tradition. The story of how the current patriarch Arthur Draker had to visit him 3 times to convince him to take the position of rector was still talked about 10 years later. Zeke knew he was a man who valued honor and order above all else. Trying to appeal to emotion would only have the opposite effect. Without insisting further, Zeke admitted that he had no more excuses for his absence. The rector acknowledged that reaching a state of unity was extremely difficult. If it had been any other cadet, he would have been expelled immediately. However, there was the letter of recommendation. Because of that, the rector decided to arrange an opportunity for him. If it was determined that the training carried out outside of Valhalla truly surpassed a month inside the academy, then his enrollment would be allowed. Zeke gave thanks, but inwardly, he felt irritated. He knew that all of this was only possible because of that damned Howard, who had influence behind the scenes. The rector then called someone to accommodate Zeke Drake, and later he was taken to an individual training room. Zeke knew that a large part of Valhalla's professors were renowned knights. This was not a simple evaluation. The rector declared that since everyone was gathered, Zeke should demonstrate his power and prove that his training had truly been worthwhile. He began thinking about what he should show. He could not simply use the elemental sword there. On top of that, he felt enormous pressure coming from the evaluation panel. Those professors were known as some of the most powerful knights on the continent and would analyze every movement without blinking. He decided to reveal only part of what he was capable of. He unleashed his draconic power and used Aura Blade on the massive sword he wielded. One of the knights observed that Zeke had already reached the level of a blue knight at 15 years old, something impressive. Another commented that the last known record had been 19 years old, and began wondering whether a new record had just been broken. At that moment, Zeke realized that he might have gone too far. He should not have shown that much power. He had spent too much time training with Kaisir, who always said that aura was just a trick used by the weak. Because of that, he had practically forgotten how to restrain his own aura. Even so, he felt relieved. At least he had proven his capability. Before meeting Kaisir, his aura had already been at the level of a blue knight. After learning the elemental sword and mastering techniques such as the water field, his aura evolved even further, surpassing the common level of a red knight. The difference between these techniques lay in the use of aura. Aura blade was a thin layer that covered the weapon, increasing its lethality and sharpness. A blue knight could manifest and maintain that layer. A red knight, on the other hand, was capable of shaping and altering the form of aura. Zeke realized it had been fortunate that he had only demonstrated power equivalent to a blue knight. If he had shaped the aura without noticing, the situation would have become far more complicated. In the end, the rector declared that Zeke was impressive. The results he demonstrated were incomparable to the common training at Valhalla. In light of that, he decided to overlook the month of absence and allow him to remain at the academy. The rector even said that, in truth, he would forgive years of absence given that result. Zeke thought he was acting completely differently from what he had imagined, but even so, he apologized again for not having participated at the start of classes. Flober Borges then asked the other professors what they thought. He questioned whether anyone opposed the admission of Zeke Drake. Some thought the rector was being too lenient, but no one spoke against it. On the contrary, they acknowledged that what they had witnessed was a clear manifestation of an extremely powerful aura blade. The rector replied that since everyone agreed, there was nothing more to discuss. He then officially congratulated Zeke Drake on his enrollment at Valhalla. Atlas was a gigantic city, practically the size of a kingdom, located at the center of Middleland. It was there that the main training facilities of the greatest knights on the continent were located, including Valhalla and the fortress of the Four Seasons of the Drake family. The fortress was considered the main castle of the family, where the patriarch and several key figures of the lineage resided. At that moment, Zeke was standing in front of his own mansion in Atlas. When he opened the doors, he was surprised by a celebration party for his acceptance into Valhalla. There were cakes, sweets, and confetti scattered everywhere. To make everything even stranger, Duke and Andre were dressed as clowns. Duke commented that it was the first time he had seen a student miss the entrance ceremony and still be officially accepted afterward, and that such a thing deserved to be celebrated. Zeke wondered why people who were supposed to be at the academy were there in Atlas. The answer was simple. Duke had been called back to the fortress of the Four Seasons by the patriarch himself, and had already decided for a month on his own initiative to act as a sort of household supervisor at Zeke's mansion. As for Andre, he had joined Valhalla as an assistant professor. He even apologized, saying that technically he was now above Zeke in the hierarchy. Even so, Zeke clearly realized that Andre had come to remain by his side. Later, after Duke and Andre drank too much and ended up passed out over the table, Zeke left and went to a tavern. He said he was there to meet Kai, which immediately drew attention, especially because he was a Drake. The bartender, upon recognizing the surname, apologized and said he would take him to the branch manager. He was led through a secret passage behind the tavern. Before the regression, Zeke had been very familiar with the major intelligence forces on the continent. There were two organizations widely recognized as the largest: the Black Knights Order of the Drakers and the Intelligence Service of the Empire of Roma. However, there was a third organization, less known to the general public, called the Syndicate. At first, the Syndicate had been nothing more than a group of smugglers. Everything changed when Kai joined the organization. She used the smuggling network as a foundation to build a true intelligence network. In Zeke's past life, around that time, he would have been expelled from the academy and ended up as Makine, surviving however he could, even working as an assassin. It was during that period that Kai, then a manager, appeared with an order to clear a transportation route. Her goal was to expand those routes and transform the Syndicate into an intelligence organization capable of rivaling the Black Order and the Information Department of the Empire. With her determination and talent, she managed to elevate the Syndicate to another level. Later, when Zeke had everything stolen by the Empire, it was through the information provided by Kai that he learned about the artifact the Emperor was seeking. She actively cooperated with his revenge, saying that it was merely a way of repaying what he had already done for the Syndicate. Without her, he would never have gotten his hands on the artifact and would never have obtained his second life. In that world, information was a weapon, and the future could change completely depending on who controlled it. Even with his exceptional abilities, Zeke knew that maintaining good relationships was essential. Upon arriving at Kai's office, he noticed that her tastes were exactly the same as before. She questioned why the rising star of the Draggers was in her office, and asked him to get straight to the point. Zeke explained that he wanted to open a negotiation with the Syndicate. On the other hand, Kai naturally wanted to know why the prodigy who had reached blue level at 15, the awakened pureblood noble of the Dragger family, would be interested in doing business with a criminal organization like the Syndicate. Zeke found it unsettling how much Kai knew about what was happening inside Valhalla. That showed her intelligence network was already much deeper than it seemed. Even so, he realized she was not taking him entirely seriously, so he decided to reverse the situation. He said that before making any decision, she should see what he had to offer. On top of the table, he placed the delicately crafted crystal earrings. He explained that they were not simple accessories, but artifacts. He asked Kai to try them on. When she put on the earrings, she was genuinely impressed. She felt her mana regeneration increase by around 15%. Most common artifacts increased only 3%. The best reached 4%. This was far above the standard. She knew that an item of that level could not simply be found on the black market. Zeke asked whether she now wanted to have a real conversation. Kai inwardly began to wonder who exactly that boy was. Later, he explained the plan. She could open a new account using the sealed personal statement he had received. Since he had already recorded requested a representative. All she needed to do was go to the Bank of Atlas and handle the movement of the items. That would be her part in the proposal. Kai understood that Zeke wanted to use the syndicate to sell unknown artifacts on his behalf. The proposal was 10% per item sold, and an additional bonus for every 10,000 accumulated. The value was higher than she had expected. He was offering terms better than the standard of the underworld. In addition, she realized that he knew she was a mage. That meant he also had access to information. After quickly assessing the situation, Kai agreed to the terms of the contract and wished success to the new business. Before she closed the matter, Zeke asked one last question. He asked whether her ghost ship was doing well. Kai's expression changed instantly, turning cold and lethal. She demanded to know how he knew about that. Zeke answered naturally, saying he was only asking and questioned why she was so nervous. Inwardly, he thought that threats were acceptable up to a certain point, but he wanted to know whether she could truly handle the consequences. Then he released the dragon's gaze. The atmosphere in the room changed immediately. Everyone around froze in fear. Kai realized it was not accurate to say he was merely a blue knight. His presence was far heavier than that. In that instant, she understood that he could destroy everyone there alone if he wished. He suggested that they move somewhere else for a more private conversation. Already inside the official syndicate office in Atlas, Zeke proposed formalizing everything with an oath contract. That type of contract was common among mages. It served to guarantee the integrity of the agreement. Each party had to use their own blood as ink. After signing, a seal would appear on each person's arm. If one party directly harmed the other, they would lose their life. The seal could fade over time, but any attempt at assassination or betrayal would result in severe and practically endless restrictions. Kai said it was good to know that he understood exactly what he was proposing. She preferred that they sign immediately, because one never knew whether he might suddenly change his mind and decide to kill her. Zeke agreed that she was right. Without hesitation, he signed the contract. He said that if that was enough to earn her trust, he could sign as many contracts as necessary. As soon as they finished, the seals appeared on their arms with their respective signatures marked. They were now officially bound by the agreement. With the pact sealed, Zeke commented that since they were now official partners, they could continue the conversation. Then he asked directly who was using the ghost ship to distribute Soma items to Makain. Kai admitted that she honestly had no idea how Zeke knew about her ghost ship. Even so, she confirmed that yes, the vessel was being used for that purpose. Soma was a drug currently banned in the kingdom. After the fall of the kingdom during the Civil War, the southern continent had become a vast cultivation area for the substance. Zeke deduced that it must be related to the message from the Transcendent House. Kai confirmed it. Even though Makain was the one operating it, it was obvious they wanted to avoid direct conflict with House Ishtar, the Transcendent family that controlled the only land route connecting the central and southern regions of the continent. Since Ishtar was completely blocking the entry of anyone outside their house, land trade with the south had become practically unviable. As a result, most land routes were shut down, and most maritime routes were already under the control of Favela. Given that situation, McCain decided to use the syndicate's sea routes. Kai commented that she was grateful to have a clientele willing to pay the price. McCain and Favela were the two major criminal organizations that controlled the lawless region of the south. The Central Forest served as a territorial division. To the north was McCain, to the south Favela. McCain used land routes to distribute Soma, but with Ishtar's blockade, they had to turn to the sea. The problem was that Favela already dominated much of the maritime routes. With no alternative, McCain began seeking other sea routes, and that was where the syndicate's ghost ship became essential. Kai returned to the main point and asked again how Zeke knew about the ship's existence. The vessel possessed an invisibility spell that avoided unwanted eyes, allowing it to escape pirates and the Navy. It was a central source of the syndicate's income, and a secret they made sure to keep hidden. Since he could not reveal that he had regressed in time, Zeke deflected. He said that when an information broker seeks strategic data, should they not focus on the best proposal available? Favela had doubled the offer for the syndicate to cut ties with McCain. Even so, Zeke advised her to refuse. He explained that the syndicate could use that situation to slow down both Favela and McCain at the same time. If they cut ties with McCain, they would lose an important Soma client, but if they continued dealing with both while manipulating the tensions, they would maintain influence over both sides. He then provoked her by saying that Favela was nothing more than pirates defeated by the White Silver Knight. Kai rejected the idea immediately. Favela was known for following its own principles and did not behave like common pirates. Zeke explained that it was only a facade. Favela's true objective was to discover the syndicate's treasure, the secret maritime route. Unlike McCain, which preferred to keep the Golden Goose alive, Favela would destroy everything if it discovered the ghost ship. They would bombard without hesitation to seize control. Kai argued that Favela and pirates were different entities and questioned how he could be so certain. Zeke answered directly that information had a price. If she wanted deeper details, she should pay first. What he wanted in return was simple, that she take him to Don Juan, the head of McCain. If she accepted, he would guarantee that she would become the true leader of the syndicate. Later, walking through the dark alleys of the city, Zeke reflected that although Kai's contact network was impressive, it was still not enough. In the past, the fastest way to dominate the game had been to fully access the syndicate's information. With that, he could level the field and absorb any organization that crossed his path. He thought that Don Juan would not lose by waiting. The spark lit that night would grow into a flame large enough to consume him. Back in Valhalla, Zeke noticed that the atmosphere was very different from the nursery and from an ordinary academy. There was a clear sense of freedom in the air. The rector had said that if he waited, a guide would appear, and indeed one did. The guide was a boy with an appearance far too modern, full of energy, and exaggerated attitude. He tried to greet him in an overly casual way, almost asking for an informal fist bump. Zeke ignored the gesture and asked whether he was the guide sent by the rector. The young man replied with a hint of mockery, questioning Zeke's serious tone and saying that he needed to relax more. He confirmed that yes, he had been personally sent by the rector to show him every corner of Valhalla. He then introduced himself as Diego Vila, saying he was an evangelist of New Age fusion music, mixing traditional Southern percussion with central melodies. At first, Zeke was slightly shocked when he heard the guide's full name. Even so, he simply turned his face away and pretended not to react. In his past life, Diego Vila had been one of the 5 divine knights. They were knights who played decisive roles in the Continental War and received that title because of their achievements. Among them were the illusory knight, Reina Draker, known as the Lightning Knight, and finally Diego Vila, the Knight of Measurement. Thinking about it now, the story had never made it completely clear, but everything indicated that the 5 divine knights had come out of Valhalla. Zeke decided that he needed to confirm that with his own eyes. If he was right, he could strengthen his influence far faster than he had planned. Later, while tasting the food, he commented that it was impressively good. Diego responded with exaggerated enthusiasm, saying that Valhalla's food was known as the best on the continent. Zeke agreed, stating that it was far better than food from the south. During the meal, they talked for quite a while. Zeke asked how a southern native had ended up in Valhalla. Diego said it was a long story. He explained that his parents were rulers of a small kingdom in the south. That made Zeke reflect. The Knight of Measurement was southern royalty. The southern continent was formed by a coalition of smaller kingdoms, with the kingdom of Cusco at its center. After Cusco collapsed because of a civil war, many inhabitants migrated to the central continent. Diego summarized the situation by saying that he was basically a prince. Zeke did not care much about titles at that moment, but he found it hard to believe that there could be royalty that carefree. Even so, Diego explained that some elders of the family insisted that the royal family's twin sword tradition needed to continue. Since he was a prodigy in that style, he ended up being sent to Valhalla. Despite that, he made it clear that he did not care that much about swordsmanship, and that his true interest was music. Zeke thought that he was simply ignoring the expectations of those who believed in him. Even so, Diego asked whether he wanted to join the New Age Musical Research Club. Zeke refused immediately. Later, while walking through the corridors, Zeke asked if it was really allowed to enter the older students' classes like that. Diego replied that he needed to get that rigid academy mindset out of his head. Valhalla was about freedom. Everything was allowed as long as it contributed to learning. If he wanted to watch a class, he just had to walk in. He added that he had only brought him there because that day was special. As they passed by, several students murmured when they saw Zeke. Diego asked if he was a Draker. Zeke found the question strange. To him it was obvious. He wore gloves with the pure blood symbol of the Draker family. That was a clear sign of lineage. Diego, however, explained that he had not even taken off the gloves while eating and had no idea what the exact meaning was. He asked if that really indicated pure blood. Zeke was surprised that someone could reach Valhalla without knowing something so basic, but he realized that the reaction seemed genuine. He thought he would finally have some silence, but Diego did not stop talking. He commented that now Zeke's personality made sense, and joked that he should pay for a meal someday, since he was rich. At that moment, Flaubert Borges himself entered the room to begin the class. Zeke finally understood why there were so many people there. It was not an ordinary class. It was a lecture given by the rector. While the rector began to speak, Diego still tried to comment on some song lyrics with Zeke, who asked him to at least pretend he was paying attention. Diego himself had said they should listen to the class. The rector announced that he would skip the formalities and present the main event. He said it had been difficult to bring that person there, but he had finally succeeded. The Black Knight of the Drager had returned from the battlefield, and that quickly became a topic inside the academy. Zeke thought the old man had gone straight back to the Fortress of the Four Seasons. After that, he had simply returned to his normal routine. The so-called Black Knight was none other than Duke Draker, and as expected, many rumors began to appear about his sudden disappearance and the reason for his return. When Duke Draker stepped onto the stage and took the microphone, he began by saying it was an honor to meet everyone there. He asked the students to keep that lecture in their souls and in their hearts, but the speech dragged on so long that by the end, half of the audience was almost asleep. Zeke was certain he had been speaking for more than 2 hours straight, without a single pause. The situation became so excessive that the rector had to interrupt in order to continue the event. The rector explained that the next topic needed no formal introduction. He said that although she was extremely busy as a guardian knight, that special guest had reserved time in her schedule to attend. When Zeke heard that, he was truly surprised, because within the dragon family, the knights were divided into normal, intermediate, advanced, and guardian, with the guardians being the absolute peak. There were not even 10 with that title in the entire family. When she entered, she immediately drew attention attention. She had patina-colored hair and wore full armor, carrying a strong and imposing presence. Zeke realized she was someone important, but had no idea who she was until he heard the murmurs of the other students. She was the White Silver Knight, a direct descendant of the Draker family, Carly Draker. Her importance did not come only from her title. The port city of Aeson was one of the main navigation centers of the central continent, with trade routes connecting the Republic of Dorda, the southern continent, and also the east. However, a decade ago, Aeson had been a lawless land dominated by southern pirates. It was after becoming a true knight of the Dragon family that Carly Draker took on the mission of eliminating those pirates. For 5 years she hunted them down one by one until no pirate remained alive in Aeson. After that, under Draker protection, the city transformed into the largest port in the region. The few pirates who survived fled to the deadly waters south of the Republic of Dorta. For that achievement, Carly Draker was recognized and became the youngest guardian knight in the history of the family. Not even Abel, in Zeke's past life, had managed to achieve something like that. He had thought she would be important, but he had not imagined it would be at that level. In addition, she was also involved in the current succession dispute against Abel, which made her presence even more relevant. Zeke realized it was natural not to recognize her face, since before the regression Carly Draker had already had a different fate. Suddenly, she struck the table hard, demanding silence. The reaction was immediate, and many students trembled. Carly Draker criticized the lack of discipline among the students, saying their behavior was far below the standard of Valhalla. She reminded them that the peace everyone enjoyed had not been granted for free, but built with the blood, sweat, and tears of previous generations. Zeke thought the speech had a very rigid tone, almost old-fashioned, but he could not deny that it made sense. Later, as he left the class, he heard comments from other students and realized that many found the advice severe yet important. Even so, it did not seem that it would truly change everyone's behavior. He also remembered Diego, who had left before the end of the tour, saying he had several ideas for songs and needed to compose. For Zeke, that was actually positive, because it meant Diego would be busy living his own life in Valhalla, while he focused on his goals. Among those goals was finding the secret library of Tarakan. While organizing his thoughts, Carly Draker suddenly appeared and asked for a moment to talk. However, the conversation did not take place in a common corridor. They went to a training room instead. There, Carly Draker drew her sword, which Zeke recognized as being made of pure mithril. The Holy Kingdom, which bordered Aeson and had also suffered from the pirate problem, had presented her with a mithril sword and armor as a demonstration of gratitude for eliminating the threats along the trade routes. It was thanks to that achievement and her striking style that she received the title of White Silver Knight. She demanded that Zeke show all of his power without hiding anything. At first, he thought he was overanalyzing the situation, but he soon understood that it was simply an invitation to a duel. She had probably heard the rumors that he had become a Blue Knight at 15 years old. Even so, Zeke knew he could not reveal everything. He was aware that she was not the only one curious about the extent of his power. Exposing all his abilities would put him at a disadvantage within his own family. The law of the jungle was the fundamental principle of the Draker. Becoming a Blue Knight at such a young age was already an absurd display of talent and growth. Showing more than that without necessity would be reckless. If any information about Zeke's true power leaked out, the Zimmons family, which was in the middle of the succession dispute, would use any possible method to eliminate him, or something even worse. The Patriarch would also do everything in his power to place him under total control. For Zeke, showing all his cards at the very beginning would be the same as giving up on the succession and any real chance of freedom in the future. What he needed at that moment was only the reputation of his transcendental lineage. He had no intention of blindly following the family. When the duel truly began and their swords clashed, Carly Draker knocked his blade aside with ease and counterattacked, cutting Zeke's nose. Instinctively, he immediately deactivated his healing factor. He knew that as an extremely experienced guardian knight, she would notice something strange if the wound closed too quickly. He would not repeat the same mistake he had made against Duke Draker. During Zeke's turn to attack, she blocked the strike without difficulty and hurled him away with a gust of wind. He began to wonder if he should raise his level to the equivalent of a red knight. Limiting himself to the power of a blue knight was not helping at all in that fight. Meanwhile, Carly Draker kept attacking with heavy and merciless blows. One of her strikes opened a crater in the arena floor. She commented that most swords would have shattered in half from that impact, but she praised the quality of the blade Zeke was using. Even so, he was struck again and thrown far away. He already knew that facing someone at red level while using only blue power would be extremely difficult. Then Carly Draker questioned why his guard was down if the fight was not over yet. At that moment, Zeke realized he had truly let his guard slip. Before receiving the title of White Silver Knight, Carly Draker had held another title. It was linked to the ability that allowed her blade to increase in size, a technique known as Giant Blade. The sword expanded in front of Zeke and struck him head-on, hurling him against the wall and practically dragging him across the entire arena. He thought that perhaps that performance would be enough to convince her. Even after the brutal attack, Carly Draker admitted that he was incredible for still being alive and said she wanted to discuss something with him. However, at that moment, Zeke collapsed unconscious on the ground, completely destroyed on the outside. Carly Draker realized she had gone a little too far and gave him a high-level potion. While pretending to be unconscious, Zeke discreetly reactivated his healing factor. The entire situation had been carefully manipulated by him, including the temporary deactivation of his regeneration. He controlled his power to the maximum to continue appearing as nothing more than a blue knight. During her final blow, blow, he had not been completely caught off guard. He managed to defend himself partially, and noticed that just before the impact, Carly Draker had reduced the intensity of her aura, as if she were holding back. That made things easier for him. Even without naturally generating aura throughout his body, he managed to absorb a small portion of the attack energy and avoided severe internal damage, suffering only minor injuries. Carly Draker would probably think that he could also produce aura through his body, and that he was gravely wounded. When he stood up, Zeke pretended to be in great pain, even though he was almost fully recovered. He said he was better, keeping up the act. Then Carly Draker told him that he could call her sister. Later, in a deserted alley on the outskirts of Atlas, she led him into a closed carriage and offered him tea from the east. She explained that she had recently acquired that tea and hoped he would like it. Zeke found it curious because his father had said something similar before, and he did not understand why everyone thought he liked tea so much. As he observed the inside of the carriage, he commented that he would never have imagined it was so spacious inside. Carly Draker explained that it was camouflage magic used to avoid drawing attention. Zeke found it strange that she had challenged him publicly in the arena and was now taking him to a camouflaged carriage in an isolated alley. He questioned why they had not spoken inside the academy. That was when Carly Draker revealed the real reason. She wanted his help to stop Abel Draker, known to many as the Genocidal Knight. She explained that Abel Draker was getting involved in conflicts between nations, breaking the family oath of neutrality. He was supporting the Empire of Roma against the Kingdom of Alhencia, directly interfering in the war. Zeke asked whether the family leader and the others already knew about it. Carly Draker confirmed that they did, but many preferred not to get involved. The family was divided, since Abel Draker had been manipulating both the Empire and the Internal Council. Zeke questioned whether even the elders were involved. Carly Draker replied that some had remained neutral, but others had taken Abel Draker's side. For Zeke, it would have been better if someone had already acted instead of just watching. He believed it was only a matter of time before that conflict exploded and affected the entire family. Carly Draker fully agreed. They were still thinking about what to do, but there was no more time to wait. If they remained still, Abel Draker would eventually start a war of much greater proportions. Zeke thought Carly Draker was right. It had already been 3 years since he and the Draker had returned in time, and within 7 years the Great War between the nations would take place. In that war, the Draker family would be dragged into the conflict because of Abel Draker. The problem was not small. It was something that could change the fate of the entire continent. Carly Draker explained that she had made a decision. She would create a force with the direct objective of stopping Abel Draker. While he manipulated the family council, she would seek those who were still neutral. Even so, she made it clear that knights could not act out of vengeance or stain the name of the family. For that reason, she wanted to gather knights from different kingdoms, forming a greater alliance. She did not want to force Zeke into anything. She was only asking for help. He was still young, of pure blood, and his future within the family was already practically guaranteed. At that moment, Zeke understood Carly Draker better. She knew how to make difficult decisions, and could put herself in the place of others. She was an honorable knight. He remembered the opening in the aura of her blade during the last strike, and realized that she had probably held back at the last second so as not to kill him. She was strong like a true Draker, but inside, she carried an enormous weight. She explained that if this matter came to light near the main houses, she could be accused of treason. Zeke thanked her for the concern, but said he had already made his decision. Even though he was young, he wanted to be useful at her side. Carly Draker thanked him for his cooperation, acknowledging his choice. Later, in the Valhalla dormitories, Zeke reflected. In his past life, he had already known information similar to what Carly Draker had shared, but he had never been involved in the internal problems of the family. The reason he had always avoided returning home was simple. He did not want to fall into the hands of Abel Draker, the true person responsible for starting the war in the future. Now, however, there was someone within the family who had the same objective as him. He no longer needed to run away. In fact, the situation was even favorable, because he could observe Abel Draker movements up close. He decided that he would do everything possible to improve the public image of the Draker family. Even though she was the first daughter to become a guardian knight, Carly Draker had not awakened with pure blood. Her mother also did not come from a powerful family. In Zeke's past life, she ended up falling behind Abel Draker and failed to prevent the course of events. Now it was different. Zeke was a pure blood awakened. He could influence public opinion more easily. For him, manipulating perceptions was simple when one understood the game of power. Following the system map, he approached the true reason he had entered Valhalla. His destination was the secret library of Tarakan. When he arrived, he found only a small, isolated room within the main library. His first impression was disappointment. The place was small, the books seemed ordinary, nothing special. He had expected something grand, perhaps a hidden artifact, something like the heart or the fang of Bahamut. He felt that he had created too much expectation. Then, when he stepped on a specific point on the floor, the system identified an update point. Secret files were synchronized with another administrator. That made Zeke stop immediately. If there was another administrator, it meant there was another person using the system besides him. A bookshelf appeared, visible only through the system. That was why no one had ever discovered that place. From that moment on, Zeke Draker could access any file related to Tarakan regardless of physical location. On the shelf there were operational manuals, Dragon Slayer techniques, historical records, and a detailed manual about individual growth and evolution. He wanted something that would make him stronger. The system highlighted a specific title for him. The name was The Vision of the Draconic Sword. Zeke had never heard of that book, and decided to check the author. The name made him freeze for a moment. The book book was written by Shoton Drake, right hand of Kaisir the King of Heroes, and also a direct ancestor of the Dryker family. In the book, Shoton Drake first explained the reason he had created the draconic sword before even revealing its secret. The relationship between humans and dragons began with Kaisir, who despite being human managed to form a contract with a dragon. The dragons began to help humans, but there was nothing special in the way they did so. Compared to other races, humans were weak, almost pitiful. Over time, the number of contractors increased, and several independent kingdoms emerged across the continent. However, the speed of that expansion left Shoton Drake uneasy. He had always feared the dragons. For him, it was possible that their help was not out of compassion, but part of a greater plan. Perhaps the dragons were preparing the world for future chaos. If that fear ever became reality, humanity would have no chance at all. It would be wiped out overnight. Because of that, Shoton Drake began searching for methods to defeat a dragon. He first considered using magic to defeat them, but he quickly discarded the idea. Magic was a gift given by the dragons themselves to humanity. They were the ones who created the magic circle within the heart of every human, allowing them to sense mana and use it. Defeating dragons with something they had granted would be contradictory. After that, he considered the elemental sword of the King of Heroes. However, that technique depended on specific blood. Only someone with the same lineage as Kaisir could use it properly. It was not something accessible to humanity as a whole. For that reason, Shoton Drake decided to seek a power that any human could develop, something that transcended the natural limits of the species. He studied everything from the northern sword styles to the mystical powers of the east. Surprisingly, the one who helped him most on that journey was Kronos, the contracted dragon of Kaisir. Even though Kronos claimed he was helping only for amusement, he showed respect for Shoton Drake's determination. The two continued researching until they discovered a power unlike anything that had existed before. That power was called aura. It did not depend on mana, elements, or contracts with dragons. It was something exclusively human. After establishing the concepts of aura and developing the draconic sword style, Shoton Drake wrote the book and distributed it among the kings of that era. However, in a world where artifacts and powers were easily obtained thanks to dragons, a technique that required effort, discipline, and time attracted no attention. The draconic sword was ignored. Up to the moment he wrote those words, the dragons had not betrayed humanity. Even so, Shoton Drake made it clear that the technique might be necessary in the future. The final sentence of the book was simple. If someone had found that work, they should strive to learn the technique. Soon after, the system notified Zeke of a new mission. The title was Heir of Shoton. He needed to master the secret technique of the draconic sword within 3 months. The reward would be the coordinates of Kronos' treasure. Zeke immediately imagined the number of artifacts and rare items that could be hidden there. The problem was the deadline. If the technique was more complex than the elemental sword, 3 months would be too short. He understood that he needed to focus completely on mastering it as soon as possible. Another doubt also arose. What had happened to Shoton Drake after he wrote that book? Countless years had passed since the era of the king and the heroes, and in the middle of that period, a great war had occurred. Something had certainly gone wrong. He asked the system if there was more information there, but the only response was the activation of the Tarakan diary recording. The environment around him changed instantly. Just like the day he entered the tutorial, Zeke found himself in the middle of a vast desert, standing before a gigantic dragon. The impact was so intense that he almost lost control. If not for his mental defense ability, he would have gone insane right there. The dragon before him was too real to ignore. He recognized it immediately. It was Bahamut, the evil dragon. Behind him, there was another monstrous presence, different but equally overwhelming. Inside that illusion, Zeke could only observe. Nothing interacted with him, and he could not interfere in anything. The scene was the final battle between Bahamut and Tarakan, considered the founder of the Dragon Slayers. It was a legendary fight that no one had ever witnessed. However, something unexpected happened. Tarakan hesitated. He did not attack. Bahamut showed disappointment and called his contractor weak. At that moment, Zeke was shocked. Tarakan had a contract with Bahamut, just as Kaisir had with Kronos. That contradicted the legend he knew. Perhaps Tarakan had never defeated Bahamut in the way history claimed. Before he could understand further, the space began to fragment. He could not hear the rest of the conversation. The illusion was breaking apart, and the system could not keep the recording active. Even so, Zeke remembered something Kaisir had once said. A dragon would never harm a human first. It was more likely that a human would wound a dragon, and that was exactly what had happened in that vision. Bahamut's body turned into ashes and vanished. In front of Zeke, the heart and the fang of Bahamut appeared, exactly like the items he had obtained from the treasure. He wondered whether it was normal for parts of a dragon body to remain after death. Considering that the gloves he wore were made from dragon skin, perhaps Bahamut had been a special case. The recording ended abruptly. Zeke remained silent for a few seconds, trying to process everything he had seen. That experience would probably affect him for a long time. Even so, he needed to return to the present. After visiting the Valhalla library, he managed to connect another legacy of Tarakan to the system. From that moment on, he could access and read those books whenever and wherever he wanted. Because of that, Zeke tried to replay the video as soon as he arrived, but as expected, the distortion always appeared at the exact same part, and he could never hear the full conversation. Investigating on his own, he discovered that the Draconic Sword book had been the origin of the current Dragon Slayer manual. Even though Tarakan had created the technique in a simple and direct way with a clear purpose, over time the content had been altered, simplified, and spread around until it completely lost its originality. functionality. As generations passed, both the difficulty of learning and the real power of the technique decreased significantly. It reached the point where, despite the impressive name, it was no longer truly lethal against real dragons. Even so, if applied with the correct methods and proper mastery, it could become more effective. In the end, even weakened, the technique achieved a different goal from the original one because it became accessible to many more people. The legends about the dragons were also very different when compared to what was recorded in Tirakan Diary. According to the popular version, Tirakan defeated Bahamut, restored peace to the world, and brought prosperity. The story was not so different from what Zeke had seen in the vision, but important details were missing. No legend mentioned that Tirakan had at some point been the contractor of Bahamut, nor that afterward he had made contact with Akai. When Zeke asked for help, Akai commented that she did not understand why he had suddenly become interested in such ancient stories, but she still researched the Dragon Slayer legend as he requested. She even looked into materials that had no translation into his language. After analyzing everything, she concluded that there was no record of a contract between a human and a dragon, much less any mention that the legendary Tarakan Drake had made any kind of agreement with Bahamut himself. Determined to dig deeper, Akai continued investigating until she received a direct warning from the Drake family. Not wanting to get involved in serious trouble, she decided to stop there. For Zeke, that only reinforced the suspicion that the Drake family was censoring information about Tarakan. What did not make sense was the reason. Tarakan was considered the great ancestor of the family, and it was his own descendants who had kept the Drake name alive until the present day. Even so, the family itself seemed to control and hide information about both Tarakan and Bahamut. Regardless of the reason, Zeke felt that something was very wrong in that story. He decided to return to the library to confirm his suspicions. When he entered the mansion, even with everything dark, silent, and apparently empty, he sensed a strange presence. He was certain that it was the day off for the servants. Duke and Andre were also away on a mission, which meant that someone from outside was inside the mansion. When he opened the minimap, Zeke located two presences, one outside and another already within the property. He considered the possibility that they were the two men who had followed him on the giant mountain. He had been careful not to use any Drake family technique, so if they were the family hunting dogs, they would have had no way to track him there. Even so, at that moment, the most important thing was not who they were, but who had sent them. Zeke locked himself in his room, but soon appeared at the corridor window and confronted the intruder, asking whether Abel had sent him. The assassin almost had a heart attack from fright. From that reaction, Zeke grew even more suspicious of Abel. He made it clear that he did not need an immediate answer, because he had several ways to extract the truth. The fight started right there. Zeke almost drove the blade into the assassin's neck and exchanged several blows with his dagger. Even with his face covered, the enemy's blade style could not be hidden. From the way he moved and the technique he used, Zeke identified something important. That dagger combat style was typical of the North. The assassins from the kingdom of Gorka, known as the Guardians of the North, used a specific curved dagger called a kukri. They were extremely skilled and frequently hired for special missions in the center of the continent, receiving high payments for it. With that information, Zeke concluded that if the man was an assassin from Gorka, then it had not been Abel who sent him. Abel would not hire that type of professional. In addition, the enemy's behavior was strange. He acted defensively and did not attack directly, even when Zeke deliberately left several openings, as if he were avoiding seriously injuring him. That was when Zeke realized the objective was not to kill him but to kidnap him. At that moment, a smoke grenade was thrown in his direction. Zeke immediately recognized the smell of the poisonous gas. It was mandrake root, a substance capable of causing unconsciousness. He would not fall easily to that, but he decided to pretend he was affected. He deliberately simulated fainting, allowing himself to be captured because he wanted to find out who was behind all of it. When day was breaking over the agricultural outskirts of Atlas, Zeke finally saw who was behind the kidnapping. He had not imagined that the mastermind would be Cliff Reinhardt, founder of the Reinhardt Merchants. As soon as he realized that Zeke recognized him, Cliff made it clear that the conversation would be quick, since they were not dealing with strangers. In Zeke's mind, it made sense. In his past life, he had also been connected to Cliff. The Reinhardt Merchants were one of the 10 largest merchant guilds operating throughout the Kingdom of Valencia, with influence spread across several regions. But the political situation of the continent was unstable. If everything continued as it was, a war between kingdoms would be inevitable, and when that happened, Valencia would fall along with its great guilds. In his past life, the Reinhardt Merchants had also positioned themselves against the Empire. Zeke remembered that in the past, Cliff had handed him confidential information to attack the Empire. After that, he marched to Valencia on foot, finding the kingdom completely destroyed. He never knew whether that had been a sense of duty or pure impulse, but he knew it had been a foolish decision. In the end, he died because of it. Back in the present, Cliff apologized for using such a crude method to bring him there, and ordered them to remove Zeke's shackles. Even so, Zeke did not show nervousness. He went straight to the point and asked what Cliff really wanted. That made Cliff uncomfortable. Normally, someone Zeke's age would be frightened or at least apprehensive after being kidnapped, especially while facing a high guard of experienced mercenaries. But he remained far too calm. Cliff realized his plan to intimidate him had failed. Before getting to the main issue, Cliff handed over a document for Zeke to examine. It was a list of people who had fallen ill after an epidemic that had been spreading through the south of the continent. When he looked at the names, Zeke immediately recognized the first one, Helena Stone, mother of Liam Stone. She really had been infected, but she survived after he gave her the cure recipe. Zeke asked what Cliff's connection to all of this was. Cliff explained explained that the mortality rate of the disease had been almost 100% until Helena's case. She not only survived, but showed an impressive recovery. Even after several investigations, no one had managed to discover how she had been cured. That was how the trail led to Zeke. As a merchant, Cliff was an expert at following valuable information. His goal was to monopolize the cure for the disease known as the scarlet flower. Considering the absurd mortality rate, it was a product that could be sold for an extremely high price anywhere on the continent. Even so, Zeke knew the kind of man Cliff was. He had ambition, but he also possessed a certain sense of reason. Kidnapping a member of the Drake family out of pure greed seemed excessive. Because of that, Zeke confirmed that it had been him who provided the cure recipe to Helena. Upon hearing that, Cliff was direct and said he would buy the recipe immediately, paying whatever price was asked. His excitement was visible. Zeke, however, raised his hand to interrupt and asked for calm. If they were two merchants talking, then they should negotiate like merchants. Analyzing Cliff's reaction, Zeke realized something important. He did not want the recipe just to sell it. He wanted to save someone. That was when Cliff asked what the 3 conditions would be to obtain the recipe. Zeke replied that he would not reveal the conditions at that moment. He would ask for them when necessary. He only guaranteed that he would not demand anything impossible, because that would make the agreement useless. After a moment of silence, Cliff agreed. As long as it was within his reach, he would accept the conditions. With a confident smile, Zeke wrote down the entire cure recipe, but made it clear that before handing it over permanently, they needed to formalize the agreement. Before concluding, Zeke asked one last question. He wanted to know who Cliff was trying to save. Cliff tried to maintain his merchant composure and claimed he wanted the cure for commercial purposes, but Zeke internally rejected that justification. If Cliff had gone so far as to kidnap a member of the Drake family, it was not just business, it was something emotional. After a while, Cliff slowly sat down and revealed that it was a member of the royal family of Valencia, although he could not say the name. That answer brought a memory from his past life to Zeke's mind. He had warned Cliff that returning to Valencia would be suicide, that he would die there. At that time, Cliff had thanked him for the warning, but said he was tired. He wanted to spend his final moments in Valencia. Now, standing before him again, Cliff's gaze was different. There was something deeper there. Without a doubt, that person from the royal family was someone extremely precious to him. Meanwhile, the political landscape continued to deteriorate. A conflict between kingdoms was practically inevitable. Even without a declared war, there was already constant tension over border disputes. And with the monarchy weakened, the kingdom of Valencia was also facing an intense internal struggle for power. There was still time before the war between kingdoms truly began. Thinking calmly, Zeke concluded that it would not be a bad idea to start building a connection with the kingdom of Valencia from now on. He told Cliff that if he did not want to reveal who the person was that he wished to save, that was fine. With that, the deal was sealed. When he finally received the cure recipe, Cliff was visibly moved. The tension he had been carrying seemed to lessen all at once. Taking advantage of the moment, Zeke asked if they could proceed with the first condition of the agreement. Cliff confirmed that they could. He could ask for anything within his reach. So Zeke explained that he wanted a job within the Reinhardt Merchant Guild. It was not exactly business experience that he needed. What he required was a temporary false identity to use in the south of the continent. A simple identity would not be enough. It needed a solid background story, something impossible to question. The Reinhardt Guild had enough credibility to negotiate even with gangs and obscure factions, so any name linked to them would hardly be contested. Cliff quickly understood the intention. He suggested that Zeke could pose as his cousin. He did not mind. A surname directly connected to him would remove any suspicion. Zeke then added that he would also need transportation, a house in the south, and that it should be large. Since Cliff was there willing to make a deal, he had to be prepared to fulfill his part. Internally, Cliff thought that the boy was a wolf in sheep's clothing. Even so, he accepted. He said he would arrange everything and get in touch. While being escorted back, mounted on a horse provided by Reinhardt's mercenaries, Zeke reflected on what had just happened. Securing a direct agreement with Cliff Reinhardt was no small matter. The person he wanted to save truly had to be extremely important. On the way, Zeke spoke with the 2 assassins in the language of Gorka. He asked if he could consider their previous contract concluded. One of them showed surprise upon realizing that a member of the Drake family spoke the Gorka language. Zeke explained that learning languages was merely a hobby. The conversation then shifted direction. Zeke said he wanted to talk about money, because this time he intended to hire the 2 assassins. Later, he explained that he needed to rescue someone in McCain. The 2 pondered in silence. It was not a matter of payment. The conditions were similar to the job they had received from Cliff. The real problem was doing business with someone from the Drake family. Zeke questioned what the concern was. He already had a false identity provided by Cliff, so they could simply use that cover. As long as they were not caught, there would be no problem. The assassins eventually agreed. That was when Zeke decided to make something very clear. He threw 2 kukri onto the ground right in front of them. The psychological impact was immediate. For assassins of Gorka, the kukri was not just an ordinary weapon. It was a symbol of recognition, something received when they were finally accepted as full-fledged assassins. And those 2 kukri were precisely theirs, taken without them noticing during the previous confrontation. The message was delivered. It was a small warning for having kidnapped him. The 2 immediately understood the absurd difference in skill between them. One of them silently concluded that Zeke was a monster. With that, the matter was settled. After the meeting with Cliff, Zeke turned his focus back to the academy. His objective was to discover what the 5 5-star heroes had been doing before he traveled back in time. Building a relationship with those 5 knights could bring enormous advantages advantages in the future. He had already earned the trust of professors, and even the rector, which made gathering information much easier. He discovered that all the heroes had indeed studied at Valhalla. The problem was the timeline. The Knight of Silence, Bishop Castic, had already graduated. The Knight of Mist was still studying there, but was currently on a training mission. The Knight of Illusion, Asti Elatov, was troublesome and frequently skipped classes. As for Reyna, she would only enter the academy the following year. Now that he carried the Drake name, building a connection with her would not be difficult. That left only Diego. In the next second, Zeke wondered how he had ended up there. He was holding drumsticks, playing the drums in Diego's band. Then he remembered that he had gone to the club to talk to him. He had been pulled into the middle of the circle, and before he realized it, he was already playing the drums. At first he did not think much about it. He just decided he would not freeze up and chose to play with everything he had. And he ended up playing those drums incredibly well, getting into the rhythm, feeling the music in his body and actually enjoying the experience, having a great time while the energy flowed freely. But later he was completely exhausted because Diego's energy with music was incomparable to his. It was as if the other never got tired, while he already felt his body heavy and drained. Later, back at the mansion, he was received by Decker, and Zeke informed him that he would train and did not want to be disturbed during that time. He then began reading the book about the draconic sword, trying to understand and learn that absurd technique. Now he finally understood why it had been completely remade, because every dragon slaying technique required an absurd amount of aura and energy to execute, since they were created exclusively to kill dragons, not to fight people. That was why those techniques were far more powerful, and the movements demanded extreme effort, because the idea was to compress the aura, increase its density to the limit, and then release everything at once, concentrating enough power to bring down a dragon with a single strike. Meanwhile, Decker simply watched Zeke's training as he shattered everything around him with his heavy and precise movements. He thought that the sacred body was truly very useful, and the system explained that the sacred body allowed the user to surpass his own physical capabilities, accelerating training in martial arts and increasing the production of ether within the body. Because of that, he could perceive every movement perfectly, understanding exactly how he executed the technique, feeling every muscular adjustment and every flow of energy, and the more he repeated the movements, the faster he learned, as if his own body were automatically recording everything. When he finally delivered the last strike, something inside him changed, as if he had crossed an invisible line and was now facing even greater obstacles. Even so, Zeke considered that normal, because the further someone goes, the greater the challenges become. He began to feel Bahamut's heart resonating together with the technique, an intense vibration inside his chest, and decided to take advantage of that sensation to the end, continuing to swing the sword without stopping. Suddenly, a mark appeared on his chest, and completely took control of his body. The system informed him that Bahamut's heart had entered into resonance with Schatten-Draker's draconic sword, and then the memories engraved in that heart began to reveal themselves. Suddenly, Zeke found himself in the middle of a vast emptiness, understanding that he was inside his own subconscious while the memories approached like an inevitable tide. A man called Bahamut the Dragon of the Sun, and asked him for a favor, and Schatten-Draker himself requested that Bahamut take care of the book of the draconic sword that he had created. The dragon replied that he already knew he was a repugnant person, but had not imagined he was insane enough to entrust a dragon with a technique made to kill other dragons. Even so, Schatten-Draker stated that there was no problem, saying that even Kronos agreed with it, and that Bahamut understood better than anyone the reason. Bahamut declared that Kronos had been a fool, seduced by humans, and had lost his vision as a true ruler. But even while being directly attacked by the great evil dragon, Schatten-Draker was able to draw his sword and retaliate without difficulty, completely repelling the attack. Zeke realized that Schatten-Draker could also be considered a monster for being so powerful. Bahamut then ordered him to leave his territory immediately, threatening to attack Kronos' kingdom if he did not obey. Schatten-Draker warned that such an action could result in karmic sanction, but Bahamut mocked him, saying that no matter how many times he crushed insects like humans, there would never be any sanction against him. Even so, in the end things happened exactly as Kronos had predicted, and even Bahamut felt fear when he realized that Schatten-Draker was using Kronos' power. The dragon launched one of his blades, but the time around him was stopped, freezing his attacks. Zeke realized that such absurd power probably came from the clock, and that it was directly connected to Kronos. However, Schatten-Draker himself nullified the magic, and allowed Bahamut to free himself, revealing a scene that left him shaken. Bahamut declared that allowing a dragon to form a pact with a human had been a mistake, while Schatten-Draker replied that humans should rise through their own strength. The dragon then demanded that he show the true art of the dragon blade, and after analyzing all the pages, asked if he had truly had the audacity to create a technique of that level. Schatten-Draker answered that he had not created it to kill dragons for pleasure, but to protect the world, making it clear that his intention was not destruction, but balance. Bahamut made it clear that he understood Schatten-Draker's intentions very well, but stated that he was thinking only about humans, and not about the world as a whole. Even so, he declared that for the time being he would safeguard that technique, but imposed a direct condition. If the prophecy was not fulfilled, those techniques would never reach anyone. Schatten-Draker replied that it did not matter, because with or without that art, humans would inevitably awaken their aura one day. Bahamut then stated that if that truly happened, he would have to destroy all of humanity, because that power was not something such fleeting creatures should wield. Even so, Schatten-Draker, who had already killed so many dragons that he created a technique like that, ironically continued continued to trust Bahamut and Kronos. He mentioned that Kronos always said that one day Bahamut would also find a contractor, someone with whom he could share his heart, but the dragon considered that an impossible nonsense. When the memories ended, Zeke realized that he had witnessed a massive historical episode. Even though he had not understood every detail, what remained engraved in his mind was the extreme distrust Bahamut carried toward humans. Now, after absorbing the dragon's heart, he could understand that feeling much better. Even so, one crucial doubt remained. What had led Bahamut to form a contract with Tarakan? Driven by that question, he began a deep investigation in search of answers. He discovered that the stories about Tarakan had been manipulated by the Drake family, and that other historical records had been so distorted that the very idea of a pact between Bahamut and Tarakan was not even considered plausible by anyone. Finding reliable information became almost impossible, as if someone had deliberately erased every trace of the truth. While dealing with that frustrating investigation, Zeke continued dividing his time between training the art of the Dragon Blade, searching for answers, and enduring accumulated exhaustion. In the meantime, he received a message from Reinhardt, informing him that the preparations for his first request had been completed. He even wondered whether it involved the director of the southern branch of the company, imagining that perhaps Cliff had exaggerated the scale of the arrangements. But before he could organize his thoughts, another message arrived. At the Union Branch headquarters in Atlas, at the Secret Garden Hotel, Kai and her partner were present, Zeke in disguise. He realized that he had been in Atlas for quite some time, and that observing the city in that way stirred feelings he did not even know existed within him, especially because that organized and vibrant view was far better than the chaotic and destroyed landscape he remembered from the past. He commented that he had not imagined there was a place like that in Atlas, and Kai admitted that the hotel was truly impressive, normally used by people seeking discretion for delicate conversations. When she offered a drink, Zeke immediately refused, making it clear that he was only 15 years old. Kai found it curious that he refused because of being underage, but he explained that the reason was not that, but the fact that alcohol simply had no effect on him. The system treated alcohol as poison and automatically neutralized it, making the drink merely bitter and useless. He remembered that before regressing he used to drink quite a lot, and even at that party with Duke and Andre he had consumed some, but now it made no sense to continue insisting on it. He preferred tea, and that was it. In the end, Kai concluded that he simply did not like alcohol, and decided to get straight to the point. She explained that, as she had said before, the Pabella group was indeed linked to the pirates, exactly as Zeke had suspected. When she began the investigation, she found an absurd amount of evidence, to the point that it seemed strange that no one had noticed before. The decisive point was realizing that the period in which the Silver Knight eliminated the pirates, leading to their disappearance, coincided exactly with the rapid growth of the Pabella group. In addition, Waka Fernandez, also known as El Mencho, despite being second in power within the McCain group, was involved in smuggling with the Pabella group. Even Kai was shocked by what she had uncovered. She had not yet reported it to her superiors, because she knew that information of that level would cause enormous chaos, even within the Union itself, and sometimes ignorance truly was a blessing. Even so, Drake, already pressing the situation, praised Kai's work and said that he would now explain the plan that could turn her into the new head of the Union. Later, in an alley near the railway, Zeke appeared through a system portal. He assessed that the preparation stage was complete, knowing that using the portal function consumed a high amount of karma, but practically eliminated any chance of suspicion. Even considering the three transcendent families and their most talented members in magic, there were still very few people capable of anything similar to teleportation. In the end, his plan was almost perfect, and he was eager to see the reaction of that old bastard, because that night the atmosphere would become heavy for Don Juan. Shortly afterward, fires began to break out across the central continent, not as accidents, but as a direct part of the plan. Kai, smoking in silence, reflected that the boy was bold as expected from a Drake. But what truly defined Zeke was not boldness, it was calculated insanity. His plan was simple and brutal: burn all the Soma warehouses of the McCain group in the central continent and destroy all the merchandise at once. The problem was that this information was extremely restricted, known only to Union executives, to her, and to the McCain group, so if the warehouses were hit, they would quickly discover where the leak had come from, and she would be the first suspect. Zeke made it clear that he did not intend to hide the origin of the information, because the intention was to place the blame on Joaquin Fernandez, El Mencho, and the fewer suspects there were, the better the strategy would work. He reminded her that the Union still did not know about the link with the Pabella group, and at that moment Kai understood that he wanted to trigger a chain reaction, where any rash move would hit Union executives, the McCain group, and the Pabella group all at the same time. For that to happen, all she had to do was report everything directly to Don Juan. Kai became extremely nervous, breaking into a cold sweat because the plan was absurd and far too dangerous. Even so, Zeke questioned who would care about loyalty when everyone was fighting for their own survival, and asked if she intended to spend her life cleaning up the executive's mess. She had not officially accepted the proposal to become chief yet, but she knew there was no growth without risk. Zeke made it clear that there was no longer a comfortable way out. She needed to show her cards or raise the stakes. Deep down, she recognized that he was right, because she had not joined that organization to keep doing dirty work behind the scenes. She had already seen Zeke's extraordinary investigative ability, as he uncovered the true identity of the Pabella group, and even led to the discovery of unknown ruins and artifacts of extremely high quality. Trembling but determined, she downed the entire bottle in one go, and decided that if she was going to fall, she would fall all, betting everything, choosing to raise the stakes and go all the way. Zeke approved her decision and assured her she would not regret it. In the following days, news of the mass fires spread across the central continent, and Don Juan, head of the McCain group, was furious. While chaos took hold, Kai kept thinking about Zeke, betting everything on him and placing all her trust in his strategies. A few days later, another concern began to surface in Zeke's mind, because the semester was almost over, and it had already been nearly 6 months since it was officially announced that he had reached the level of a Blue Knight. As he had expected, he received an invitation to the promotion banquet, an event that would mark his formal rise, and even with all the coldness he showed in his plans, he could not avoid feeling a certain nervousness about what that might trigger. The promotion banquet is the ceremony that celebrates when someone from the Drake family surpasses the level of Yellow Knight and finally becomes a true knight. Even within the family itself, this usually happens when the young members are already in their 20s, which is why the event informally became known as the Drake Debutante Ball. It had been about 3 years since the last time he had seen the patriarch, and he only hoped that nothing bad had happened during that time. Later, in the Spring Garden Banquet Hall, inside the Fortress of the Four Seasons, family members and guests were gathered, drinking and greeting one another. Abel arrived asking about the patriarch, and commented that it was the first time he had seen so many family members gathered at a single promotion banquet. The patriarch replied that everyone must be curious to see the youngest Blue Knight on the entire continent, making sure to emphasize that even though that title had once belonged to Abel, he then commented that Zeke was about to arrive, and that it had been a while since they had seen each other, before apologizing because he needed to finalize the ceremony. Abel told him not to worry, but once they stepped apart, he was clearly irritated with the old man. Meanwhile, Zeke approached, somewhat nervous. In the past few days, he had barely been able to see Duke himself, who was overwhelmed with work and would not admit it, but they had pulled him out of retirement just to pile even more responsibilities onto his shoulders. It had been a long time since he could even return home. He was already far too busy because of that idiot Arthur, and they had also assigned him the task of guiding Zeke that day. In theory, it is natural for a master to guide his own student, but he was clearly not satisfied. When Zeke saw his expression, he became slightly concerned, but realized it was only accumulated exhaustion. Zeke asked if that was the Spring Garden, and Duke explained that it was the only place in the fortress where outsiders were allowed to enter. The Fortress of the Four Seasons was divided into 4 distinct areas. The Spring Garden was reserved for official events and the reception of external guests. The Summer Rock was where the official family proceedings took place, and where the Patriarch office was located. The Autumn Hill was intended for internal ceremonies, and the Winter Chalice safeguarded the relics and treasures accumulated by the family over 1,000 years. Zeke had already heard about all of this, but it was the first time he was seeing it with his own eyes, and he could not help remembering that in his previous life, during that same period, he was being expelled from the academy. When they reached the entrance reserved for the protagonists of the event, Duke said that from there on, he would continue alone. That door was exclusive to the one who was the center of the ceremony. He explained that he had an important mission and would not be able to stay at the banquet, but still told Zeke to show what he was capable of. Zeke replied that he truly worried about everything, and Duke shot back that it would already be a positive point if he did not cause any trouble. Then the entry of the protagonist of the night, Zeke Drake, was announced, and immediately everyone began to comment. The 15-year-old Blue Knight, awakened with pure blood, was the main topic. Zeke bowed to the patriarch and recited the words of the ceremony. Before all the brothers and sisters of the Drake family, the patriarch declared his blessing for Zeke Future as an honorable knight and officially named him a knight of the Drake family. That left even Zeke himself shocked, and the entire hall reacted the same way. The patriarch was granting the title of knight immediately, something that had never happened before. In the Drake family, the only criterion for receiving the title had always been individual performance, without bureaucracy, but also without favoritism. Since the Drakes possess great compatibility with aura, it is expected that they will reach the level of Blue Knight at some point. So what truly matters are the merits accumulated over time. Even Belle, who before him had been the youngest to reach the blue level, had to wait 3 months after her promotion to receive the official title. This had always made it clear that for the Drakes, merit is absolute. The Patriarch declaration contradicted all of that. Zeke thought that if it was the Patriarch himself who had made that decision, then perhaps something bigger was happening behind the scenes, or perhaps not. Then Arthur said he was happy to finally be able to present his son to everyone. He stated that Zeke had not only demonstrated an unprecedented awakening within the family, but had also reached the blue level earlier than anyone in the history of the continent. He said he believed that in the near future his son would become an even greater knight than the Patriarch himself, and in order not to sound like an overbearing father, he decided to end it there and proposed a toast to the Drake family. Seeing all of that, Zeke remembered that in his previous life his father had been indifferent, even when Howard expelled him. Now he acted like a proud father in front of everyone. After the toast, Arthur declared that he wanted to have a private conversation with Zeke, from father to son. One of the Drake family members standing beside Abel commented that he should control the expression on his face, because that did not look like the face of an older brother proud of his younger brother. He also warned that the prince should arrive soon. Abel replied that in that case they needed to hurry. After finishing his conversation with his father, Zeke was with Tolkien, who granted him access to the secret family records in exchange for something that had been agreed between them. Even so, he did not understand why his own father had allowed it. It was not a bad thing, but everything was happening too fast, and it was starting to become confusing. The biggest problem was that the banquet would not not last just one day, but several. Zeke wondered how he would endure that. He would have to withstand a crowd of people, maintain the same controlled expression the entire time, and act as if nothing affected him. Life in high society is not for everyone, and he could feel that firsthand. Then a woman introduced herself. She was the first princess of the kingdom of Alencia, Melissa Alencia. Zeke knew exactly who she was. In the future, she would significantly increase the power of Alencia. Unlike the current king, who was sick and ineffective, Melissa would implement innovative policies focused on the people, gaining popular support and entering into direct conflict with the aristocrats. If she officially ascended the throne, it would only be a matter of time before everyone tried to win her favor. Before Zeke regression, she was seen as an extremely promising figure. When the conflicts with the empire escalated, she halted all public activities and simply disappeared. Articles appeared saying she had been assassinated by the empire, but with the destruction of Alencia during the war, it was never possible to confirm anything. Now seeing her there, even more reserved and appearing little in public, it seemed that things were still under control. He remembered Cliff, who had already mentioned someone from the royal family of Alencia, and wondered if she was that important person to him. Zeke said it was a pleasure to meet her, and that nothing honored him more than having her at that banquet. Melissa asked if he had heard of her before, and Zeke replied that he had always taken a great interest in the politics of the central continent. He commented that although many claimed her proposals were merely appearances without substance, he completely disagreed. He said he was certain that she cared about far more than simple finances. Her reaction was one of surprise. She thought he was different from the other knights. When she showed that expression, Zeke asked if he had offended her in any way. She replied that he had not. She was simply not very good at receiving praise. She then excused herself, said it was a pleasure to finally meet Lord Zeke, and that she would love to talk more but could not monopolize his time. He thought that was fair. Even so, she commented that she was still bothered by something, and would like to speak more deeply on another occasion. She said that fate would certainly prepare another opportunity for them to get to know each other better. Later, while greeting the last guests, Zeke thought he had finally overcome that stage and could breathe a little. Being born into the Drake family had never been easy, not even in childhood. Then the heavy sound of armor drew everyone's attention. A man approached, saying that he had finally found him, the true guest of that enormous banquet, the youngest Blue Knight in history, Zeke Drake. It was Karis, the fourth prince of the Empire of Roma, the same one who along with Abel had been responsible for starting the Continental War. Zeke replied politely that he had not expected someone of such fame to be present at his banquet. Karis stared at him for a moment, and then relaxed his expression, saying he did not need to be so formal, and that they could drink together. Zeke felt uncomfortable but ended up accepting. Once seated, Karis explained that the drink had been brought by him personally, and that he could drink without worries. Around them murmurs began that Zeke Drake was blindly obeying the prince, that he was still too young, and that the prince himself seemed arrogant. Suddenly Karis stated that he liked him very much, and that night they would drink until they could no longer stand, as if there were no tomorrow. At that moment Abel appeared. He said that unfortunately, he could not join the drinking because he had an urgent matter to handle. Karis asked if there was something that needed to be discussed with him. Abel replied that there were too many people there, and that he could not speak freely in that environment, suggesting that they go somewhere else to talk first. Karis apologized for inviting Zeke to drink, and now having to leave because of the matter with Abel, but said that the next time they met, they would drink under the moonlight until dawn. When the two of them walked away, Zeke heard praise directed at Abel, and also at the prince. To outsiders, it looked like nothing more than an older brother helping the younger one feel comfortable at an important event. Almost no one had any idea what was truly being orchestrated behind the scenes. He realized that the point of contact between him and the fourth prince had happened much earlier than he remembered from his past life. Not only that, but from the way Karis and Abel interacted, the two seemed very close. That meant the Continental War might be closer than he had imagined. Later, while reviewing his Tolkien again, he recalled the meeting he had with the patriarch. The man commented that things were going very well for Zeke. After all, he already had the honor of headlining a banquet of that scale. When Zeke addressed him as patriarch, he was told that it was not necessary in private, that he could call him father. That sentence sounded extremely similar to something Carly had said before, and at that moment he finally understood the discomfort he had felt back then. Abel had been acting recklessly and boldly, even trying to openly influence the council of elders of the family. Carly had already noticed and started preparing to react. It made no sense that someone like Arthur Draker, the patriarch, had not noticed anything. That could only mean one thing. He knew exactly what was happening, and by his own will pretended not to see. The use of words so similar to Carly seemed like a silent message that he was aware of Zeke movements as well. In the end, there was no disgrace in assuming that the patriarch was on Abel's side. Even so, as an incentive for Zeke to continue following his own path, Arthur gave him a gift. He handed over a token that could be exchanged for any item in the Winter Chalice room, but warned that although there were artifacts of immeasurable value there was also a lot of shining trash whose value existed only in appearance. Now Zeke stood before the Winter Chalice room. He did not understand the patriarch's true objective in granting him that, but decided he would choose something he could use to its very last drop of usefulness. The guardian of the place received him, saying she had already been expecting him. Before allowing his entry, she explained that the vault safeguarded 17,000 rare relics of the Drake family, all exchangeable according to the number of tokens. There was no time limit to choose, but once he left he would not be able to return. Zeke commented that it was strange there were not many guards for a place with so many treasures. The guardian explained that it was not necessary. The security magic of the Winter Chalice was more advanced than that of the Patriarch office itself. In addition, all relics were strictly managed and cataloged by magic, making any theft impossible. She then asked him to insert the token into a mechanism similar to a coin slot. The massive doors opened, revealing an absurd amount of artifacts that left Zeke stunned. The space was far larger inside than it appeared from the outside, something truly worthy of the Drakes. The Guardian withdrew to leave him at ease. Zeke realized that if he were to manually analyze the ability of each relic, it would take decades, so he asked the system if it could classify the items according to his own criteria. The system requested that he capture the items using the dragon eyes. Understanding the instruction, he began running through the corridors, activating the eyes and cataloging everything. When he finished, the total was 17,138 items, far more than he expected. He asked the system to remove common and single-use items, leaving 9,832 relevant relics. Then he ordered the removal of all blades with performance inferior to his black blade. Every sword vanished from the list, confirming that his weapon was still superior. That was when he noticed a relic without any recorded information. He found it in one of the corridors, a simple-looking bracelet that did not appear extraordinary at all. Even so, the system informed him that the item was reacting to the title of Heir of Tarakan Drake. Z concluded that it must have been part of Tarakan personal treasure. After a few moments, the system finally completed the catalog. It was the Sacred Summoning Stone, capable of summoning a spiritual beast equivalent to the strength of the user's soul. The item now belonged to Zeke Drake, and he had acquired the ability to summon a spiritual beast. Confused, he asked how the item could simply come to belong to him, and how he was supposed to activate it. The answer was direct. The bracelet had automatically bonded to his body because of the title of Heir of Tarakan. The connection was absolute and could no longer be undone. Zeke thought he had not even seen the rest of the items yet, and that this could ruin the plan he had drawn up. Even so, he decided to look at the positive side. If the bracelet was part of Tarakan Drake treasures, then it was probably stronger and more useful than most of the other artifacts there. He activated the bracelet ability to test it. A massive magic circle appeared before him, and the system informed him that thanks to the blessing of the Fairy King, the range of summoning compatibility had been expanded. Now he could summon a supreme spiritual beast. When the summoning began, an intense beam of light dazzled the entire interior of the Winter Chalice. The creature that appeared was a draconic horse. The pressure it emitted was terrifying. First the heart and fangs of Bahamut, now an artifact capable of summoning a supreme spiritual beast. Zeke wondered how many absurd treasures Tarakan had accumulated in his lifetime. The draconic horse approached in a docile manner, and he realized that despite the overwhelming presence, the creature showed no hostility. While stroking the animal, the system informed him that he could name the supreme spiritual beast, and that, using the sacred summoning stone as an intermediary, he could call it whenever he wished. Zeke decided to name him Bucephalus. The name came from the historical horse of Alexander the Great, a reference to one of the most famous conquerors in history. It might sound strange to those who do not know, but Bucephalus was a symbol of strength and loyalty. The system explained that Bucephalus possessed the ability to control thunder through his horn. Even though he was called the king of draconic horses, it was the first time Zeke had interacted with a beast of that type, so he still had no real sense of the level of power before him. Bucephalus gently tugged at Zeke's clothes, wanting him to mount. It was as if he had read his thoughts and decided to display his own strength. When he climbed on, the horse shot forward with speed comparable to lightning, yet without making any sound. In moments they were at the top of the Winter Chalice. Later, as he left the place, Zeke remembered that the Guardian had asked if he was truly sure he wanted to take that bracelet. Her reaction had been different from what she showed with the other items. He also recalled the hint his father had given about not judging artifacts by appearance. The bracelet was probably one of those underestimated objects, considered shining trash because it did not reveal its value at first glance. Since the system only identified the item after it reacted to the title of Heir of Tarakan, it was understandable that no one knew what it truly was. He had been lucky to find a treasure of that level so easily. In any case, the day had yielded something extraordinary. Now he needed to ease the accumulated fatigue from the banquet. That was when he was received by Cliff Reinhardt, who congratulated him on the title of knight and the success of the ceremony. Zeke asked why he was being so formal, and Cliff replied that now he was officially a knight of House Drake, so it was natural to show respect. Zeke said he understood, but preferred that next time he not appear suddenly like that. If it were discovered that he had a connection with Cliff Reinhardt, it could cause problems. Cliff apologized, but explained that regardless of the consequences, someone wanted to meet him. It was Melissa Alencia herself. She was the first princess of Alencia. Zeke did not show surprise, which made Melissa comment that it seemed he already knew. He had noticed that her public activities were becoming less frequent, yet suddenly she appeared at his ceremony. That coincided exactly with the time a patient would need to recover using the formula he had developed. It was impossible not to connect the dots. He confirmed that he had already suspected it. Melissa then decided to go straight to the point. The reason she had come in such a risky manner was that she needed his help. The material placed before Zeke showed cases of the scarlet flower disease spreading mainly along the borders of Valencia, along with a detailed analysis of the illness. He was shocked as he asked if that was true. The scarlet flower disease had been created through magic. Melissa explained that the analysis had been conducted by 3 great mages from transcendent families, so there was no doubt. Zeke realized that the cursed disease was not natural, and that it was spreading faster than in his past life, which indicated intention behind it. Melissa continued, marking points on the map. The disease had begun in a village on the border between the Empire of Roma and the Kingdom of Alencia. However, it had not advanced toward the Empire, spreading only into Alencia territory. Zeke asked if that meant what he was thinking. Melissa confirmed that the scarlet flower disease had been created by the Empire of Roma with the objective of weakening and bringing down Alencia. It was deliberate. The disease had been created with the clear intention of weakening Alencia. Zeke thought that explained many things. In his past life, the kingdom had been destroyed easily, precisely because it had already been weakened by the disease. Now everything made sense. He asked if Melissa wanted the right to mass-produce the cure. She confirmed. In their previous contract, she had purchased the rights to the cure, but large-scale distribution still required his authorization. It was a clause he himself had included. She made it clear that she did not intend to break the contract. As a merchant, she knew that revealing weakness was a disadvantage, but she would not miss the chance to negotiate. Zeke acknowledged that she truly was worthy of leading the Reinhardt Company. The connection between them had not been luck. Melissa explained that she planned to mix the cure into the supplies distributed to the people, and assured him that there would be no leak of the formula. In addition, she offered 20% of the company profits as payment. The Reinhardt Company was one of the 10 largest on the continent. If it had not been destroyed along with Alencia, it would have grown even further. 20% meant at least 1 million gold coins per year. It was an enormous offer. Even so, Zeke asked questions. She was sharing strategic information and offering part of the company without knowing whether he was aligned with the Empire. Melissa replied that she already knew he was not. She observed people carefully. After the ceremony, she had watched from a distance and noticed the coldness with which he treated the representatives of the Empire. He had also refused to shake hands with Karis, the fourth prince. For someone accustomed to the business world, that was more than enough. As for the second doubt, she said she could not reveal every detail. If 20% of the company served to save lives, money did not matter. That sentence struck Zeke like a direct blow. He remembered Alicia in his past life. Back then, he had tried to convince her to retreat, saying there was no point in stopping the Empire if she died. She replied that he was right about planning, but she would not retreat. If her life could buy time for the people to escape, it would be a fair trade. Zeke had always tried to avoid that memory, but now Melissa resembled Alicia too much in that moment. He accepted the proposal, but made it clear that his identity needed to remain hidden. 15 days later, in the underground training center, Zeke once again practiced the wide and devastating movements of the draconic sword technique. They were strikes that demanded absurd amounts of energy, but he was beginning to master them. The system informed him that the true draconic sword technique had reached beginner rank S. He realized that it had taken a month to reach that level, but he had also fulfilled the conditions of the Heir of Shaitan mission. The reward was delivered. He received the coordinates of the Treasure of Kronos, the title successor of the legendary swordsman, 500 karma points, and 2 random boxes. At least he had recovered the points he had spent burning everything related to McCain. He decided to check the coordinates of the Treasure of Kronos, but the system informed him that he still could not read them. He first needed to find the seals that would activate the reading. The locations of the seals were marked on the map. 2 were in the central region of the continent, 1 in the south, and another in the north. They were extremely far apart, which meant time and planning. Right after that, the system presented another mission. The Treasure of Kronos was linked to the ancient mythical kingdom of Kronos. He needed to locate the sacred seals and restore the kingdom. It was not merely a treasure hunt. It was the beginning of something far greater. Zeke was honestly a little disappointed. The only reward for the mission was a title. Even so, he considered that perhaps the restoration of the seals and the recovered treasures were already being counted as part of the reward. In the end, they were extremely valuable items. Still, that title might have some special effect when he activated a certain artifact in the future. It was a possibility. For now, he decided to set it aside. The mission had no time limit, so he could focus on more urgent matters first and search for the seals calmly later. And speaking of urgency, Kai made contact at the perfect moment. At last, he would be able to reunite with the people from the south. Later, at the port of Gulpa, a port city in the south of the continent, Zeke appeared once again in disguise. The sea breeze hit his face, mixed with the heavy smell of blood and filth. The south remained as unpleasant as it had always been. When he stepped off the boat, he was received with formal greetings as vice director of the southern unit of the Reinhardt Company. He responded politely, saying it was an honor to work with everyone. Even so, those receptions were drawing too much attention, something he did not like. As he walked through the city, he noticed that it was not only the smell that remained the same. The tense and decaying atmosphere of the place was unchanged as well. Even so, he kept his focus. He met 2 warriors from Gorka, whom he knew from his past life. He observed that their new clothes suited them, and that they were much better off than before. Then he confirmed whether they knew exactly what they needed to do. The man with messy brown hair and a scar over one eye explained that on the day of the operation, they would take advantage of the chaos to rescue the person being held by the McCain. Z confirmed that they had understood correctly, and reinforced that they should protect and guide the person without lowering their guard. The mercenary then questioned that they had not been informed about what kind of chaos would take place. He asked if it would be during a festival or something similar. Zeke replied with a smile that it would not be exactly that, but that the chaos would be equivalent. It would be the day the McCain disappeared forever. The impact of the answer left the man in shock. Soon after, another mercenary appeared, informing them that he was there as a guide sent by the company. He apologized for the interruption, and Zeke said it was not a problem. The guide began his work, and Zeke followed him, leaving the 2 warriors behind. They clearly thought he was insane, and in a way they were not wrong. Later, inside a carriage beside Kai, he asked if the hideout had already been checked. She confirmed that it had. The exterior was somewhat deteriorated, but there was plenty of space, and the interior was as comfortable as the hotel they managed. Kai wanted to review the plan one more time, as a precaution. That day was Don Juan's birthday. The date served not only for celebration, but also to gather all the executives and discuss future projects. As the main mediator of the project, Kai would be present at the meeting, accompanied by her assistant Zeke Marita. He commented that it was already the 5th time she had repeated the plan out loud. Kai replied that she could not help it. Unlike him, her heart was not so strong. It was natural that she was anxious. The reason soon became clear. She trembled as she mentioned that if they discovered her involvement in the warehouse fires, she would be considered a traitor. She had heard that traitors were paralyzed and thrown into a swamp full of beasts. She asked if in case everything went wrong, they would be able to escape. Zeke realized that provoking her only made her more nervous. But even so, he explained that, since she was a mage, her fate would probably be different. In the south, there was a superstition that parts of a mage's body helped against curses. Instead of throwing her to the animals, they might dismember her and sell the parts. The explanation almost made Kai faint. He provoked her on purpose, but he knew he needed to understand those customs. After all, in his past life, it was he who guided the south in its rise and in its fall. Probably no one knew that region as well as he did. Zeke's relationship with the south was marked by tragedy. It all began when he was expelled from the academy. Shortly after, he was captured by slave traders and sold to one of the McCain farms. The work on the farm was not limited to cultivating drugs. Sometimes he was sent on missions as a human shield, basically cannon fodder. Among all the members of the farm, he was the only one who always came back alive. At the time, relieved to survive, he did not question how he managed to return. Now, reflecting more carefully, he understood that it was probably his healing ability acting unconsciously, still dormant within him. After surviving 5 or 6 missions, Don Juan decided to train him as an assassin. In the end, he was right. Zeke had natural talent. Pretending weakness and using poisons, he could eliminate even elite knights. The situation changed when he faced blue knights. Even if he approached discreetly, his presence was detected, and even if he managed to wound the target, it only took the knight using aura to burn away the poison. Even so, they were still human. He became a specialist in exploiting mental flaws and moments of carelessness. He learned to take advantage of the smallest openings created by the human mind itself. Over time, he managed to kill blue knights. When the number of assassinations reached double digits, he established himself as a stable assassin within the McCain cartel. After that, Zeke continued to be one of the members with the highest number of contributions during the war against the favela. His position within the cartel grew even more. Near the end of that era, Don Juan officially adopted him and declared him his direct heir. He went from a disposable slave to the successor of the head of the McCain cartel. But on the night when all the executives were gathered to hear a major announcement, Zeke killed them all, including Don Juan. After that, he simply left the cartel behind. Smiling inside the carriage, he thought that story no longer mattered. It was a timeline that did not exist. Until Kai broke the silence, saying he had been avoiding the question for too long. She asked if he had always been a McCain spy, and if he was using her to gain power within the syndicate. Zeke merely looked away, which made her even more nervous. He found the Kai of this timeline very naive, and to be honest, he enjoyed provoking her. Later, at Don Juan's residence, during the grand birthday celebration, Kai presented herself alongside her assistant Zeke Drake. As he observed the environment, Zeke thought the money was truly impressive. There were guards outside, assassins positioned inside, and even illegal mercenaries protecting the main table. They were in the secret meeting room, located behind the grand banquet hall. Don Juan, head of the McCain cartel, received Kai with apparent cordiality. He commented that he had heard she was a mage but had not imagined she was a woman. He said she was a beautiful and valuable mage, and that he was eager to hear her proposal. Kai took a deep breath and asked if he remembered the drug warehouse incident that had occurred a few months earlier. Don Juan replied that it was impossible to forget something like that, and asked why she was bringing it up. Even nervous, Kai declared that the true person responsible for the fires and the partnership with the favela was in that room. The executives reacted indignantly, calling her crazy. Don Juan slammed his hand on the table and demanded silence. He said she should take responsibility for what she was saying, and asked who had dared to betray the McCain group. In the blink of an eye, without anyone noticing his approach, Zeke was already behind one of the executives, with a blade pressed against his neck. He formally introduced himself as Zeke Marita, and stated that he could answer the question. Don Juan, with his back turned to him, remained calm. While cutting his cigar, he commented that on his birthday, instead of a gift, they had brought a blade. Zeke replied that the gift was right there, that he was already holding it. The accusation was clear. The gift was Joaquim, also known as El Mencho, Don Juan's younger brother. Zeke stated that Joaquim knew better than anyone there what he had done, and that he could explain it in his own words. Joaquim, in shock, tried to understand how that young man had gotten past the assassins. He called his men useless and demanded they do something, but no one could act. If they moved, he would die. The assassins recognized that Zeke was a specialist. Even as the second most powerful man in the cartel, Joaquim still had the trust of many there. Some believed it was only Zeke's desperation, that his plan had been discovered. That was when Kai began to recite a spell. A document appeared in the air before Don Juan, who remained calm. He took a puff from his cigar, picked up the report, and examined it. The document revealed that the favela were not merely opportunistic allies, but a group of pirates. The word alone was enough to completely change the atmosphere of the room. No one liked pirates. In the south, the hatred was even greater, since the coastal cities suffered the most from constant attacks. In addition, Don Juan had lost his own family to pirates in the past. He carried deep resentment. When the matter involved piracy, he could not ignore it. Among the evidence was a photograph of Joaquim with pirate members and records connecting his smuggling with the favela to the warehouse fires. It was enough evidence to characterize betrayal. Even so, Don Juan praised the insight of Zeke Merida, but questioned whether that was truly enough to suspect his own brother. Zeke had already expected that reaction. He stepped closer and whispered something in Joaquim's ear that left him completely pale. When Don Juan announced that he would apply a severe punishment to Zeke Merida, the tension reached its limit. At that moment, Joaquim gave in. He confessed. He admitted that he had betrayed them. He confirmed that he had allied himself with the favela, and that he was responsible. Silence took over the room. Don Juan took a deep breath, slowly stood up, and said he understood. He said he had never imagined he would be betrayed by his own brother. He declared that he was sorry, but after the confession, he needed to apply the proper punishment. Without hesitation, he grabbed one of the axes hanging on the wall and threw it directly at Joaquim's face. The impact was immediate and fatal. Zeke observed that the death was so pathetic, it was hard to believe that man had been second in command of the cartel. The people of the South truly had their own standards for greatness. What Zeke had whispered in Joaquim's ear was simple. He told him to confess immediately. In exchange, he would swear not to touch his secret toy. In the South, oaths were taken extremely seriously. Even so, Zeke had never truly intended to involve his family. Deep down, he thought Don Juan's reaction was exactly what was expected from a great cartel leader. Don Juan probably did not kill El Mencho because he fully believed in the betrayal. He killed him because the situation demanded a culprit. The warehouse fires months earlier, Kai's explosive statement implying a connection to the favela, the direct accusation against his brother, and the information about the true identity of the favela group created pressure that could not be ignored. Even though he maintained his composure and analyzed everything calmly, his allies did not do the same, and to make matters worse, the accused himself confessed. In the end, it no longer mattered whether Joaquim was truly the traitor or not. What mattered was that allowing the situation to pass without punishment would weaken the organization. Zeke concluded that the old man remained as calculating as ever. Calmly, Don Juan pulled the axe from his brother's face and wiped the blood with an almost supernatural coldness. He declared that, according to the report, his brother truly was the traitor, but from what he saw, the same seemed to apply to the members of the syndicate. He drove the axe into the table. He said that, according to the report, as a preliminary step for the alliance with the favela, the syndicate members had set fire to the warehouses. Just as he had done with Joaquim, he would give them a quick and clean death. One of the executives protested, claiming the report was a lie and questioning how they could believe a mage. Before he could finish, a knife pierced his neck. Blood splattered onto Kai's face, and she went into shock. She was not prepared to witness something like that so closely. Don Juan asked what Zeke Merida thought he was doing. After throwing the knife, Zeke replied that he was merely helping the boss eliminate traitors. Don Juan had executed someone who confessed. If the syndicate members had collaborated with him, then they were traitors as well. Don Juan realized the young man was steering the situation. It became clear that Zeke's goal was to use his authority to eliminate the syndicate. He stated that yes, the members were traitors, but he questioned whether Zeke was a messenger of the heavens or a servant of the devil. Zeke replied that he was merely a business partner seeking an agreement. He believed they both wanted the same thing: eliminate traitors and restore order. However, with the vassals of Ishtar and the growing control of the pirates, the only remaining drug distribution depended on the syndicate. Don Juan was too intelligent to simply destroy that structure, even knowing of the betrayal. Zeke then revealed that, in practice, it was Kai who had been handling the distribution, not the syndicate. She tried to smile, but she was visibly trembling. He proposed that from that moment on, he and Kai would represent the syndicate and fully take over the distribution. Don Juan sat back down in his armchair and admitted that it was an interesting proposal. Business was based on trust. Since this was their first meeting, he asked how he could trust them at that level. Without hesitation, Zeke pulled the axe from the table, scattered the papers, and drove the knife into a specific name: Palo Santo. He declared that they would take that man's territory. Palo Santo was known as a coward for always prioritizing his own safety. Although he led an organization, his morale was low because of it. Don Juan did not know many details, but that mattered little if it could be used as a strategic advantage. He admitted that such an action could indeed build trust between them. Zeke Merida's courage was admirable, but that territory was far too dangerous to invade alone. For that reason, he offered elite McCain assassins to accompany him. Zeke understood immediately. That was not help, that was surveillance. Don Juan had no intention of trusting him without collateral, and collateral in the South always had a pulse and a name. Don Juan calmly declared that as long as Zeke continued to display such extraordinary courage, they would remain there, personally ensuring the safety of the beautiful Lady Kai. The message was simple and elegant: succeed, and she remains untouched; fail, and consequences unfold. Zeke accepted without hesitation, because outrage would solve nothing, and weakness would only invite more pressure. He replied that he expected her security to remain absolute, then left with the elite assassins assigned to him, all of them loyal not to him, but to the man who had just made the threat sound like hospitality. That night, within the territory of Palo Santo, at the drug farm controlled by the favela cartel, Zeke advanced through the forest, hooded and disguised, moving like a shadow between trees, heavy with humidity and the scent of chemicals drifting from the fields ahead. Manuel, the squad leader, walked walked beside him, formally in command, yet practically deferring to every subtle gesture Zeke made. No one argued. They had already seen enough. The monsters that roamed the forest fell without resistance. Creatures that normally required coordinated teams were cut down before they could react. The wolf tribe, notorious for its cost and ferocity, vanished in seconds beneath arcs of elemental flame. Manuel did not see technique anymore. He saw inevitability. To him, Zeke was less a man and more a force that had chosen to wear human skin for convenience. When the farm came into view, torches burning along crude walls and armed guards patrolling with lazy confidence, Zeke ordered the assassins to remain behind. A few attempted to protest, speaking of strategy and coordination, but he cut the discussion short by calmly stating that he was fully aware they were there to observe and report, not assist. There was no need for theater. He would assess the terrain alone. Without waiting for permission, he moved. The assault did not begin as a skirmish. It began as devastation. He entered like a storm of fire, activating his elemental blade and unleashing flames that devoured wood, flesh, and stone alike. Guards and workers were incinerated before comprehension reached their eyes. Panic spread with the rumor that a mage had infiltrated the compound. They had never seen a swordsman wield elemental force with such fluid brutality. When resistance finally formed, Zeke raised his blade and released a cascade of burning strikes that split and multiplied, setting multiple targets ablaze at once. Defensive lines dissolved into ash. For him, it was merely preparation. Further inside, he spotted Palo Santo protected by magical tanks, war machines reinforced with arcane plating that launched explosive projectiles with thunderous recoil. Zeke almost laughed at the extravagance. So much enchanted metal for a man too afraid to stand in open combat. The tanks fired. He cleaved a projectile in half mid-air with a single stroke, then invoked wind. A violent vortex erupted outward, lifting the heavy machines as if they were toys tossed by a bored child. One was crushed outright. The others were hurled aside, twisted and broken. Without slowing, he descended into the underground sector, eliminating every guard along the way with precise economical movements. He noted with mild irritation that the entire confrontation lacked challenge. Then a trap triggered. An arrow exploded nearby, releasing black toxic gas that filled the corridor. His system confirmed complete immunity, but he deliberately suppressed his regenerative response and allowed his posture to falter. Weakness, when performed correctly, was a weapon. Palo Santo finally revealed himself, cloaked in rehearsed arrogance, demanding to know how such an intrusion had been permitted. He explained that the intruder had inhaled Mamba Negra, a lethal toxin without a true antidote, deadly to common men within minutes, and debilitating even to Blue Knights. He offered a cure in exchange for information, convinced the advantage was his. Zeke, feigning instability, struck and shattered the vial in Palo's hand, calmly revealing that poison meant nothing to him, and that the silence below existed because every guard was already dead. Palo attempted denial, boasting of elite men armed with magical weapons, but Zeke suggested he verify that personally, if he possessed the courage to survive the journey downward. The discussion shifted to its real axis. Only the McCain had the power to authorize such an attack. Territorial respect existed in theory. Infiltration and internal theft were declarations of war. The chief had decided to eradicate pirates entirely and reduce their network to dust. At the mention that the truth about the favela had already surfaced, Paulo's composure cracked. He retreated. He ran. He believed distance equaled survival. It did not. Zeke allowed the pursuit to stretch longer than necessary, herding Paulo deeper through corridors not aligned with the layout he remembered from his previous life. The underground space shifted into something unfamiliar. Tighter passageways, reinforced sections, structures that looked recently installed and deliberately concealed. To reach that sector, he navigated a sequence of traps embedded in floors and walls, some designed to maim, others to stall, all clearly maintained with recent care. He acknowledged internally that it was more exhausting than anticipated, not physically but strategically. These defenses were new. That meant planning, that meant intent, and it forced a question that lingered heavier than the smoke above ground. What exactly was the Pabello group building down here, and why were they protecting it with such desperate precision? During all that time, an assassin had been stalking Zeke in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to strike, but when he finally lunged forward, he missed badly. Zeke simply took a small step to the side and avoided the blade with ease, calmly watching the attacker as he tried to strike again. Without any hurry, he dodged once more and then countered using a wind elemental sword, which sliced through the air with precision and completely tore the enemy apart. Soon after, several other hooded assassins appeared around him, revealing that he was surrounded by the Imperial Hounds. Their leader commented that this was exactly why he did not want to work with the damned Southerners, because they had let a little rat like him slip through every defense until reaching that place, and he made it clear that Zeke could forget about the idea of leaving alive. Zeke already knew, from the operation map of the hunting hounds that he had found in the Mountains of the Giants, that the ruins of the southern continent were marked as an important point, which indicated that they possessed some artifact the Emperor was searching for. The commander examined the dagger Zeke carried and remarked that it might look normal, but before attacking it had released a kind of wind around it, suspecting that it was an artifact and deciding to act cautiously. He also noticed that Zeke was holding a magical scroll and ordered everyone to prepare themselves. Zeke calmly explained that there was no reason to be afraid because the scroll contained only a barrier spell and another spell that prevented any sound from inside from being heard outside. That meant that for the next 30 minutes, no matter what he did or said, no one would know what was happening in there. He could finally act without worrying about being discovered, since he did not have many opportunities to test his new toys, he decided to take advantage of that moment and summoned from his subdimension a gigantic sword, which made the commander of the hounds visibly nervous, unable to understand whether he was a mage or a warrior, and wondering what was inside that blade. The shock was even greater when he saw the aura blade and realized that Zeke was a blue knight, but he realized it too late. Without giving them a chance to react, Zeke used the art of the true blade, chapter 1, first verse, the celestial cut, which tore through space with absurd force and practically split the room in half, killing all the hunting hound's assassins in a single strike. Outside, no matter who was trying to listen, no one would hear the screams. After the fight, Zeke used his elemental sword to burn the bodies, reducing everything to ashes, both to eliminate traces and to prevent any clue from leading back to him, even knowing that if those men were found there, it could further intensify the dispute with the favela. As the ashes spread across the floor, Zeke began to wonder whether the pirates and the Empire were working together, perhaps in some kind of collaboration to find the ancient southern ruins and divide the loot among themselves. In his past life, there had been nothing in that place, but he had arrived 3 years later than the current moment, so it was possible that something existed there that he simply had not managed to obtain before. After finishing destroying the traces, he decided that he would search the place more thoroughly, but before he could continue, another enemy appeared, making it clear that this was a problem. He felt a powerful and dark energy, something that emerged and vanished like unstable magic, so he decided to investigate more closely. He soon realized that there was someone there who had not been invited, and immediately recognized the completely red armor the man was wearing. It was one of Hesham magical armors, used by the Red Knights of the Empire. Armors known for having every kind of enchantment carved into them, including physical reinforcement, restoration, and lightness. However, that Hesham looked slightly different from the others he had seen before. Before he could analyze further, a sword almost pierced his neck in the blink of an eye, forcing Zeke to summon his giant sword to defend himself, even blocking the attack. He was thrown back with enough force to break through 2 pillars, but he remained standing while being pressured by the fast strikes of the Red Knight. He realized that the strength of that man was far too high to be normal, and concluded that the armor probably had some physical enhancement enchantment. In another heavy clash, even while blocking with the two-handed sword, he was forced to retreat again. Taking advantage of the smoke and shadows, Zeke activated the elemental sword ability called Metallic Strength Segment, creating a cocoon around the Red Knight in an attempt to trap him, but the enemy cut through the metal with ease as if it were butter. Even so, Zeke already had another plan prepared, and threw a flash grenade that blinded his opponent. He attacked through the opening created, but his aura blade merely bounced off the armor, which seemed resistant enough to withstand that direct blow. Completely astonished by the opponent's resistance, Zeke felt that he would need to activate his dragon scales in the next exchange to avoid being struck with such violence. The knight commented that he possessed many strange abilities, and recalled that before they began fighting, he had asked who he was, because a man with such skill should at least say his name. Then he introduced himself as Cain Zimmons Constantinos, and upon hearing the surname Zimmons, Zeke thought that this was something he could overlook. The name Constantinos was not common, and could not be used by just anyone, because it was inherited only by the imperial family, and reserved for the noble houses that had the right to elect the emperor. When he heard Cain Zimmons Constantinos introduce himself fully, Zeke understood the weight of that surname, and concluded that the Zimmons family, one of the internal branches of the Drakers, was extremely influential within the empire. In that story there were already Cain and Abel, figures almost symbolic within the conflict, and at that moment the system notified Zeke that Magi had been detected. If he managed to assassinate the opposing Magi user, he would receive many bonuses as a reward. He had no idea what Magi exactly was, but he was certain it was something dangerous, because Cain was emanating an aura of pure and overwhelming power that pressed down on the entire environment. Cain commented that he had never imagined he would meet someone capable of fighting him at that level and maintaining such an even exchange, and stated that out of respect, he would give his best to grant Zeke an honorable death. Then the Magi manifested, summoning a gigantic sword around Cain's original blade, amplifying his presence and making the battlefield even more oppressive. Zeke realized that a normal technique would not work, and that even using his elemental sword at its current level would not be enough to defend against a direct attack of that magnitude. With few options, he activated the Dragon Slayer Sword Art, Chapter 8 Verse 2, Dragon Scale Piercer, wrapping his body in that power while acknowledging that it might still not be enough, since Cain possessed amplified strength and defense capable of withstanding even an aura blade while wearing that armor. Knowing it would be impossible to kill him in that state, Zeke activated Mana Restriction, one of the blessings of the Drakers, forcing Cain to temporarily lose access to the magical power of the armor. Cain asked what he had done, but soon declared that it would only make the fight more entertaining. The two prepared their blades and advanced toward each other, Dragon Aura colliding with Chaotic Aura, generating destruction so intense that the ruins around them were left in an even worse condition than before. At the end of the direct clash, however, Zeke ended up fallen on the ground, with the system warning that the magical erosion rate in his body had exceeded the safe limit, drastically reducing his healing factor. He was bleeding heavily, and recognized that it was an extremely dangerous situation. Cain admitted that Zeke's abilities were worthy of the Drake lineage, and stated that the only way to interrupt the armor's function, even temporarily, could not be executed by an ordinary member of the lineage. Furthermore, the technique Zeke had used was clearly part of the Dragon Slayer art. He knew that the true Dragon Blade art still had similarities with the dragon slaying art, but the technique used earlier only appeared in the second second half of the manual, which meant that the Zimmons had passed the Dragon Slayer art to the Empire. Feeling intense pain, Zeke spat blood beneath the mask while Kane observed that the erosion had progressed significantly and declared that it would not be honorable to let someone who had fought so well suffer in that way, so he decided to kill him at once. Kane pressed the sword against Zeke's chest, wishing him to rest in peace, and then appeared to step away from the place after withdrawing the blade. He turned his back and commented that, even as opponents, it had been a long time since he had fought in such an enjoyable way. However, at the moment he turned around, something sliced his neck through a small gap in the armor. He realized that Zeke was no longer at the same spot where he had been left. In fact, he had used a high-grade recovery potion called Salvation, completely restoring his physical condition and preparing himself once more for battle. In a single decisive motion, Zeke tore off Kane's head and immediately after the strike, collapsed in complete exhaustion. He thought that if he had not placed that potion in the shortcut tab, he would have died right there. He removed the mask and examined his own body, while the system informed him that he had used his abilities to the limit, surpassing the critical level of fatigue, and that for safety reasons, he would be forced to lose consciousness. Before blacking out, however, Zeke activated Gluttony, the Draconic Gluttony ability, and devoured Kane's body, absorbing the vitality, mental fortitude, and mana that had been spent. As soon as that power came into contact with his body, he woke up with far more energy than he expected, realizing that he was fine, and that if he had not used Gluttony, he would probably have died. Since he had absorbed Kane's body, what remained was only the red armor, which had no registered name. Zeke decided to register himself as its user, and as soon as he completed the process, the armor instantly covered his body, molding itself perfectly to his form. Of the 28 magic circles engraved on it, 3 spells were available for immediate activation. He noticed that it was incredibly light, and recognized that gaining an armor of that level was something that would completely change the course of the next battles. If he used that armor now, he would be discovered by the people of the Empire, so Zeke decided that he would keep it stored for the time being. Suddenly he sensed a strange smell in the air, a strong scent of blood mixed with rotten flesh, something heavy that seemed to cling to his throat. Walking through the ruins and following that unpleasant odor, he found a hidden laboratory where human experiments were being carried out, which deeply enraged him. The alchemists inside tried to fight him, and released a poisonous cloud to poison him, but he was immune, so the attack had no effect. Zeke made it clear that they would have to pay with their own lives for what they were doing, and after killing them all and setting the laboratory on fire, he began reading the documents scattered around the place, thinking that he needed to collect the materials there, and that perhaps it had some connection to the scarlet fever as well. From the middle of the flames and smoke, another doctor appeared, asking if he was the one responsible for destroying the laboratory. When he saw Zeke's aura blade, he quickly improvised a spell to defend himself, and even after being struck, turned his body into sand and teleported to another point in the ruins. Analyzing the symbols and the magic used, Zeke concluded that he must belong to the Desert Scorpions, a group known for practicing only forbidden magic, and judging by the level of the spell, he seemed to be one of their high-ranking executives. He realized that the Empire was investing heavily in this kind of thing, so he activated mana restriction to prevent the mage from casting spells again. However, instead of using common magic, the man performed a summoning and brought into existence an altered chimera, a giant manticore. The mage declared that it was his greatest creation, the strongest minimum of the striker, and that Zeke would never be able to kill it. The beast advanced with claws as sharp as a hawk's, and Zeke truly had difficulty blocking all the blows. Watching carefully, he found an opening and used the art of the gale, shadowless steps, trying to attack from behind. But even though he managed to cut off one of the scorpion stingers, he was wounded on the face. The creature had no blind spot and reacted from every angle. Even so, he could not waste time and continued exchanging blows, while the system alerted that his unique authority, domination of the draconic race, could be activated to subjugate the target. Zeke wondered if there was draconic blood in that thing. He then activated the majesty of the dragon and released a deep and imposing draconic gaze, causing the creature to recoil in fear. He managed to instill terror in that low-level draconic species and realized that there were indeed dragon parts in that grotesque chimera. He then activated domination of the draconic race, subjugating the creature, which immediately became docile before him. The mage was confused to see that the chimera no longer obeyed his orders. Zeke commanded it to attack its own summoner, and shortly after, with the mage dead, he began analyzing the loot. He discovered that his name was Gurub al-Humani, vice leader of the Desert Scorpions, someone of truly high rank. The chimera approached Zeke with a look almost asking for approval, and the system asked if he wanted to give a name to the subjugated draconic species, informing him that once named, it could be summoned at any time by the holder of the authority, in this case himself. Zeke decided to call it Gurub, the same name as its former owner, and the registration was completed, even if the creature did not seem to like the choice very much. Later, Dom Juan said that he was truly impressed with him, Zeke Moreta, and commented that they had finally put an end to Paulo. Zeke replied that he always fulfilled his promises. Dom Juan stated that given the situation he had no choice but to believe him, because a strong warrior deserved respect, and said that he took care of his warriors as if they were his own children, and that he would like to treat him the same way. Zeke remembered his past life, and thought that it was a joke, because for Dom Juan, even his own children were in fact slaves, and he decided that one day he would kill him with his own hands. Dom Juan then showed Zeke Moreta a pile of gifts, and asked if he had not said that he wanted to be business partners. When he picked up the box, Zeke already knew what it was by the size and weight. When he opened it, he saw the heads of all the union executives and thought that everything had happened according to plan because the executives had been eliminated and now it was only necessary to place Kai at the top. However, Dumwan sat down and said that there was a small problem because the favela group had discovered that they were responsible for the attacks and were now spreading rumors that they had mobilized even knights and mages. Zeke thought that it made sense for them to reach that conclusion. Juan made it clear that he would show those filthy pirates that he was the owner of that continent. Zeke understood that this meant eliminating the favela again and accepted. He would go to them to convey Juan's will, but he made a request in return. He wanted support for Kai to become the new leader of the union. Juan agreed, said that he would assume responsibility and would be her patron. As for Zeke, he would assign the best assassin of the cartel to accompany him. When he snapped his fingers, several assassins emerged from the shadows, and one in particular wearing an eye patch stared at Zeke attentively. Meanwhile, in the territory of Paulo Santos' cartel, within the favela group, Abel was conducting an investigation. His employee reported that Imperial intelligence had already searched everything and left. Nothing remained. According to reports, there had been at least one squad of mages and knights at the site. Abel, analyzing the evidence, concluded that no, there had been only one person there, someone at minimum at the level of a Red Knight, the true one responsible for eliminating everyone. There were signs that Imperial intelligence had cleaned everything in haste, which indicated that there was something that should not be discovered. He needed to understand what the Empire was hiding. The employee questioned the consequences of investigating Imperial intelligence, but Abel told William that there was something there that he should never have let slip away. His instinct was screaming about it. Later, at the port affiliated with the favela cartel, a small boat approached, and it was Zeke. The killing began in silence. The man accompanying him, Simon, held the body that almost fell into the water to avoid any noise. He was Simon Zapatero, the one responsible for teaching Southern martial arts to Zeke in his past life, and for helping him during his years as an assassin. Even in the McCain group, where everything was miserable, he had been the only one Zeke trusted. Even after the regression, their combat synchronization remained excellent. Bringing Simon to his side would be ideal. Walking through the outskirts, Simon asked if there was really a way to invade the central area. Zeke explained that the territory had originally belonged to the Holy Empire, and that underground channels had been built during that time. Simon said that going underground seemed like a waste of time, and questioned how they would find their way through something like a labyrinth. Zeke simply told him to follow and observe, because he already had a plan. Using the system map, he activated the navigation route to the underground channel connected to Mateo's room. For him, labyrinths did not exist. On the mini-map, he could see threats scattered along the path. The troops were positioned ahead, and he knew he needed to be careful, because the map marked enemies but did not indicate their levels. If he encountered someone at Kane's level, he would die. As they approached, Zeke warned that they were almost there, and that they would split up. One group would plant bombs in as many points as possible, while he would deal with the vice leader of the favela, Mateo. Simon obeyed, but continued observing his every movement. Zeke crossed a dump site and entered a pipe that led directly to Mateo's room. He wondered whether Dom Juan truly expected success, or if he had sent him there to die, perhaps using the attack itself as a warning. Even so, he was certain that he would kill Mateo. Coming out of the pipe, he eliminated weaker enemies, and considered that the favela were probably allied with the Empire, so he found it strange not to see soldiers. He thought too soon. They were hidden, waiting for him to advance. When they appeared, they were not a problem. There was also a squad of Imperial mages, but Zeke used swift steps and killed them before they could cast spells. He concluded that they were far too weak to represent the true Empire, perhaps just a message. He gave the last two survivors the chance to leave, activating the majesty of the dragon and filling them with terror. After clearing the path, Zeke still did not understand why the Empire was coming to the south, but he sensed another enemy. A mage commented that a single apple could spoil the whole basket. Zeke had not felt his presence before. The mage did not respond to provocations. He simply used magic to revive the dead Imperial soldiers. He was a necromancer, forming a horde of high-grade zombies around Zeke. While fighting them, Zeke thought that many dark mages at that level belonged to the desert scorpions, but this one did not bear the scorpion affliction symbol. When he eliminated one zombie, he noticed that each granted 10 karma points. He found it interesting and continued fighting, accumulating points for quite some time. The dark mage, seeing his army of zombies defeated, simply dissipated into mist and disappeared. Zeke thought that the next time he encountered that man, he would turn him into points as well. He ended it there and headed straight for Mateo's office. On the way, someone placed a knife against his neck, but Zeke remained calm, because the attacker was only Simon. He had not imagined that Zeke would get that far. Zeke asked if it had been Juan who told Simon to do that, to eliminate him before things got out of control. Simon slightly adjusted his position, bringing the knife closer to Zeke's chin, and said that the boss intended to bring down the favela, and that there was no room for someone from another continent to interfere. Zeke replied that if it were not for him, they would have lost the distribution network, and perhaps even their heads. Simon shot back that the Union would continue operations under someone named Kai, and that it did not matter who it was, everything would keep running. Zeke asked if that was really so, and temporarily suspended his healing. When he moved, Simon instinctively drove the knife into his throat, and asked why not kill him outright, calling him the Shadowless Ghost. Surprised, Simon asked how he knew the nickname he used when he was an outlaw. Zeke said that he knew Simon Zapatero, knew his past, and knew the reason he was under Don Juan's command, that he was trying to protect the last descendant of the Kingdom of Cusco. Simon demanded to know how he had discovered that, and launched himself into the attack. Zeke dodged the blade, summoned his sword from subspace, face and began a direct duel against the assassin. Simon asked how much he knew and who he really was. As they exchanged blows, Zeke revealed that he was a member of the direct Draker lineage, Zeke Draker. Simon recognized the name from rumors, the youngest to become a Blue Knight, and asked whether even the Drakers were involved. Zeke explained that he was acting on his own, with no connection to the family. Simon questioned why he would reveal his name like that when he could have kept it secret and killed him. In response, Zeke disarmed him and demanded that he swear loyalty to him instead of Don Juan, stating that he could not only protect the lineage of the Kingdom of Cusco, but also help rebuild the kingdom. Simon was torn between the shock of being disarmed and the information Zeke was presenting. Zeke continued, saying that deep down, Simon knew there was no hope serving the McCain group, and asked what would happen if he killed him there, as Juan wanted, especially when favela reinforcements arrived. He also questioned whether Don Juan had ever sent reinforcements to save his men. Simon admitted that he had not, that it had always been every man for himself. Zeke reminded him that after the fall of Cusco, it was the cartels that took over the lands, and that Don Juan's true interest was to eliminate the former royal knights and then sell the isolated princess to the rebels. He recalled that 10 years earlier when Cusco fell, Simon fled to the border with the newborn princess and became an outlaw to accumulate power, hoping one day to expel the rebels and return the territory to her. That was why he submitted to Don Juan. In Zeke's past life, Simon had been marked as a threat and killed by Don Juan, and the princess had ended up being sold. Before dying, Simon entrusted the princess to him, but when Zeke found her, there was nothing left. Simon said he did not have time to question how Zeke knew all of that, but he acknowledged that he was right. The McCain group was beginning to crumble, especially after the boss's anniversary. He asked what the true objective was. Zeke replied that he intended to make McCain and Favela fight each other, and after that he would go after Don Juan. Simon realized that Juan had always been the real target, and demanded two guarantees: that he and his men could escape together, and that the lineage of Cusco would be protected. He asked Zeke Drager to keep his word. Zeke swore on his knightly honor. Then Simon, captain of the Royal Guard of Cusco, bowed to him as his new master, Lord Zeke Draker. Zeke responded that they would leave formalities for later, and asked about his men. Simon said they were waiting for the signal to activate the explosion scrolls. Zeke ordered him to give the signal immediately, and that everyone should retreat through the underground channel. After that, they separated to regroup soon after. After beating and tying up Mateo, the poor man still asked whether he truly believed that the McCain group would come out unscathed. Zeke approached, almost taking pleasure in the fear stamped on his face, and replied that of course they would not come out unscathed, because if a war broke out between the two sides, no one would remain safe. He took a letter and shoved it into Mateo's mouth, where it was written eternal rest for those who raised their swords against the McCain, making it clear that this was the beginning of a war. Then he cut his throat. Later he thought that he had already obtained all the secret records of the favela, and that it was time to leave. Then Simon appeared saying that he had already given the signal to the men, but suddenly they were attacked at the end of the corridor by the last surviving favela. Still enraged, Zeke gripped his two-handed sword, invoked the fire elemental blade, and carbonized everyone in his path without difficulty. In the labyrinth of underground tunnels, Simon tried to pay respect to the new chief, but Zeke said they would leave talk for later because they needed to get out of there quickly since they would soon be tracked. At a certain point, Zeke ordered them to split up. He would remain as bait, and once they were out, they should meet with Kai. As soon as they explained everything that had happened, she would believe them and trust them. Simon remembered that the princess was still in the cartel, but Zeke asked if he truly thought he would not have foreseen that, because he had not hired mercenaries for nothing and had already ensured that the princess would be saved. Meanwhile, at Dom Juan's mansion in the south of the continent, he wondered whether all of that made sense. More than a month had passed since the attack on the favela group, and during that period, they had been struck by retaliatory attacks countless times. They had lost more than half of the group's executives. He recognized that Simon and Zeke were far too dangerous and had taken the opportunity to send them on a suicide mission. Yet they still managed to provoke the group in the worst possible way. An executive suggested that he distance himself from the McCain group for a while because the pirates were blinded by revenge and would attack the main base. Juan asked if they were suggesting luring them there to finish them all at once, and the executive confirmed that yes, while he would command everything remotely. Juan replied that moments of crisis always made them stronger and that this time would be no different. Later, when the boss had already left the room and only a few executives remained, the one who had given the advice was cornered by Zeke, who congratulated him ironically for speaking so well. The man said he had done everything that was asked, but Zeke killed him anyway, stating that thanks to him he would be able to savor the main course. After that, Dom Juan was at his Tahuani villa, irritated for having been forced to withdraw, swearing that he would exterminate those pirates. Sitting at the table drinking and enjoying the view, someone entered the room. He thought it was a servant, but it was Zeke Dracker, who asked if he was enjoying his vacation. Dom Juan said he had been through situations like that before, and that any attempt against him would be useless. Zeke drove the knife into the table, shattering the glass, and said that was good, because for a moment he had been worried that he would beg for his life, and if that happened, the revenge would lose its appeal. Dom Juan demanded respect, and called for the guards, but no one came. Zeke said no one would come, because they were all dead. He remembered that in his past life, he had not had time to make him suffer as he wanted, and that had always haunted him. He still dreamed about the time when he served like a dog, about the countless people he had been forced to kill. Dom Juan said that made no sense, that he had never ordered him to do any of that. Zeke asked if he knew what those people said in his dreams, and leaped at him, pressing the knife to his neck, saying that they begged for mercy and pleaded to stay alive. Those were the voices that echoed. Juan tried to justify himself by saying he was a savior chosen by God, but Zeke told him to shut up and tore off his ear. After a long time, Zeke finally achieved his revenge, torturing Dom Juan until dawn. When he left the house, Kai and Simon were waiting for him. Zeke informed them that it was over, and asked how the situation in the Union was. Kai said everything had happened exactly as they had planned, with no setbacks and no one stepping out of line. It was recorded that the officers had been killed by Dom Juan while trying to ally with the favela group, placing all the blame on them. Since Kai already handled the operations anyway, she managed to get through the situation without any punishment, and kept her position intact. Zeke made it clear that from then on, it would be the Union that managed that territory, centralizing control and preventing future betrayals. Then he handed over some documents, including a contract with the Reinhardt Company. Zeke explained that they said they would open a trade association with Falcon Pharmacus, focused on the production of high-quality soma for large-scale distribution. If properly processed, soma could be turned into various different medicines, which opened room for profit and influence. He stated that he would leave transportation to them, reducing direct risks for the Union. Kai asked how that would work, where production would take place, and who would manage everything, and also questioned whether, with their current reputation, it would even be possible to handle transportation legally. Zeke replied that he would help the Kingdom of Cusco, and in return would secure permission to cultivate there. He also said that he already had a plan ready for the rest, but at the moment he did not have time to explain everything, and simply left Kai talking to herself. In the middle of the forest, alone, Zeke pulled out a letter. It was time to deal with it. It was a formal invitation from Prince Karos Nerva Konstantinos. Decker had informed him that the prince had not returned after the banquet, and had remained on the continent. The problem was that from there to that location would take at least a few days of travel, and if he arrived late, the prince or someone close to him might grow suspicious and try to discover the reason. The greater risk was that they would link Zeke and Drake to the fall of the McCain group. He considered that perhaps the invitation had been made precisely because they already suspected him, but he decided to create an alibi. He activated the system and created a teleport point to the ruins of Atlas, spending 600 karma points. Even so, he activated it. Later, at the Sky Lounge in Atlas, Karis was already waiting for him together with Abel. Zeke did not like that sight at all. He introduced himself, thanking His Highness for the invitation, and asking the reason for the meeting. Karis said they had serious matters to discuss over drinks, and commented that William and Abel worked like no one else, but were terrible when it came to drinking, while Zeke seemed to have no problem with it, which was why he had called him. Zeke watched William and Abel drinking calmly, and could already imagine more or less what the three of them had discussed before his arrival. It was also clear that Abel had something to speak about with him in private. Karis said there was no need for ceremony when it came to drinking, and that they could begin. They toasted to health, and later Karis became so drunk that he had to be carried out by William. Zeke did not get drunk because the system neutralized the alcohol, which made him slightly uncomfortable for being completely sober while the others were losing control. When he was alone with Abel, he heard that people were saying he had been training in seclusion, and that they had ended up interfering with his plans. Zeke said he had no problem at all, but inside he was frustrated and needed a break. Abel seemed relieved and invited him to sit and drink a little more with him. Zeke realized that the strange atmosphere meant Abel wanted to discuss something truly serious. Abel asked what he thought about the Drakes, and declared that he wanted to eliminate all of them. He said that Zeke had the same scent as him, the scent of blood and death, everything a pure-blood dragon slayer should have, the scent of a predator, at the top of the food chain. Because they shared this trait, he believed Zeke would understand what he was saying. Zeke asked if that was why they maintained close ties with the Empire. Abel said that many claimed not only their continent was the best, but that Atlas was the best city, yet he thought differently, and did not believe they should be satisfied with such a small space. To claim supremacy, one must be far more powerful. He pointed out that the Empire was always expanding, trying to unite the North, the South, and even the Eastern region, integrating roads, culture, and resources. The moment everything converged into the Empire, the world would become a better place than it was now, a true utopia, where everyone would be unified as one. Zeke replied that it sounded exactly like something the Emperor would say. He then remembered Cain, Zimmons, and Konstantinos, noticing that Abel's middle name was Zimmons, and that this maternal branch of the family supported him. Hearing all of that, Zeke reached one conclusion: Abel, the Zimmons, and the Empire were connected in some way. Abel then told Zeke that he believed great talents like him deserved rewards to match. Abel said he was capable of offering the most radiant treasure that would exist in the future, and therefore asked Zeke to come to his side, making it clear that he had been trying to recruit him from the very beginning. Zeke realized it immediately, and replied that he appreciated the offer, but had already made his decision on the matter. Abel asked if he did not think he might regret it one day, and Zeke answered no. He slammed the door as he left, and thought that Abel wanted to turn him into a damned assassin just like himself. When William appeared and asked where Mr. Zeke had gone, Abel replied that his little brother had decided to walk a different path from his, and in that case there was no choice but to cut the evil at the root. He commented that he had given Zeke one last chance. Sometime later, in front of the office of the rector of Valhalla, Zeke reflected that he was already 17 years old and only a secondary student, but he had no intention of staying there wasting time until the 5th year. He filled out a form requesting early graduation, explaining that now that he had become an official knight, he wished to contribute to his family as soon as possible, but his condition as a student made that difficult, so he asked for the help of the esteemed rector. As soon as he submitted the request, the interview was scheduled immediately. At that moment, he ran into his little brother Diego, but beside him stood a man Zeke had never seen before. Later, already inside the rector office, he heard someone comment to Asti that he had been there for almost a week. Zeke found it strange and discovered that it was Asti Elatov, the Knight of Illusion, who before the regression had been one of the 5-star knights. And even so, Zeke had no information about him. Asti apologized to the rector, saying that because of insomnia, he was having difficulties. Zeke thought that must be something serious. Diego made a joke about singing a lullaby, and Asti replied irritably that his head was throbbing and that he wanted silence. Zeke remembered that before the regression, Asti had fought alongside the Empire, so it would be great to bring him to his side, just as he had done with Diego. The rector explained that the three of them had requested early graduation at the same time, and that the professors had already confirmed they met the requirements, so he decided to evaluate their abilities through a mission. It was an official cooperation document with the Elven Kingdom. He mentioned the Black Yaksha, a public enemy recognized as a threat across the entire continent, who had recently settled in Delphoa. The mission would be to cooperate with the Order of Elven Knights to subjugate him. The rector emphasized that those individuals had awakened aura with the sole purpose of killing, so their combat style was different from the knights there. Because of that, they requested only blue knights or higher, which indicated a complicated mission. They could withdraw if they wished, but Diego asked how many phases the test would have, and the rector replied that there would be 3 in total, with that being the first. Since no one raised further questions, he assumed they would all participate and told them to prepare. Later, in the courtyard, Asti was suffering from a severe headache. Zeke approached him kindly and asked if he needed something for insomnia, saying he had something very good with him. Asti thanked him, but said he had already tried everything, and nothing worked. Zeke insisted that he try it at least once, and that if he liked it, he could sign a contract to keep receiving it. Asti accepted, even thinking it would be a waste of time. Then Zeke threw a small powder into his face, and he collapsed unconscious. Later, Asti signed the contract without thinking twice, happy to finally be able to sleep, barely reading what he was signing. Zeke thought it was fortunate that he had access to the system shop, since it was ridiculously easy to obtain ancient relics. The item he had given was the Sandman Sleep Sand, an extremely powerful sedative. Most likely Asti would remain by his side after graduation. Even so, Zeke thought it was concerning how all 5-star knights seemed somewhat disturbed. He still felt that something was missing, so he decided to test Asti abilities before the mission. He took his sword and said he wanted to see what he was capable of. Asti accepted the duel and drew his spear. Zeke noticed that the atmosphere changed the moment he held the weapon, and heard that he did not need to hold back. Both of them used aura in combat. Zeke realized that Asti was excellent at using the reach of the spear, and even managed to block his large two-handed sword. Then he activated his swift steps to try to strike Asti from behind, but with a quick motion, Asti twisted the spear and split it into 2, preventing the attack while counterattacking at the same time. Zeke dodged using his acrobatics, and wondered if the spear had really separated into 2. It was far too strange a movement, the kind of technique usually seen only in the hands of experienced criminals. Even so, he found it interesting. He shortened the distance, already expecting Asti to repeat the technique, but instead he advanced with a strike that an ordinary lancer would never be able to block. It was the Dragon Slayer art, the Earth Cleave, a direct and heavy attack designed to crush the opponent defense. However, Asti reacted using Eladoth counterattack technique, the countercurrent spear. He spun the weapon in a wide arc, and the impact against the two-handed sword was enormous, making the ground tremble from the collision of their auras. After the clash, Asti's hand was completely injured, and he said that Zeke was a real monster. He was considered a genius, yet he still felt the absurd difference in level. Zeke replied that precisely because he had received so much recognition, the edge of his spear had become dull, since too much confidence weakens instinct. Even so, he told him to stay calm because he would still undergo very special and rigorous training. Asti had a bad feeling about that. Later, back at his residence, Zeke was greeted by Decker, who informed him that there was a guest waiting. The visitor was Gellion, who commented in admiration about how imposing the mansion was. Zeke explained that he had called him because he wanted him to examine something. Gellion asked if something had happened to the Black Lumina, since an item made by the magic furnace should be practically indestructible. Zeke realized that in the meantime Gellion must have become famous, because thanks to the magic furnace he was producing high-quality weapons much earlier than expected. He thought he needed to make him his exclusive blacksmith before someone tried to steal him away. He then explained that there was no problem with the sword, but he wanted him to examine something else. At that moment, he activated the red armor, which covered his entire body, and Gellion was startled. Zeke said he honestly did not know exactly what it was, which was why he needed an analysis. Gellion asked to examine it, and after several tests, stated that he did not know any modern artifact resembling that. He asked if there was any specific characteristic that could indicate the material. Zeke remembered the fight against Cain and commented that the armor had repelled an aura blade. Gellion replied that there was only one metal in the world capable of that, the metal of the gods, orichalcum. He said he had never imagined seeing so much orichalcum in his life, since it was extremely rare and considered the most perfect metal created by the gods, with extremely high mana conductivity and the ability to receive countless magic circles. Zeke asked how many magic circles a common armor could withstand, and Gellion explained that normal armors could not even accept large-scale circles. Zeke had already imagined it was above average, but not at that level. He asked whether it would be possible to alter the shape of the armor. Gellion replied that it was not not impossible. Even though it was the metal of the gods, it could still be worked. But the armor was practically complete, and altering it carelessly could damage the magic circles. Perhaps if it were his master, it would be possible. Zeke asked if he was referring to the Great Master Golem, and Gellion confirmed. Only he could alter the form without undoing any magic circle, and at the moment he should be in Imonis. He commented that perhaps Zeke did not know where that was, but Zeke replied that he did. It was the region where the Grand Duke of the North was located. He had discovered that by chance. In any case, he thanked Gellion and said that if he wished to investigate the metal further, he could examine the armor whenever he wanted. When Zeke left, Gellion noticed that he seemed slightly nervous. Zeke thought it had already been a long time, and that maybe it was not too late to go there after prioritizing his current objectives. He believed that was the right choice. Later, in the company of Reinhardt, Zeke, Cliff, and Melissa were gathered together. Cliff reported that the production of the requested medicines could proceed without problems, but on the central continent, it would be difficult to build a factory to process the raw material soma. Zeke had already expected that, because if a rumor spread that the princess supported the processing of soma, her reputation would be stained. He asked whether the situation would change if the material were already processed. Cliff replied that in that case, it would be treated as medicine, as long as it passed a safety inspection at the Magic Tower. Zeke said that settled it. The factory would be built on the southern continent to produce the goods, and Reinhardt would be responsible for import and distribution. Melissa said it hurt to admit it, but the Reinhardt company did not have enough resources to build a large-scale factory, and questioned whether they could even finish the construction of the factory for the scarlet fever cure. Zeke replied that they did not need to worry about that because he would handle the construction himself. In return, they only needed to secure permission from the Magic Tower. Melissa asked whether the Drager family would take that on personally, but Zeke had already made it clear on other occasions that his family had no connection to his business. He would cover all costs with private funds. Then he placed an envelope on the table and said that was the main subject of the day. The contents completely shocked Melissa. The Empire had allied with the Scorpion clan to conduct biological experiments with synthetic venom. Zeke explained that if scarlet fever was truly an artificially created disease, it was possible that it had been a clinical test by the Empire targeting Alencia. The princess said she had feared something like that, but doing it to their own people was unthinkable. Zeke stated that he handed over the documents because they needed to keep that atrocity secret for now. She reacted by saying they should expose the crimes of the Empire immediately, but Zeke asked her to understand that they did not have definitive proof to use diplomatically. The Empire had been clever and made it appear that the Scorpion clan was solely responsible. Since they were known as dark mages, human experimentation would not cause as much shock. For the Empire, it would be enough to deny any connection and issue a statement of regret to close the matter. At the moment, it was more advantageous to keep the documents secret because the Empire did not know that they were aware of it. Since they were conducting experiments on a large scale, there had to be more evidence somewhere. Melissa asked if he was suggesting they take advantage of the opportunity to obtain stronger evidence, and Zeke confirmed. However, he showed the documents now so they could prepare themselves. If there had been clinical tests involving scarlet fever in the conflict zone of Valencia, it was likely that other synthetic poisons would be tested there as well. Before that, they needed to develop antidotes. The princess thought that if those weapons were used in a conflict zone, the troops of Valencia would have to fight while poisoned, but if they prepared antidotes without revealing the evidence, they would have a real chance. She concluded that her decision had been correct. Bringing Zeke was the right choice. Zeke commented that his schedule at Valhalla was full, and he might not be able to attend the next meetings anytime soon. The princess said that if an opportunity arose, she would like to take him to visit Alencia. He replied that he had heard there were many beautiful mountains and lakes there, and that it was a wonderful place. If he visited one day, he asked to be shown those landscapes. She wished him a safe journey. Back at Valhalla, Zeke was almost killing Asti and Diego with so much training. The two were lying on the ground begging for mercy while he remained calm. Diego said he was the devil, yet still charged at him once more. Zeke thought that sometimes he needed to provoke them to keep their spirits up. After a week under his command, the two began to resemble their future versions, especially Diego, who had previously been quite reckless. After training together several times, he started obeying more and following orders seriously. Suddenly, Professor Andre appeared, praising their effort. He came to inform them that the three had been assigned to the mission to subjugate a public enemy of the continent, and since they could not send only students, he would also participate. Later, already on the train heading to the meeting point, they had not expected him to actually come along. Andre explained that besides supervising them, he needed to clarify a few things. He asked whether they knew what Delphoa was. Zeke commented that there the mages held maximum authority, unlike other kingdoms. Andre confirmed that the system was peculiar. The knights specialized in the use of shields and formed the front line to corner the enemy, while the mages attacked from the rear. Asti observed that in that case the front line must suffer heavy losses, and Andre replied that was exactly why the knights of Delphoa trained running with shields far more often than any other order. He also mentioned that this order was not popular among Valhalla graduates. Diego asked whether it was an order built to orbit around mages and if they simply did not care about the knights. Andre confirmed that the mages there were extremely arrogant and told them not to be surprised when they arrived. When they finally entered the territory, they were received by one of the knights. He was Jorge Outer, commander of the 8th Order of Knights of Delphoa. Andre introduced his cadets as elite talents and assured that there would be no problem regarding the mission. Andre added that in that case there was nothing to worry about, which made Jorge more at ease, and he informed them that the commander was inside the the carriage. Diego found that strange and asked which commander he meant, since the bearded man had introduced himself as commander. When they opened the carriage door, they found a man with a closed expression, clearly lacking patience. Zeke thought that for the commander of the knights to be that tense, he could only be the commander of the mages of Delphoa. Jorge Outer confirmed it and explained that the mage commander wished to travel separately, so another carriage would need to be arranged. When the mage's carriage left without waiting, Diego complained that they had simply left them behind, practically on foot. He kept complaining until Zeke kicked him in the knee and told him to shut up. Andre commented that after graduation, as knights, they would face many situations exactly like that, and that they should remember well what they were about to experience from then on. Later, already in Delphoa, Zeke observed that it was exactly as he had imagined, but even more extreme. The accommodation assigned to the knights was falling apart, as if it had been arranged in a hurry, while the mages stayed in luxurious facilities. He did not expect special treatment, but that clearly showed the difference in status. During the night, he walked through the corridors, telling himself that he did not care about the treatment, only about the mission to subjugate the Black Yaksha. In strategic meetings, Jorge Outer and the knights practically only listened to the mages without offering opinions. He had expected that, but it was still irritating. In the corridor, he encountered the mage commander, who said it was an opportune moment to warn him that the mages of Valhalla would have nothing to do there and should not cause trouble. Zeke restrained himself from reacting aggressively. The mage asked whether he was a pure blood Dracker, and Zeke responded by asking if there was a problem. The mage questioned his insolence and advised him not to remove his glove if he wished to leave alive. Zeke realized he had become defensive upon discovering his lineage, perhaps because he knew that the Dracker could interfere with the mana of others. Soon after, he met Professor Fanon, who commented that it had been a long time since they had spoken, and asked how he was. Zeke replied that he was well, and asked why he was there. Fanon explained that there was no better place than Delphoa to gain experience as a mage, and that merely studying was not enough, so he had volunteered. When Zeke mentioned that he had come because of the mission against the Black Yaksha, the professor called him aside and said he should not participate in the mission tomorrow under any circumstances, because it was doomed to fail. That night, Diego remarked that Zeke seemed not to have slept, and he was still thinking about Fanon words. He could only imagine two possibilities, either corruption at the highest level of the mage expeditionary force, or some kind of agreement with the mission target itself. Even if Delpha was a place where mages abused their power, open corruption would be too serious. If there was corruption, then there was likely an agreement with the Black Yaksha. He decided not to ignore that possibility, but he still went on the mission. The mage commander ordered groups 1 to 3 to climb the mountainside, and 4 to 6 to advance from the front. Jorge Outer did not object. Zeke asked what their role would be, and the mage replied whether he had not heard when they were told to stand still. Zeke stated that he was a blue knight, while Asti and Diego were purple, so he would like to know whether they were being provoked. The mage asked if he truly was blue, which shocked the others because of his age. He then ordered Jorge Outer to assign them to reconnaissance. Andre asked Zeke why he had provoked the commander, and he explained that he suspected the expeditionary force and the Black Yaksha might be in agreement. Andre was surprised, but said he must have his reasons. Thus they were assigned to reconnaissance toward the enemy camp, with Zeke taking the lead. While advancing through the dense forest, they encountered trolls. They tried to pass unnoticed, but one of the men was struck in the leg by a blade and screamed, drawing the creature's attention. The monsters charged forward, but Diego and Asti defeated them quickly. Zeke stepped forward and asked the survivors whether they were part of the Black Yaksha patrol, and demanded that they reveal his location. Later, from the top of a hill, they observed a solid fortress, practically impossible to take head-on. Zeke asked Jorge Outer where the mage order was, because attacking that place alone would be difficult. Jorge said that after clearing the area around the fortress, they would begin support fire from behind. The moment Zeke heard that, he questioned the logic of the plan, because in his mind it made no sense to try to clear an entire fortress with such a small number of men. It was practically sending everyone to their deaths. He wondered whether they were truly planning to win or simply sacrifice subordinates out of pride. At that moment, Diego noticed something coming from the sky toward them, moving far too fast to ignore. With his draconic sight, Zeke identified before anyone else that they were cannonballs. He immediately ordered everyone to spread out as far as possible and get down at once. A rain of fire and explosions crashed violently over the field, shaking the ground and scattering debris everywhere. Jorge stood in complete shock as he realized how close they had come to being wiped out. Zeke reprimanded the lack of focus and made it clear that careless decisions had nearly killed their own men, while he analyzed the situation and tried to understand how the enemy had discovered their location. For him, the only plausible explanation was the presence of an infiltrated spy. It was not just cannon fire advancing. Soon after, a troop of assassins charged at them in an obvious state of frenzy, running like wild animals. Zeke recognized the pattern immediately. That behavior was typical of Soma users, all of them clearly drugged and out of control. Soma, which came from the southern cartel to the central continent, had already spread through nearly every corner of the territory. Mages used it moderately, to temporarily amplify magical power, but the real problem was mercenaries. They lived as if there were no tomorrow, and consumed absurd quantities, enough to kill a bull. Those men were mercenaries of the Black Yaksha, completely addicted, attacking like rabid beasts. Even in the middle of that chaos, Zeke instructed Diego and Asti to conserve as much of their aura as possible for the decisive moment, and not exhaust themselves now, because subjugating enemies in that state would be extremely difficult. He even considered ignoring the mission mission entirely and simply sweeping everything up to the fortress on his own. But before he made any impulsive decision, the magic division finally appeared. A wall of flames rose between the mercenaries and the knights, separating the two sides, while the mage commander brought down pillars of fire and light upon the enemies. The commander approached Zeke and confronted him, implying that he belonged to the Drager family, and that because of his actions the mission had been ruined. He accused him of provoking the enemy, when the order had only been reconnaissance, declared that he would withdraw the cadets immediately, and that he would report the incident to Valhalla. Zeke listened in disbelief, and began questioning what kind of absurd claim that was. In response, he asked whether they could consider the cooperation between them and Delphoa officially ended, because if they were no longer under formal assignment, then they would not need to obey the commander orders. From that moment on, they would conduct the mission on their own. The commander replied that the territory belonged to Delphoa, but Andre argued that the Black Yaksha was registered as a public enemy of the continent, which meant that Zeke and the other knights had every right to hunt him. The mage stated that it did not matter what they decided, but that they would bear the consequences alone. Jorge felt torn as he watched the magic division withdraw, wondering whether that meant the end of the mission. Zeke approached him directly and asked whether he truly intended to capture the Black Yaksha. Jorge answered that regardless of appearances, they were knights, and no knight worthy of the name would turn back when the enemy stood before them. Zeke showed that he understood that feeling perfectly, and then asked him for a favor. Later, they advanced toward the fortress with a different plan. The shield-specialized knights deliberately struck their swords against their shields, creating a provocative noise to draw attention. When the archers on the fortress walls aimed and fired, the arrows caused no damage. The shields held firm, and the formation remained solid. Inside the fortress, the defenders found that behavior strangely pointless, unaware that it was a distraction. Moments later, one of them was stabbed in the back, and Zeke made it clear that they would soon find out whether it had truly been a waste of time. After eliminating everyone at the gate, Zeke spotted someone fleeing on horseback, and the description matched the Black Yaksha. He informed them that he would go after him, and asked the professor to create chaos inside the fortress. In the meantime, he advanced quickly and summoned Bucephalus, the mythical creature he rode, far faster than any ordinary horse, allowing him to catch up with the fugitive without difficulty. Zeke leaped from Bucephalus with his two-handed sword and delivered a devastating strike that nearly crushed the Black Yaksha, who managed to escape only at the last instant. The confrontation began right there, with rapid exchanges of blows under the night sky. The Black Yaksha realized that he was not from Delphoa, and tried to extract information while launching long-range attacks using desert scorpion venom. However, Zeke was unaffected thanks to his immunity to poison. Surprised, the Yaksha questioned his origin, speculating whether he came from the Assassin's Guild or from the southern frontier, but Zeke showed no interest in revealing anything. The enemy declared that it made no difference because he would die right there, and advanced with a storm of blades, attacking from multiple directions with swords and kunai. Even so, Zeke remained unharmed, protecting himself with dragon scales, though he noticed that the Yaksha was using aura blades and might be concealing his true strength. The Yaksha moved in to finish Zeke once and for all, believing that this final attack would end everything. Even after striking him directly and being convinced that the boy was already dead, it was he who ended up suffering damage, as if he had touched an electric discharge that ran through his entire body. Zeke, surrounded by his aura, made it clear that now he would be the one asking the questions. Without wasting time, he demanded to know why the damned Imperial Intelligence Department was causing all that chaos in Delphoa. The Yaksha refused to reveal any information, willing to die rather than betray his organization, but Zeke had already expected that kind of stubbornness. He simply poured a healing potion into the Black Yaksha's mouth, explaining that he knew very well how stubborn agents like him could be, and that if the answer was satisfactory, he might even allow him to die afterward. Later, with the Yaksha already subdued and too weak to continue resisting, Zeke asked who he really was and why he was doing all that. The Yaksha revealed that he was an agent of the 13th Division of the Imperial Intelligence Department. Zeke commented that he thought there were only 12 official divisions, suggesting that this one must be a separate and more secret branch. The Yaksha found it strange that he knew about the existence of the 12 divisions, but Zeke cut off any attempt to shift the conversation and reinforced that he was the one asking the questions. He then asked what exactly was being conducted in Delphoa. The Yaksha explained that he was carrying out an experiment based on stimulants created from soma, with the goal of producing warriors who felt neither pain nor fear. Zeke immediately connected the dots and asked if the mercenaries they had faced earlier were part of that experiment. The Yaksha confirmed that it was not ordinary soma, but a modified version designed to test human limits in real field conditions. In Zeke's mind, it became clear that the experiment was being conducted by the Empire itself, using Delphoa as a testing ground while maintaining indirect conflicts. The fact that the Black Yaksha had survived for 3 years, absorbing bandits and mercenaries to expand his organization, had only been possible because of active support from the Empire. He began to wonder what exactly those bastards were planning for the entire continent. Then he asked the Yaksha whether he was aware that the Empire would probably kill him as soon as he returned, since disposable agents rarely survived operations of that kind. The Yaksha replied that he would die there anyway because he had already said everything he knew. Zeke then raised the possibility of survival and asked what he would do if there were a real way to escape. The Yaksha stated that no one escapes the intelligence department. No one. It was at that moment that Zeke mentioned the power of the Drakers, and the Yaksha was visibly shocked when he demonstrated his lineage, revealing himself as a pure-blooded Draker. The agent's expression changed completely, because it was obvious obvious that he did not want to die in an isolated place after doing so much dirty work, especially knowing that his patriotism was already nearly dead, and that upon returning to the Empire, he would probably be executed. He asked whether Zeke intended to change his identity, but Zeke stated that he had an even better option. For someone coming directly from the Imperial Intelligence Department, he would be extremely useful in a different kind of work. Later, while returning to the fortress, Zeke wondered whether the group had already managed to bring the place down. On the way, he encountered a group of Delphoa mages who immediately turned against him. He questioned whether they were truly about to attack an ally, but the commander appeared shortly after, stating that because of Zeke Dracker, the Black Yaksha had escaped even though he had been practically captured, and ordered him to report immediately to headquarters to be held accountable. Zeke was already losing patience with that man, and asked whether he was truly implying that the escape was his fault. The mage affirmed that it was, that everything was due to that amateur attempt at an attack. Zeke shot back by asking whether the commander had invaded the fortress to confirm that the Yaksha was not there, since the structures still seemed far too intact for him to claim that. With such certainty, the mage ordered him to be silent, and said that he had verified shortly before that someone had fled the fortress in haste. Zeke replied that it was also possible that it had only been a messenger seeking reinforcements, and questioned how he could be so certain that it was the Black Yaksha. In Zeke's mind, it became increasingly clear that that damned mage might have allowed the Yaksha to escape on purpose, conspiring with the enemy for 3 years, perhaps without even realizing that his own actions had aided the Empire's experiments. Even so, that did not change the fact that he was trash. The mage declared that he would not continue that conversation, and that he would report every crime of Zeke to his superiors, detail by detail. Zeke simply thought that he was free to do so. When they returned to the fortress, Jorge and his knights were tied up and imprisoned. Zeke asked what that meant, but the commander replied that he should not interfere where he was not called. Jorge declared that he did not regret helping Zeke because they still wished to remain honorable knights. At that moment, the mages applied shocks to the knights, torturing them in front of everyone. Zeke asked whether that was the commander's new stance, torturing his own allies, something not even done to prisoners of war. The mage replied that if he said one more word, he would be executed right there. It was then that Andre appeared and addressed Ingrid Hassel, commander of the 8th Division of Magic of Delphoa, declaring that the threat made against Zeke Draker could be interpreted as a direct death threat, and that from that moment on, the Drakers would adopt a stance of war against Delphoa. The commander realized that it sounded like a direct order from the Draker family, and recognized that it was practically a declaration of war, that the situation had gone too far. Andre reinforced that the name Draker was not something light, but something heavy, a burden carried with responsibility. The mage then asked that they analyze the situation carefully, stating that he had made a mistake in his words, and that his nerves were on edge, claiming that his initial intention had only been to escort Zeke to headquarters. Before any escort to headquarters, Zeke made it clear that he wanted to speak briefly with his companions. The mage granted only 20 minutes, as if he were doing an enormous favor, and later, once locked inside an isolated room, Zeke used his magical interference to deactivate all devices that could have been listening to the conversation. He did not trust anyone there. Andre asked what was so urgent, and then Zeke revealed that he had captured the Black Yaksha, faced him alone, and forced the target to lower his guard. Even for experienced knights, that would already have been complicated, so Andre was not surprised to conclude that it was exactly the kind of thing expected from Zeke. He continued explaining that after the interrogation he had discovered that the Yaksha was deeply involved with the commander, which made the mission far more delicate than it appeared. The most logical course would be to let Delphoha deal with its own rot, but for now he would do what was within his reach. Later, Zeke waited for Professor Fanon, who arrived asking what had happened there. Zeke replied that it was the direct result of ignoring his initial warning, and it became clear that Fanon already suspected the commander's corruption. Probably not only him, but most of the high-ranking mage officers already had some notion of what was going on. For a mage of Delphoa, rising in rank required mandatory military service and obedience, and now Fanon stood before a decision that could destroy his own career. Zeke asked whether he had knowledge of the stimulant experiments conducted by the Empire, and throughout the conversation, told him everything he had discovered from the Black Yaksha. Fanon was torn between exposing the corruption he knew and protecting his own position. Zeke then asked directly whether he would agree to expose everything alongside him, promising full support if he chose that path. Meanwhile, some mages went to Commander Ingrid Hassel to inform her that Professor Fanon had refused Zeke Draker's proposal, as if they had expected him to protect his own career. The commander stated that it was predictable, since position and rank usually weighed more than moral convictions. He then ordered them to begin the performance, instructing her division to trigger loud explosions within their own fortress, and then retreat just enough to fake a serious attack and place the blame for the failure on Jorge. The attacks were launched against the structure itself, but something did not go as planned, because there was no counterattack coming from inside, which was far too strange to ignore. It was then that Zeke emerged from inside the fortress, and asked the commander whether he had seen a ghost. He explained to Fanon that he had used a magical scroll to block any surveillance, allowing them to speak freely. Fanon confirmed that he wanted to help, because experiments with stimulants of that kind were unacceptable. Zeke warned that this would likely end his career in Delpho, but Fanon replied that he would rather lose everything at once than build an empty and dishonorable path, and risk seeing it all collapse in the future. Zeke sincerely thanked him and stated that now they could act, because they had a decisive strike against the commander. The commander accused Fanon of treason, but Zeke began listing before Ingrid Hassel the charges of collusion with a public enemy of the continent, internal corruption, and several other crimes, while revealing that he had already brought Delpho's inspection unit to investigate the case. The inspectors were not pleased and suggested that the commander surrender peacefully. Upon realizing who they were, Hassel attempted to claim a misunderstanding, accusing Zeke of inventing everything to frame her, but the evidence had already been secured, and there was no way to deny it. Even so, the commander threatened to drag everyone down with her if he opened her mouth. Before he could continue, Zeke delivered a direct punch to her face, interrupting any attempt at blackmail. Indignant, the commander questioned how he dared to touch her, but Zeke replied that if he had so many influential contacts, he was welcome to try using them. He introduced himself as a Draker of the main lineage, pure blood, the sole successor of Duke Draker, the one who had once occupied the rankings of Black Knight, and stated that it would be interesting to see who had more influence in the end. Faced with that, the commander recognized that he had made a mistake and began to beg for mercy. Zeke said that he should not ask forgiveness from him, but from the knights who had died because of her corruption. At that moment, Jorge and the other knights approached, expressing deep gratitude, because thanks to Zeke they were able to clear their names. They were excluded from the investigation because Zeke testified that they had no involvement in the scheme. However, with the end of the 8th Division of Magic, the horde of knights subordinate to it would also cease to exist, and no other division would likely accept them. Zeke asked whether they regretted the decision they had made. Jorge replied that he did not, that he only regretted the lost time and the companions who had died unjustly. Zeke then stated that, if they agreed, he would like to offer a new job. He handed Jorge an envelope, and asked him to read the details inside. Upon reviewing the contents, Jorge was visibly shocked by the proposed conditions, and asked whether it was truly real, since the terms were extremely generous. Zeke explained that if they were going to work with him, that was the bare minimum they should receive. He had recently founded a trading company. Zeke decided that they would be responsible for the security of that place, because he needed someone trustworthy, keeping everything under control while he handled more important matters. He chose Jorge to be the head of security, since he saw in him enough firmness and discipline to command the others without leaving openings. For the group, it seemed like an opportunity too great to refuse, because there they had stability, protection, and a better position than anything they had before. So they accepted without hesitation, and swore absolute loyalty to Lord Zeke Dracker, making it clear that they were willing to follow his orders from that moment on. After that, Zeke sought out Professor Fanon, and explained that once he resolved his pending matters in Delphoa, he should return to Atlas, because there was still much work waiting for them. He made it clear that the next steps would be important, and that he would need someone competent by his side. As he thought about it, he realized how quickly things had changed, because the relationship between him and Fanon was no longer merely that of professor and student, but had become something closer to master and vassal, showing how power shifts people's positions over time. In the end, the outcome of the mission turned out completely different from what he had planned at the beginning. Even so, everything somehow worked out. He had no idea how the official evaluation of what happened would unfold, but he did not care much about that at the moment. What truly mattered was that the objectives had been achieved, and that in the end, things were resolved. For him, that was enough to believe that one way or another, everything would be fine.